Oh, what up? We got a new toy. Yes, and I think he's appropriate for today, yo. It's a White Walker from Game of Thrones on his dead horse. He's coming to get y'all. He represents the dead, the lifeless, i.e. the idea of Lane Kiffin coming to Auburn has been annihilated yet by a White Walker. How about that, guys? Welcome to The Brain Drain. I am Jay Tate. I am publisher / Commodore at auburnsports.com. And it is Iron Bowl Saturday. Ooh, had to drop down a little bit there. And we got a lot going on in the Auburn world, that is for sure. You got coaching search situation. You've got, obviously, a big football game. Club lacrosse. Got a big Twister game tonight, the Carl Lawson Invitational. So that's going to be big. And we're going to have full coverage of it wall-to-wall all night long. Before we get too far, Matthew M. Mr. Monson says, Blade and Bow today. Outstanding. Yeah, Mr. Matzer says, JG going to have a tough time today as everyone wants to talk head coach. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I'm here for the people who are mad at me. Who was mad at me on the bunker? I got a bunch of people mad at me. There was a dude in the chat that was trying to get after me too, which I'm here for it. If you guys think that I'm responsible or somehow, let me have it. I got it. We got some, excuse me, guys, super chats that come through already. We've got so many legends in the chat already. Cleveland Brown, of course, jumping in early, as he often does, and says, last drain of the football season. That's very sad to say, but you're right. Stay hydrated and War Damn Eagle. Yes, we're going BioLite. It's the IV in a bottle, guys. It's good for basically everything, cramps, dehydration, and, of course, for me, overindulgence, which I anticipate happening today. So I will go ahead and crack open this BioLite. Absolutely delicious. And that's going to help me avoid trouble later. We also got a super chat from, gosh dang it, it was Crocky Poo. Yes, welcome home, Coach Boom. Let's give him a laugh for that one. Guys, I know Alabama's playing today, but you need to get a little bit better on the sounds. These people, man, this is your last year. Seriously, it's over. I'm so tired of this. Crocky Poo, I know this clears the way for you to get Coach Boom back on the plains for a fourth time. Yes, CDF, what an absolute stud this guy is. Our main man from the greater Houston area. And he says,
who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
He was on the Prime bandwagon, which I actually was in the front of. I was driving it. And CDF was right there with me in the front seat. And several other people were, too. I know that Chip is one, too, that we feel that Deion Sanders brings something that nobody else has. But that's how it goes sometimes. I am ready to talk about it, though, for reals. LT Gray, Esquire. I'm very impressed with LT Gray. LT Gray has, like we all have, made a couple mistakes in the bunker, and he atoned for it, and he's been better. And that's what I like. That's the kind of story I like. I've made mistakes, too. He says, War Damn Chaps. It's great to have you guys. Today is our bourbon of the day is going to be McKenna Bottled and Bond, or BIB 100 proof. A bottle that is very difficult to find in the state of Alabama. However, very easy to find in the state of Georgia. Cost you about, what do you guys think, $55, $60? And it is delicious. 100 proof is, I think, good for me today, because this show is going to be interesting, and I need to stay on my toes. No doubt. Walker says, J-Head saying, let me go ahead and switch over to our. Sorry, guys. My bad. Courtney straightened me out on that one. I have no idea why that happened. Anyway, I'm back. You guys are it's gonna take a minute for you guys to figure that out, and I'm gonna have to go back and tell you guys exactly what I was saying the whole time, aren't I? Talking about. I got it. Courtney's coming up here, I think. I got it. Sheesh. Let's see. Warwick jumping in with a super chat. Look at this guy. Unbelievable. Actually, you name dropped you the other day, Warwick. So people were just like, who are some underrated bunks? And I was like, Warwick for sure. I don't hear people talking about how great he is. He says, yo, JGT, what's good, Playboy? Let's get this thing going. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to be here all day long, probably go into the night, too. Adam S. reminding me that that my sound was gone, because I don't know what happened there. I think it's because I hit this button instead of making it manual. That's stupid. Turtle, what's up, bro? That's great to see you. Canoeman jumping in again. Canoeman, of course, one of our outstanding superstar legends. He says, War Eagle, go crazy, Cadillac. Screw Neil. Yeah, Canoeman was aggrieved, along with many other people on our site, when Neil said something along the lines of, Neil McCready, of course, who runs the Ole Miss site, along the lines of Auburn is a cult and screw them all or something like that, talking about Auburn people, which, Neil, you guys know he's prone to... he makes a lot of bravado, right? And I've talked to him about it, but geez Louise, I mean, at some point, he's just going to be who he is. And I thought it was out of hand. I thought it was a bad thing to say, considering that we have a show together where we talk about Auburn and Ole Miss most of the time. And I think immediately permanently angering half or more of our group is probably not a great idea. But, Neil's going to be Neil. I'll put it that way. He's good at what he does, but he gets a little bombastic. Burner 51 as well jumping in. Give us the current coaching search situation, Jay. Been on the course all day. Thanks for all you do, Ward Eagle. Okay, so the latest is that finally, after like 2 days of telling Ole Miss that he was going to stay, but nobody really believed him because he wouldn't sign anything, he is now, Lane Kiffin is saying he's going to stay at Ole Miss. Which he is really enjoying the opportunity to dunk on that reporter that was over there, the TV reporter. He has been all over him today, hasn't he? Oh, wow. So the latest is Kiffin out, and then Freeze is in the mix at this point, but there are some people out there saying that Freeze is definitely going to be the guy, and he may end up being the guy, but he's not the guy right now. I think they're considering all options at this point. I think they started having some of their faith erode, I don't know, maybe 3 days ago on Lane Kiffin. They just kind of felt like they were getting pushed a little bit. Nah, it might have been 2 days ago, really. They felt like they were getting pushed a little bit, like I need more time or whatever, and it was like, what? And yeah, I know. It's been weird. So there is a group in there. I mean, some of the names that are in that group, here's the problem, is that Cohen has spoken to probably 30 coaches. There might be a few more than that. And some of them, they're just not. Like, one of the people that he talked to was T. Will, right? Travis Williams, defensive coordinator at UCF, who is an Auburn guy, who's a great guy, who I think is going to be a high-profile coach in some period of time. Whether that's 5 years, if that's 10 years, I don't know. But he interviewed him. Now, is he going to be the coach here? No. But it's good to talk to him. He's an Auburn guy. He's moving up. Like, what if 5 years from now Auburn needs a coach again for whatever reason, and T. Will is like the hot guy? Well, now he's getting his second interview, and he feels like Auburn has had his back all along. It's good stuff. He's done some of that stuff as well. Just talking to guys. So I don't know exactly who the second tier guys all are. I know Fickle is in there, Luke Fickle from Cincinnati. Obviously Freeze is in there. I think there's some other guys in there. I don't want to just throw names around. I mean, yeah, there's names I've heard and I feel fairly good talking about, but I don't know. I don't really want to do that. Hornatius says, and this is funny to me, is Chase running Jay's audio? Like, working under the assumption that I actually have somebody in here helping me, because it's not true. I do have these people over here, but they're BAMs, and they don't even count, so I don't know if that counts. Just barely, Barely. Let's see. Solo Tigre says, I'm about to smoke one from my fallen homie Lane. I never even knew you. That's pretty funny. I saw that earlier. AU Taxman says the punter from for USCE is having a game. I saw they're leading. The Cox are leading the Dabos. This is crazy. Turtle says, I have faith today. Turtle, of course, talking about the outstanding co-owner of the Nook in Huntsville, Faith, who is a legend in her own right for various reasons, for several reasons. Sam 8 says Chase Parham had low T. I guess you mean like just low excitement or whatever. I mean, he kind of is anyway. Spicy P says, Jay.
Who is swag, baby?
Yes, I am swag. I have covered the swag, so I feel like I am swag. So that's what I'm going to go with there. Kanuman jumping in again says, Neil said, Auburn people can F all the way off. Okay, that's a quote, because I know you've sent that to me. I was kind of generalizing earlier. I didn't want to start dropping F-bombs this early in the show. I haven't even had a drink yet. But that is what he said, and it surprised me, considering his already tenuous relationship with the folks over here at auburnsports.com, and I think that pretty much F that relationship all the way off. So we'll see how he goes. Listen, to those of you who are Ole Miss folks, you guys know I like Ole Miss a lot. I encourage my daughter to go there. It was one of our final schools. She ended up going to South Alabama because she thought it was a little too big. I've said nothing but good things about Oxford. I've said nothing about good things about Ole Miss and the folks there, my experiences at Ole Miss, and I've been over there 3 times, 2 times for college visits, 2 for Maddie. Incredible. She had just a really, really good experience there, and I was looking at it from a different angle of just seeing how put together their recruitment paradigm was, and they did a great job. Great job. I've said nothing but that, and the people at Rebel Grove are mad at me, and they think that they're going to be dunking on me over this, and it's just not. I mean, I don't know. I think we have a lot of sensible people at Rebel Grove who know that I didn't want I never took any shots at Ole Miss or anything like that. I don't do that, especially with those folks. I really like them. AU Taxman says we got to grab lunch or a beer one day soon. If you're talking to me, bro, we can make that happen pretty much any time. Let's see. My main man, Patrick D, a.k.a. Why Not AU, is texting in. Says we're watching in a small sports bar, watching the Iron Bowl. It's him and his wife. You got Gust, who is absolutely hilarious. And you got Gust's lady, secret lady. You got Gust on the bunker. He doesn't post very much, but he's one of Patrick D's best friends. And I'm telling you, this guy might be the funniest person in real life we've got on the bunker. He is just absolutely wonderful. And he is the perfect bunker guy. He's just what we need. Hornatius has dropped some nugs on playoff coaches interviewed. All right, so Luke Fickell would count. He's been in the playoff. He was in the playoff last year, so there's one. The second one, I don't want to. I don't like the word interviewed. I like spoken with. Spoken with. Dabo Swinney. Spoken with. I would not characterize that as an interview. And I also don't understand, and I mentioned this in the post, Hornatius, when I made it. It's probably been 5 days ago now. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that conversation is, because when you have a situation like Auburn and everybody knows it's open and some people are being enterprising for various reasons, maybe they're doing it to get a better contract. Maybe they're doing that to get leverage for some other reason. They can use Auburn or Nebraska or whoever else is open in a way that to me is ingenuine, but that's just kind of how it works. I didn't want to start dropping names and have you guys go, well, he's on the list. I don't know if it's real or not. I still don't. Let's see. Cassidy P, what's up, bro? What proof bourbon do I go with today? Need some adult guidance here. It depends on what you're hoping to accomplish today, my man. I am going with 100 proof myself because I'm trying to go a little bit. We're going to go probably deep into the darkness tonight. Let's see. Rebel Grizz says, what flavor is the Kool-Aid tonight, you weirdos? Yo, what's up, Jim Jones? I'm EJG. Sorry, that's mean. More like Auburn's Billy Liucci. He says he lost all. Listen to this, guys, before I ban him. Lost all respect for you. I haven't even been. I logged out of that site, guys, probably 10 days ago and have not been back. So if this guy's trying to say that I've been shitting on them on their board, he's completely lying. Neil has defended you and our fans have attacked you. Then you take shots at him. What? Coward. Hard to cover a coaching search when you are a fan. Enjoy our fired coach. All right. Well, that's what I'm talking about, guys. I have taking shots at Neil. What? What? Oh, Mitchell says, you are so weak, Jay. Oh, we got another one. Okay. That's cool. I mean, I maybe I am weak. Mr. Matzer asks a great question. Does G-Pits continue after this? I mean, we still have a contract that runs, a while longer. And, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a weird show, though, because, this myth continues to be perpetuated that I've, shit on Neil and been disrespectful to the Rebel Grove people, which is not true. It's provably not true. So, I don't know. I mean, obviously the people, like what Newman was saying earlier, the people that saw that from our side are going to hate him forever, and I don't blame him. That's what I told Newman. If somebody said that about me, I'd be done, completely done. You have to go way out of your way, to do that. Mama do that. Now this is a really good question right there. Jay, do you think this shakes out differently if Sokolov, the TV personality over there in the state of Mississippi, if he doesn't tweet? That's an interesting idea, and it actually makes me wonder a little bit about where that was coming from, right? I mean, obviously, the Twitter handle and the person, but was there an agenda there? My short answer on that, Mama Dudad, is yes. I do think that. I don't know if it shakes out differently, but I think it follows a different path. It doesn't necessarily mean that he goes to Auburn or stays at Ole Miss. I don't know if it would affect it that much, but something would have changed along the way. So there you go. I'm glad to see some familiar faces, though. Drew's in the house. A.U. Robinson. Good stuff. Sam H. Man. Let's see. Leafy and Fiery. Leafy's got a new... Remember, Leafy was here, a couple weeks ago, and was saying some very matter-of-fact things. Yeah. Cassidy says, if we're going deep into this drain and 100 is appropriate, muchas gracias, mi amigo. Hey, muchas gracias to you and your wifey for hooking me up after the Breeders' Cup. He and his wife went to the Breeders' Cup and got me some good swag from there, and he went way out of his way to get me taken care of on that. Way out of his way, so thank you on that. The Runner 24 says, LOL, if anybody went fanboy, it was Neil. Yeah, we've kind of gotten into this paradigm where, if I'm wrong about something, which I was wrong about it. I mean, I said that I thought that Lane Kiffin was very, very likely to be the next coach at Auburn. Or at least I said he was going to have the opportunity to be the next coach at Auburn is what I actually said most of the time. But I did put a percentage on it recently and put it at 95%, which at the time, I feel comfortable saying. They interpret that as I'm a fan. Like, oh, you're a fanboy. It's like, those of you who know me, right? I mean, if anything, I'm probably not enough of a fanboy, right? Like, you see people say on the bunker, well, JG's not an Auburn fan, and most people get it. That's a compliment in a way, because you don't necessarily want the publisher of the Auburn site to be super rah-rah. I try to be very level-headed about it, but I can be wrong, and I'm going to have to eat that one on Lane Kiffin. A lot of people are going to have to eat that one. Honestly, I wasn't out there on my own at all. A-Law 20 jumps in and says, Wardam Iron Bowl, is there a line item in Freeze's contract for burner phones? JGT, love what you and the team provide us on a daily basis. Let's go get this W. Yeah, that if it comes to that, I would be very interested to see Freeze's contract. There's going to be the University Council is going to be very tight on the wording they use in those clauses. Yes, and it's something that I think will be worth it. Let's see. Hilden says, hey, Jay, Rebel Grover here. Still looking forward to G-Pit. It's been a hell of a week for both teams. I wish we could have gotten that done on Wednesday, but I appreciate you, man. Rebel Grove, I feel like is a second home for me. I love Ole Miss. I have said that many times. I've lived that. I've gone over there. I've hung out with folks. I mean, come on, man. Not you. I'm just talking about the people that want to jump in. Yeah. Newman jumps in, yet another super chat from this guy. What a stud. He says, hashtag Team Commodore BDJ. That is me. I'm the Commodore, and I'm also BDJ. And I can be Commodore BDJ both at the same time. How about that? Thank you, Canoeman. War Eagle 0008. What a stud this guy is. He's been with us so long. Back when I started doing shows in 2018, he was right there with us. Says Warden Eagle, what a wild day. Let's get a Caddy W. Man, that would be awesome. Jay got an Old Soul single barrel today. Blue top. Good stuff. About to dive in. Yes, so that's going to be the white label with like the blue etching. Incredible pour. 109 proof, right? I actually was drinking the cask strength last week on the show. It was like the royal blue with the gold etching on it. Oh, man, it's a good one. I've already killed one bottle. I'm on to the second one. So glad you guys are enjoying that Old Soul out there. It's good stuff, for real. The regular Old Soul, like the 90 proof, maybe not as much, but the other ones I've been really, really happy with. Josh C. says, JG, if Freeze is hired, does Will Muschamp get a call for DC? I don't know the nature of that relationship. I think he's good. I do think he's good. So I just wonder if fourth. I mean, because he was here as a GA, he was here as Tuberville's DC, he was here as Gus's DC, and then to be somebody else's DC here is like, golly, dude. Like, you need to get yourself together a little bit. No, yeah, I love Will. He's one of my all-time favorites. I learned a lot about football. I learned more about football from that coach than anybody in my lifetime. He took time out of his life back in 2006, 2005, in the off season, and just like went through tape with me and drew up plays on chalkboard, on a dry erase board. And he's incredible, man. He's just a really good dude. Bubblefish says, Jay, Elaine said that his kids want to stay in Oxford. I mean, that was a concern all along, that he's got a relationship with his daughter that, you know, is pretty strong, and the chatter was that she didn't want to leave. I don't know if that's true or not. And I mean, kids matter. I kept trying to say that on the bunker. I said, I think Lane Kiffin's going to be the next coach at Auburn. At the same time, there's an enormous amount of pressure on his shoulders right now because of the way the schedule worked out, right? You know, it was kind of like leading into the Egg Bowl. Everybody's talking about it, and the Egg Bowl afterward, everybody's talking about it, and it was just such a pressure cooker, and people respond in different ways. I think if everything's calm and sedate and he's got his time, I still think that he's probably going to Auburn, but the situation changed a little bit, and people were trying to fault John Cohen for this, that, and the other thing. From what I could see, I think he's done a fine job. I thought the offer was a good one. They were careful about how they crafted it, and they gave him time and space, and ultimately he's going to stay at Ole Miss. I mean, good. I mean, I like Lane Kiffin, and I like Ole Miss. Like, I hope it works out great. But people, I mean, guys, come on now. I mean, people just behave. I can't predict that. I can't even predict how I'm going to behave. You know what I mean? In certain situations. Fat Crack says, you were the man, JGT. Hope your Thanksgiving was fantastic, sir. Time to beat the Bam Bams. Ward Eagle. Hey, man, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. I know you've been praying for my mom, too, and I thank you for that. She's been doing better. And so I'm very, very grateful for the support there. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over to the first quarter as Robbie Ashford gets behind center at the 21. So this game starts off, and an absolute formational disaster there. First play of the game. This is not Canadian rules football, guys. That was not a good start to the game. Let's see. Max Dad Fit says, I have cared about Ole Miss 1,000 times more than necessary at any point in my life. Time to move on and hire somebody. Well, I think you're right. Let's see. Kanuman says, well, Neil was loudly on the Kiffin to Auburn train. He even called out the Auburn beat writers in a disrespectful way for not reporting it as it's done. Yeah, I have, like, again, I logged out of Rebel Grove maybe 10 days ago, something like that, and I haven't read his stuff. No disrespect to him. I've actually talked to him about some of it, so I get it firsthand from him, but that's a nice tackle right there. I thought he was going to get a little bit on that one. Plum Jam says, I'm personally happy Lane Kiffin isn't coming. He'll just leave when the Bama job gets open. There's people who think that think he wants to go either NFL or get the Texas/Alabama job. That he feels like that's the pinnacle. I don't know, man. The Lane Kiffin thing just doesn't seem as big a mystery to me as some other people. I mean, the pressure got tight and he changed his mind a little bit. I mean, who cares? That's what he's supposed to do. Who Dat Rebel says, I enjoy JG's sense of humor and really want Cadillac to win the Iron Bowl. Good luck, Auburn, and thank you for what you do, JG. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, love my friends over on the Ole Miss side of things. It was kind of tough for me because I like you guys and respect you guys, and I was never ever. I just don't think I was ever disrespectful. I was careful, and I don't feel like Ole Miss fans are bad, and I don't want that pass is almost complete. A lot of pressure, guys. If you're gonna get on 3rd and long, dude, it's gonna be bad. They have to stay on schedule. We kind of joked about that earlier in the season. Well, the Carnell portion of the season, where he's got them playing with a lot of passion, which is great. But they also offensively you cannot put the ball in. You can't tell people, all right, Robbie's gonna have to save us on 3rd down and long. You're gonna lose. If you're doing that against Western Kentucky, you're probably gonna lose. He's just not that guy. I respect his hustle. There's like the longest penalty I've ever seen right there, number 3. He literally held Shed for 15 yards. But, it's a fair catch, so it doesn't really matter. Weeks12 says, what's up, JG? Got a Willet pot still ready to go. I've got a miniature one right here. Look at that little guy. This is actually a replica of what the pot still looks like at Willet. No shit. I've got a picture of it somewhere. But, yeah, congratulations. That's a great pour. I love Willet. Willet is my favorite company that makes bourbon. It's a very small group of people. It's probably 15 people that work there. And they got a chick that works, if you get one of the tastings at Willet. I'm going way on down this road, Weeks, but if you're ever there and you get a tasting, there's a gal there by the name of Tammy. And Tammy is... I know we're only 6 plays into this game, guys, but it's 5 of the 6 plays have been just huge wins for Alabama. Their first play from scrimmage goes to Gibbs, and he's getting, 12, 15 yards. Nice run, great blocking. Sometimes you just kind of have to say they're playing good football, you know? Tammy, she's kind of like a brand ambassador there on campus, and she is awesome. She's my favorite. There's one play that wasn't awesome. See, Cassidy P says he's going E.H. Taylor small batch. That is a great call. Having rubbing alcohol on standby pending coaching announcement. I don't anticipate Auburn. I had someone tell me they weren't going to hire, that nothing would happen during this show, because I was like, I'm going to go on the air. And they were like, I don't think anything's going to happen while you're on the air. So this game's going to be played, and we'll probably go the rest of the night without hearing anything on that, is my guess. There's been a lot of speculation. I know J-Head that's a nice run by number 1 right there. So J-Head was talking a little bit on the bunker about he thinks there's another person they're trying to take a swing at before they get to freeze. I agree. Anecdotal evidence really, really looks that way to me. Now, no one has said, hey, JG, you were talking to blank, blank, blank. But, again, anecdotal evidence suggests that's what they're going, because Hugh Freeze would already have an offer in hand if they were going right to him. Corey G, he is the winner of our the Harsin hat, where he threw up to reporters, and some people were very, very upset about it, but we weren't, and Corey G got it. He says, happy Iron Bowl, JGT. Glad to be here again for another drain. We're glad to have you, bro. You're royalty for sure. Thought I was going to freeze to death in Chicago last weekend. That sounds sucky. It's good hustle, man, to chase him down from behind. Yeah, man, that sounds... I remember it got really cold last week. For down here it wasn't, but my friends in Kentucky said it was really cold, and I figure another, 300 miles north of there. Jeez. Solo Tigre says Jenny Dell's a pretty lady there. I said it. Yeah, that's a hot take right there. She was one of our favorites on the Gals We Adore back during the quarantine. She is a smoke show of a girl. She's also very talented. Stu Pup says ready for the biggest game and drain of the year. That's what I'm talking about right there. Big drain, big drain. Hopefully it's because it's an exciting game. Hey, man, holding Alabama to a punt there, that's good. Especially considering that first play from scrimmage was a grinder. They kind of tightened up there. I like that. Chaz Music says, what about Gene Chizik for D.C.? Stop. That's a good troll right there, though. Shane H. jumping in, who's awesome. Shane's been with us a long time. Says, Jay, did AU even have a conversation with Prime? My understanding, it's been a while since I even asked this question. I haven't heard his name in weeks. I think they reached out, and it was pretty obvious right away that wasn't going to work. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but it was like, hey, are you gone? I doubt it was money. It was probably just like, I don't know, whatever. He reminds me of somebody Prime does, who just wants full autonomy. Because he's a Hall of Fame football player, and he thinks he deserves that, and that's not my choice to make, so I don't have to do it. The runner 24 says Jenny Dell's an A+. I completely agree, although I would probably give her an A++, but you know what I mean. Yeah, we're on the same field there. No doubt about it. Daniel M. jumping in. What's up, man? Says, would Beamer come to Auburn? Is that a stupid question? Beamer. Shane Beamer, of course, the coach at South Carolina, who's kind of been up and down a little bit. I guess people expected a little bit more from them this year, specifically Spencer Rattler. But they've been better the second half of the season. They've been playing much better football, and I like him. Drew C. says, and no additional names like Jay had referenced on the bunker. Yeah, it's been tough to get names. You almost have to kind of look at, like how scientists figure out there's a black hole. They can't see it, but they can see other things happening around that indicate that there's something there pulling on them that they can't see. That's kind of how I try to figure out what's going on. And the fact that if Freeze was their number 2 guy, no doubt about it, okay, then as soon as Lane makes it clear he's not going to consider the offer anymore, that would immediately trigger a contract going to Hugh. And that hasn't happened. Now, Hugh is coaching a game today, so I'm going to be part of it, but I don't think that's what it really is. I think it's because they're just kind of resetting. And I don't blame them. I would do the same thing. Let's see. Corey G says, could the real breakdown with Lane be behind the scenes at A&M? Corey, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't know a lot about what's going on at A&M other than Jimbo sucks and they can't get rid of him because it's too expensive. So I don't know what to say on that one. There it is. Runner 24 says South Carolina beat Clemson today. That's huge, man. I'm I'm proud of the Cox on that one. I think we all don't mind seeing Clemson go down. Not that anybody hates Dabo. He's just been good tackling, man. Alabama tackles, you know what I mean? Like, they don't overwhelm you with athletes like they have in the past, but they're still technically very, very good. And Will Anderson's stud, number 31 right there. I mean, he wasn't involved directly in this play, but he's going to make some plays today. I'd love for the Raiders to have him next year, I'll tell you that. Let's see. A. Robinson says Freeze got blown out by New Mexico State. LOL. Okay. Leafy and Fire, you make me laugh. That's pretty funny. Robbie Asher with a nice run there. Ran about 40 yards to get 20, but hey, you take it. Daniel M. says if Prime wants full autonomy, then he's not going after a high-profile job. He hasn't earned that for any top program. I tend to agree with you on that, Daniel. And I think he'll end up at somewhere. I know Colorado offered him their job, which you don't really want that job, right? If he gets an opportunity at South Florida, maybe that might be a good spot for him. I don't know. I do think he has a lot of growth potential, and I think he's going to be a good one. I really do. Patrick S. says, does Beamer get a look? I mean, he could. I haven't heard that name, but, I mean, I don't see why not. I just feel like Auburn is way down the road, and it would be difficult to just kind of start adding dudes now because you got to get going. You got the, transfer portal hits on the 5th, and then you've got the early signing period on the 21st. I'm freezing. I'm going to go turn this fan down. So you just don't have a lot of time. I can't decide if I stopped it or not. All day, no. Let's see. Smokey Mirror says, my wife is a huge Clemson fan. I can't wait to pretend like I'm sorry for them losing while secretly drinking her tears. My man. Love it. Yeah. Absolutely love it. Things you love to see and hear. I'm glad I don't have to play that game with my wife. We're definitely on the same page of this particular rivalry we're watching right now. But she grew up a Louisville fan, and I went to Kentucky. I graduated from Kentucky, so a long time ago we used to go at it a little bit on that, but not anymore. I don't care anymore, and she doesn't care anymore. All right, so Robbie's 1 of 2 for 0. That seems like a perfect parable. Like perfect, like literally perfect. Ashford has 2 carries for 25. Had that nice run just right before this break. We'll go ahead and update that. Tank has 2 carries for 14, and Jarquez just has that 1 catch but didn't go anywhere. No carries for him yet. The Auburn Tigers on third down are 0 for 1, right? Both teams are currently 0 for 1 on third down. So, there you go. Fully updated now. It's still very early, though. Shane, I appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Drew says, JG, I just hope we don't have to Google who they hire like we did with Harsin. That was a weird thing, wasn't it? Honestly, like, Harsin was pretty much out of nowhere. The Chiswick hire to me was even worse. I mean, this is just my opinion. But, like, Harsin, and he was a disaster as Auburn's coach. I'm not defending that. But, like, he'd been good at Boise, right? Like, Gene had been terrible at Iowa State. In fact, Gene's just been terrible for a long time. Like, just bad. Smoking says, I live 15 minutes from Clemson. It's absolutely unbearable here when they are winning. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I think things are going to get better. Things are looking up for you, brother. That guy, Rick, says, heard the up-and-coming coach at UCF is looking to make the jump to a P5 school. There's no doubt. I'd like to take a look up there, but I sure do like the bounce house. Christy and I are we're at home here. They've really accepted us. Alabama's got a nice stadium. I like it. They've got big-ass TVs in both sides, I guess. They're not really in the end zones. They're in the corners, but you can get a good look at the TV no matter where you're sitting. Whereas at Auburn, part of the stadium, you can't get a good look at the TV. Great second effort run by Tank right there to get that first down. That's nice. Michael Dub says, Jay, going to need a little more energy, bro. Let's go. Real Deal's in the house. What up, man? Nick C says, drink up JGT, you deserve it. Yeah, we're going to drink a little bit today, that's for sure. All right, we got Camden Brown out there, Jay Fair out there. Jay Fair used to get like 2 snaps a game, and now he gets like 10. That's a step forward. He's playing slot on this call. Great blocking there. Fairly good execution on the back shoulder throw. I mean, the ball wasn't quite where it should have been, but they're going to get the PI on that. You know, that's a win. Eli Ricks is pretty good, though, man. He's good. He's a good player. He's a real good player. Patrick S. says, Chiswick was worse on paper than Harsin, but a much better head coach. I don't know. God, I'd hate to be in a situation where I have to defend Harsin as a head coach, though, so I'm not going to do it. I don't have to do it, Patrick. But I don't love Chiswick as a head coach at all. Chris M is in the house, number 19, says, what is up, Jay Cephas, Geraldine Tate? How did you know? Did you do a deep background search on me, sir? I hope to see you next weekend at our staff event here. We're having a little staff dinner next week, and we'd love to have number 19, who lives here locally, real close by the headquarters here, come by and hang out and have some award-winning lasagna. Actually, we're having lasagna prepared by a gal who lives in town who won one of those cooking shows. And she won it with that lasagna. So, and I've had it twice, and it's muy delicioso. So there you go. Daniel M., Sam H., and Smoking Mirrors are pretty fired up about that Tank play there to get that first down. That was really nice. Chris M. says, Chiz wore a leather jacket. That's worse than driving a Treep. I'd like to know if that was actually leather or if it was pleather. I'd like to know. JM in the house as well. What's up, bro? He says, afternoon all. Glad to have you here, sir. Stoked, of course, to have Chip here with us. JM says, hope mom is still improving, Jay. G-Pits for life. Hey, thank you. Oh, look at this run. Look at this run. Holy shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
What? Dang, man. Wow, So that's like a quarterback zone run is what that is, without any kind of handoff, like a speed option zone read or something. And it worked great. Really threw Alabama off on that one. He's in there, man. All he's got to do is cross the plane there. He's fine. He's in. That's a touchdown, yo. And you know what I have to say about that?
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That's what I'm talking about right there. You're going to go back and look and make sure he got over the goal line there. But, I mean, even if they get it, even if it's overruled or whatever, it's going to be first and goal at, like, inch line or whatever. Not Salty says, friend calling the plays. I would, yes, for that one right there. I mean, he focuses on the run game, and Ike focuses on the passing game. Again, this is one of those. It's been so strange the way that Auburn has operated with Harsin gone. And we talk a lot about the defense, where it's the same guy calling it, Schmetting, but they've got different personnel and they're playing just much better. You know. How did Harsin affect that? He obviously did. I don't know how. It's just bizarre to me. Harsin's an offensive guy, obviously. And then you've got like this play-calling tandem of Ike Hilliard and Will Friend, and they're two guys that were here before too. Now that you can kind of say, well, Keesaw was doing this, that, and the other thing, but you know, Will Friend, he's more of a zone guy anyway, and he thinks that these linemen are more zone guys anyway, and that's what they've been running. And well, I guess that was a zone run, but I guess they run. Anyway, the running paradigm's been a little different. We'll just put it that way. Gabe says, Harsin would have had us throw it 3 times and then punted. JM, yeah, thank you very much. You were asking about my mom earlier. She's doing better. I don't think she's going home anytime soon or maybe ever, but she's doing better. She's totally stable now. She's at a rehab facility here in town. I'm talking about like occupational rehab, stuff like that, speech rehab. We are going to get her into a new place, I think Monday. I hope so. And I get her into an assisted living facility and see what happens. So I thank you very much. I know a lot of you guys have been praying for her, praying for me, praying for our family, and I appreciate it all. Seriously, it matters so much to me because there was a time there where I didn't think she was going to make it, and she is going to make it. So here we go. Corey G says, Will Friend as OC was an incredible whiff by the old coach. Interesting, yeah. He's been really good, and I mean, proof's in the pudding, man. I mean, they've been making a lot more sense, I think, since Keesaw left. And I don't think anyone's really surprised by that. It's the Schmetting thing that's weird. All right, so Ashford, let's get these numbers put together. 2 for 3 for 2 yards, which is good, right? You don't want him throwing the ball very much. And then on the rushing tip, he had another big run. He's now 3 carries for 49 yards. And what I love, we were talking about this last week, he's a really good runner. He's not a good zone read guy necessarily. I don't think he diagnoses that particular paradigm very well, but he runs the football. And the situations, he got a draw, broke it off earlier for probably 20 yards, and then that, I don't know what you call that, like a quarterback speed option zone. Speed option with like a zone look up front. And there's not any diagnosing to it. You just run the freaking ball. He's really good at that. Tanks 3 for 22. Man, this has been surprising. I know we're only like, half of a quarter in right now, but Auburn being able to run this football like this, that's been surprising. The blocking's been pretty good up there. And you're thinking about, you take it on Alabama. They got some big boys up there. I mean, Otis in particular. And they're kind of managing it right now. Still got a long way to go. Long way to go. Third down is still 0 for 1 on both teams. So Auburn never faced another third down on that drive. That's pretty incredible. That was a bad kick. That you got to have kicks that are fielded deeper than that. I think that was fielded at the 19, which is just not going to. It's just not going to get it. So Auburn's got 2 tight ends to that side, which kind of creates another gap to monitor. And then they had 55 pulling out around them, which this is a paradigm we never saw with Keesaw. This is something newish. And that's just a lot of gaps. You're making that runs, that blocking surface so much wider. And it makes it difficult if you're playing man-on-man, hat-on-hat football. You run out of hats, you know. This is something that Coach Hunter has been a huge believer of. He mentions this a lot when he calls in. He talks about you need to extend the surface. And that's what they're doing right there. That ball should have been caught. CDF jumping in as well. Again, is this guy a legend or what, man? Strategy has been so much better since Harrison got S-canned. Harrison. Oh, yes, change the score. Thank you, Sam. I got so caught up in that. I didn't even change the score. My bad. Oh, and I did it. Screwed it up again. Awful. Oh, God. Got him. Thank you for that, Sam. Thank you so much for that, yo. And then Auburn gives up another long pass, which was the first one of this game, but we've seen it happen a bunch through the season. Just got one-on-one with Zion, and Zion was kind of flat-footed. Oh, come on, man. That's worse than a soccer player right there. At least they didn't call it. Kenny says, can't give him all day to throw. You're right. That's a part of that. But, I mean, you know what time it is, right? Fat Crack says way too much time. They know that, and they just weren't able to get to him. Weren't able to get to him. And Auburn, when Eku went down, they just lost a lot of firepower there. I don't like talking about Bama players very much. But Jace McClellan's good, man. He could play for me. He could play for Tate State. Felt like Auburn had that one bottled up, and he just kind of wiggled through the way Trey Mason used to do and turned that into like a 5-yard gain when it should have been a 1. A little bit of a power run there. And seemed like 18 got a little surprised by that. Wasn't expecting him to pop out through that hole. Runner 24 says, JJ, been watching the World Cup? I have. Not as ardently as I'd wished because there was so much going on in my personal life and also my professional life. So I did watch the full USA England game yesterday, which was a turd. It was a terrible game. Well, I guess it was an okay game. I mean, a 0-0 draw in the World Cup is kind of like, oh, geez.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Well, they got that, was it a 40, 45-yard pass early in that drive, and that just set him up. Yeah. It was a 52-yard reception there. Not the touchdown run, but the play that got them down in the red zone. It was a tough one. But burden on Puckett is not going to help Auburn very much. It's not one they want to see very much of. Extra point's good. So we're now level in Tuscaloosa, about halfway through the first quarter. Runner 24 says the game was a bit blah, but the drawing England was huge for the U.S. It was. That was an important development considering that Wales lost to Iran. Eesh. 49 minutes to midnight said atrocious defense, terrible play calling. Here we go. We got another one of them. Justin T says, hey, JG, how are you feeling since you found out Neil McReady, spelled incorrectly, was your daddy? A guy I've known 25 years is my daddy. Well, Neil and I had a very interesting thing in common relative to your point, in that we both predicted that Lane Kiffin was going to Auburn. So I'm not exactly sure how he daddied me on that one, considering we had the same opinion and wrote the same things. But that's cool. It's all good. Have a nice day. Thank you. Please come again. Ammo Tiger jumping in says, let me get over here. My bad. Ammo is a caller to the show. He has called in before. We loved having him. Odds that Auburn gets a bowl invite if they finish 5-7 extra practices would be most dope for Coach blank. I gotta see. Like if the season had ended last week, right? They would have probably gotten a bowl bit at 5-7. But there's been some teams that have kind of jumped up ahead of them. They actually base this on APR. And Auburn has a good APR, which is not the problem, but some other teams have fine ones as well. I don't think it looks good. But I'd like to see it, obviously, and for the reason you mentioned, Ammo, you get a little bit extra development time. Would be absolutely clutch, considering that you've got a new coach. Just have to see. Chris, we're still talking to our fallen Ole Miss friend, Justin T. Chris Evans says, hey, Justin, how are you feeling since you got banned? That's funny. Canoeman says, that was hilarious, Justin T. How did you get so damn funny? Attaboy. Way to lay it on him. Oh, look at this. Corey says, as a Kentucky boy as well, I have Cats and Cards on right now also, and it's 13-0. I did not know you were a Kentucky guy. To you, my man. I was born in Louisville, Kentucky. Got married in Louisville, Kentucky. Went to college in Lexington. Met my wife in Lexington, so pretty important spot for me. And my peoples come from Lebanon, Kentucky, in Marion County, which is central Kentucky, a little south west of Lexington, which you know this, but I was just telling for people who don't know. My man, new Gus, who this? I don't want to say who he is. I mean, I know him personally because I've met him several times, and he has a really awesome wife. But I won't say who he is. This guy's a legend, though. If you guys were in Birmingham and you knew this guy, I would be 100% sure that you'd be a stud. He says, holding out for Maurice's call. Giving him a laugh for that one. Maurice, of course, is the alter ego, or surname, you could say, for Hornatius. My man, Matt L. in the chat. What's up, bro? Matt L. is one of my friends from, how long have we known each other, bro? Actually, I was playing on your dad's soccer team in like 83. But we were definitely got to be good friends in the late 80s, I guess. Good to see you, bro. Coming in from the greater Oklahoma City area. And he has a picture of Hotel Del Coronado. That's what it looks like to me, anyway, in his avatar there. A place that I've been to several times. Actually, I for a period of time when I was very young, I lived right there. We lived in Coronado. Yeah, no joke. We were just talking about it. My dad and I were just talking about that the other day. I don't remember it. I was too little, but it happens sometimes. All right, so Auburn's behind schedule already on this drive. Things are going wonderfully. 2nd and 14. That shit. God bless. It's really good tackling right there by number 17. It's Branch. Hey, Hunter mentioned this in the Know the Enemy piece. He said Brian Branch, that safety number 17, was the best tackler, or was it 14? I said 17, he was 14. Best tackle he'd ever scouted on film. So the guy just doesn't miss. Said he has 4 missed tackles for his career. That was a good lick right there. This Alabama defense, man, they stepped up on that drive. They got pushed around a little bit on that last drive. But remember, they got pushed around by Ashford running stuff, and he didn't run that drive. Little rumble there on the Alabama sideline. I didn't necessarily see anything shady going on. Just getting a little fussy in a rivalry game, you know. That's how it goes sometimes. Corey G is a Western Kentucky alum. I did not know that. It's a surprisingly good school, and I say surprisingly because I don't know that people outside of the state of Kentucky would really know a lot about Western Kentucky outside of their weird mascot. But as someone who spent a lot of time in the state and know people from Bowling Green and some friends that went to Western, it's a really good school. One of my best friends for life, Darren Simmons, that I worked with at the Advertiser for a number of years, is a Western Kentucky grad and now lives in Louisville, as many of them do. Ben, my man, Ben is a stud. I love this guy. I messaged with him on the bunker, and he's great. He says, JD, does Ole Miss need to borrow the press release from when we held on to Gus from Arkansas? Ben, man, you and I both had some concerns about how things were unfolding in the last 24 hours. So, it happens. Wow, they almost got to that punt, but the Australian legend was able to get that bad boy out. Shane M says, "Come on, Ben, don't be a sore loser." No. No, Ben is he's on our side, I promise. He's just messing around, by the way. We're just having fun, man. Nobody's getting serious. Just having a good time. having a good time, watching a football game. Eddie Robinson says, I'm about to turn it off. Why? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Man, listen, the only thing I can relate it to is, me being a Raiders fan. The Raiders suck this year. They're terrible. I just stew in those losses, man. I stew in them because someday it's going to be redemptive for me. And if you get that taste for poop, as a Raiders fan, there'll be a day where you can caviar and it'll taste so much better. I'm not saying that Auburn's pooped. I'm saying the Raiders are pooped, but, just enjoy this for what it is. I mean, they're out there having fun, What more can you ask? I'm just teasing. Ben says, Shane, I don't want Kiffin. Give it some time. You will see. Ben's a good poster, man. He was just teasing, man. It's all good. I got a little pressure on him. Forced Bryce Young into a little bit of a premature epaculation right there. And he definitely wanted to go to the tailback and couldn't. Tailback got a little bit cut when he was breaking through the line there and just didn't get out quickly. There's Mojo right there, a guy they picked up out of the transfer portal from Memphis, who's a little small. He's kind of a tweener, but they like him, and he plays with a lot of enthusiasm, so they've been giving him some opportunities, some run, as the kids say. Let's see, Aaron says he is a graduate of Campbellsville, good school. They pressured him again right there, but he was able to make the throw. Campbellsville, EKU, and Louisville. Outstanding. Kentucky has some pretty decent schools. Yeah, they do. I'm a graduate of Transylvania University. Derek Hall is down. This is not good. Auburn's most dynamic defensive player and very important player. Maybe he just got hit in the nuts. We can hope. Can't really tell what happened there. It almost looked like a kidney shot or something, Totally inadvertent, but nonetheless. Campbellsville. I believe Rick Stansberry was from Campbellsville, as I recall. There he is. Page 69 is here. It says, is it a done deal that Freeze is getting the job? It is not. It is not. That has not happened. I'm not saying that won't happen, but it hasn't happened at this hour. I'd like to get a jump on clearing out my football stuff to make room for basketball stuff. What? Chris M says, I just hope both teams have fun. That's the spirit, man. I love it. That's what I was pushing for earlier. Jonathan T. I hit crap. My bad. Although that was a good part of the chat. Newman jumps in again. This guy's been super chatting like a madman today. We love him. He says, we need likes. Smash the like button, folks. We have 31 likes right now. We have about 55,000 people on the chat, on the stream, I should say. So we need more likes for sure. Sam says, how do you spell that? Premature emasculation. Yeah, that's close enough, man. Cassidy pieces on the anniversary of last year's Iron Bowl. Can we get confirmation on who called the defense that day? I don't know. I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not going to do it. Real Deal says, does Caddy get a look at the head coaching job? He does not. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve something because he's changed me about. I mean, I'm going to think differently about coaches for the rest of my life now because of this, but I don't know. I don't think so. 49 minutes to midnight says no Hall and this game is over. Cannot win without him. He'd be the most difficult person to replace on this entire team, short of Robbie, because if it's not Robbie, it's Holden Gerner, and you really don't want that. So you're right. It hurts a lot. They're going to have to play like, let's see. Dylan Brooks, number 39, is playing the edge right there. Probably should have done a better job on that snap right there. And then you've got, I guess Colby's not going to be able to come out at all on the other side now. There we go. Shane H. No, there's no way I missed your last super chat. I might have missed one, but I definitely didn't miss two because I saw I called you out on it. No, for real. I'll go back. Oh, no, there is one I missed. I did not miss two, though. He said, this is your weekly reminder that Mama Tate is...
Who is swag?
Mama Tate is definitely swag. Well, swag in a meaning she's good. I don't know as though she's a big swag supporter. Like, I don't know. She's not a big sports fan. Thank you for that, bro. I think I'm almost positive I called out your other one, though. There's no doubt about that. Thank you, Shane. I was calling you a stud. You're always with us. You're a huge supporter of the show. We appreciate you. Too much time to throw the ball there. They throw it to that fullback, and look at that. Nice. Nice play. Nice play. A-Dub says, is TJ gone for good? TJ is gone for good, and I'd like to see where – I'm interested to see where he lands. You know, like where is a place where TJ Finley can play football? I'm just curious to see what it's going to be. Il Tigre says, just hearing Stan White is done with the Auburn Network. I mean, it's not like something that's happened today. This has been in the works for a long time. People have been talking about it on the bunker. I mean, I think it's just kind of like the end of the road for him. I happen to think Stan's really good, and I learned a lot about football from listening to him the years that I did. I've been with y'all since 2018 doing this show, but Stan's a good color guy for football. He knows football, and he does a good job of explaining stuff. Yeah, I think he does good. I used to kind of make fun of him a lot, like in a fun way, like on Twitter and stuff, but I don't know if we ever thought it was funny. I don't know. We'll just have to worry about that some other day. Oh, whoa, hold on. Hornatius jumping in says, we talked about, I don't even want to pay attention to what happened in the game there.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Shaker Jack DMing the rape victim yet? Hornatius, man. I don't know, man. That's probably just a little too much there. Newman says, speaking of SWAC, seems like a landing spot for TJ. I would be interested to see what he could do in the SWAC. My thing with TJ is, dude, I just think there's a huge gulf between the player he is and the player he thinks he is. A huge gulf, and the people around him, I think, enable him to, and they make him think that, it's everybody else screwing him, and I just don't. I mean, you guys, I respect your opinion on him, too. I mean, do you look at him and think he's really good? Because I don't. It doesn't look great to me. I just can't imagine there's a coach out there anywhere. I don't care what level you're on, where you're like, that's the guy I want right there. Like this guy he did a good job leadership-wise, honestly, until this last 2 or 3 months. But he's a guy that now, that when the going gets tough, he's going to be a little, I was going to say a bad word there, but he's probably not going to handle it very well, because he hasn't done it. Let's see. It's Not Salty says, it's a post on the bunker, JG. Bannable if true. Just my opinion. Check it out tomorrow. Which one? You got to tell me which one. Send me a DM on the, if you don't mind, Not Salty. Send me a DM on the bunker and let me know the specifics on that, okay? That's probably the easiest way for me to take a look at what you're talking about. CDF says, great play design. 13 is meh. Yeah, I think that's probably where we are with number 13 right now. I'm talking about Cam Riley. Okay, so Hornatius says there is a bunker thread showing that someone called Shaker Jack DM'd the girl from Liberty. Yeah, I mean, I'll handle that a little bit later if that's, I don't, we'll just take a look at it. I'm sure Shaker Jack has an opinion on this too. Yo, Malcolm's back. What's up, War Damn Eagle? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Glad to have you back with us. You were with us a bunch last year. I haven't seen you lately. Max Dad Fitz says, TJ looks great as a football stuntman for movies. Looks great in pads and doesn't really matter where he throws it. Yeah, he definitely looks like a stud football player. You're right. He's just, like tall and like athletic looking. And he just looks the part, but he just doesn't play the part. His passing is bad, and he's not a good runner either. Like, there's just not a lot of upside. Goose Flat Waterfowlers says TJ is Jeremy Johnson 2.0. That's actually probably a little more accurate than I would have thought right off. Let's see. Daniel M says this bearded iris double IPA. Whoa, a double IPA is making my day great either way. Bring on the mustache guy from 12 as head coach, Uncle Rico, for the win. I know mustache guy from 12. I know him personally, and he's from Montgomery. He's a great guy. Great guy. I don't know how good of a football coach he would be, but he would definitely love Auburn more than any coach that's ever coached at Auburn. Outside of Shug Jordan. Now, Shug Jordan cared about Auburn a lot, to be fair. but not Tubb and not Chiz and not Gustav and certainly not Harsin. I like that play call right there. They're going to – oh, Jarquez, brother. What are you doing, bro? You just can't do that, guys. You just can't do that. You can't do that. Smokey Mirror says, we're talking about Shaker Jack again, excuse me. He sent a DM on Twitter to a Liberty girl that got raped and said she was too ugly to rape. Oh, my God. It was on Twitter, not the bunker, but there is a thread about it on the bunker. Oh, God, please. Guys, not you. I know you guys didn't do it, but we just. As humans, as males, as men, we've got to be better than that. Come on, guys. Jeez. That's just cringy, man. God. Come on, guys. Get our shit together. Come on, man. We got to do better than that. Scotty P94 says mustache guy is solid. He sure is, man. That guy. Ah. 49 minutes to midnight says Jarquez is better than Tank. This might not be the best time to make that argument, although I agree with you. And I think both of them are really good, but I like Jarquez better. But, man, when you fumble like that, jeez, man, you just kill this game. Yeah. Ooh. Almost got that ball out. But almost doesn't count. He had it wobbling a little bit, but he was able to get control of it again. Very opportunistic swipe there from Simp. Now they've got a 1st and goal from the 11. Luke says that's embarrassing for a fan base. I just think that's an embarrassment for a person that made a really poor decision right there. I don't know. First of all, you have to kind of decide if Shaker Jack is if he's a real fan or not. I don't have to make that call as a moderator, but, I don't know. I guess we all have to make that call. Chase McClellan looks like he's hurt a little bit there. So that's the end of the first quarter. There was a time there where Auburn was looking pretty good, and then there's also a time where Auburn's not looking very good. Jarquez's fumble really hurts him. Let me get some of these numbers put back together. Robbie's 4 of 5 for 14. Guys, what's this? 4 or 5 for 14 yards. I mean, jeez. Is there a quarterback in the country that averages fewer yards per reception than him? It's like every catch is 2.5 yards. I don't get it. Robbie running 3 for 49. Tank is at 5 for 23. It's really slowed down, hasn't it? They really haven't used him as a straight up runner since that drive. They had they ran like a little triple option thing there, but he was going to pitch that thing all the time. It was like a designed pitch, I think. Jarquez has 1 carry for 10. Of course, he has an also fumble. I'm going to give him credit for the fumble too. I'm going to put a thumb right there. Thumb. That was a big one. It's a big, nasty fumble. You just can't do that. 3rd down. They're 2 of 3, and Auburn's 0 for 2. All right, there you go. So we are now up to date on our stats. Chaz Music says John Heisman loved Auburn. Hey, man, if you say so, I'll get behind it. That was a few years ago. Let's see. Runner 24 says 80% is elite. 3.5 per reception is historically bad. Adam says Caddy is our man. I would agree with that, yeah. He's definitely Auburn through and through. I would agree with that. Fat Crack says can't run the toss sweep every time, JGT. You got to get them more creative in our run game. Yeah, toss sweep is not where I was aiming. I was more aiming on quarterback attack paradigms. But, yeah, the same thing holds for that. You can't do it all the time. By the way, I do want to give some props. I'm drinking out here out of my Swoogan glass. I have a Commodore glass. These are made capably by Chip down in the greater Mobile area. He makes one of these each week. Mine says Commodore. The other ones say Swoogan. But they look the same. They have our logo on the bottom. I don't know if you guys can see that. We give away one per week during the football season. Last week's winner was Auburn alumni, who had a great call and is a great member of the Auburn sports community and also the Brain Drain community. So Shout out to him for the Swoogan Cup. We have some other Swoogans in the chat today, including number 19. I think Fat Crack's a Swoogan. I mean, we've had a few. We've done this for a couple years now. No, Ebro's in the house. What up, bro? I haven't seen you in a minute. Ebro is he is definitely swag. He is Habatin from the old days. Says Quez still running if he didn't just hand Bama the damn ball. He had gotten through some of that first level traffic and it looked like it was looking good. What's up, Ebro? Glad to have you here, man. RM says it's definitely time to bring out the heavy liquor. Jace McClellan is not happy right now. Oh, he got his foot caught under him. Ouch. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. You know, like the kids, particularly a tailback, just get caught in that mosh, you know?
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Alpha Tiger is a Swoogan in here. That's what Runner 24. Runner 24 is also a Swoogan. Yes. PC Rebel says, I love the NBA Jam running in the background. Yes. That is that's probably my all-time favorite game. Played the shit out of that back in what were we playing that on in the 90s? That might not be you. You might not be old enough to remember, but in the early 90s we were playing that on, I don't know if that was on Genesis or Super Nintendo or whatever. And you also could play that in the arcade as well. We used to actually go to arcades years ago, but yeah, I love that stuff. Love me some Dan Marley when he was with the Suns was my man. And usually on this one right here, wrong hand, Jay. On this one right here, I use the Warriors because you get Chris Mullen and you get Timmy Hardaway Sr., so you get a little bit of that shake and bake, drive to the hole. Then also Mullen is a great three-point shooter. Just saying. Chip says number 25, the Swoogan Glass number 25 is on the block today. Drew says, how do you get on the list for a cup? You just, you excel. You act like a Swoogan. You roll like a Swoogan. You excel. Maybe you make a great call. Maybe you make a bunch of great comments in the thread, or in the chat, I should say. How in the world can I not remember that Runner 24 is a Swoogan? We literally just sent him that one like a week ago. I don't know what's happening. Adam R says at this point, just rehire Harson. It's probably the most cost-effective choice, but yeah, probably not. A-Dub says Super Nintendo, so that's what we were playing. All right, I got you. Now, I remember thinking, I was in college at the time when that Mario came out. That was like the, I guess it was Super Mario 64 or whatever. I thought it was the greatest game that had ever been made. I remember thinking, my God, this is unbelievable. Spent hour after hour after hour playing that game and just got nowhere. Patrick S. says, what's a Swoogan? I think Swoogan, that's a phrase that Alpha Tiger kind of came up with. And I think in the beginning it kind of meant, it had kind of a, like a negative connotation. I think a Swoogan was just someone who was kind of a goober, like a kind of a tryhard. And he would show up in the chat and say, what's up, Swoogans? Kind of like making himself look cooler than everybody else around him. But over time, I think we all just kind of agree that everybody's a Swoogan, really. So it was just kind of like a colloquial term for like homie or dude in the chat or just one of the family, you know. I hope that helps you, Patrick says. And if there's a disagreement on that, we can get that straightened out in the chat. Corey G says, I'll trade the hat for a cup. No, the hat is a one-off. That is a very special piece. I hope it's brought you joy, man. I would have worn that bad boy. Yeah, Shane H says 90-night. He's getting worried about this situation. I actually had a soundbite for that, which I didn't play. Jarquez gets out again, and he's got a first down after a 1st and 15. But that's a first down. Jarquez can help. I'm telling you, if he's not fumbling, he can help. Fat Crack says he is a Swoogan. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I think Spicy P has been in the chat, too. He's definitely a Swoogan. Quan is a Swoogan. Runner 24 says Sega, maybe on that NBA Jam. I think I was Super Nintendoing it back then. PC Rebel says Sega Genesis for sure. I had both, so it could have been either one. Julia says, did the defense already give up? Julia, come on now. Jesus, how does that happen, man? First of all, how does he not intercept that? Oh, because Javarius saved it. That was going to be an interception that hit Ricks right in the number. If JJ doesn't get involved there. Good golly, Miss Molly. Yes, PC Rebel remembers. He says, when they fixed the glitch that let you shoot threes, when did they fix the glitch? Shoot threes from the corner and never miss. It was like Tom Chambers, right? He was the man. Yeah, you could hit those threes. It was too easy. But Mullen is like that too, though. A-Dub said he played with Sean Kemp and Gary Payton on NBA Jam. Is that who they have? I thought it was some other goober. I did like Sean Kemp. Let's see. Runner24 says he's drinking from his Swoogan glass for the first time today. That's what I'm talking about. I know he had just gotten it on Monday, I think. Without going into too much detail, my man Runner is he's a little bit far away from where I'm at, so took a little time to get him there. But he's Gucci now. Look, Owen Pepo's playing. It's just Coy. I was just kidding. Sometimes I get them mixed up, though. There's a lot of time to throw the ball, and they got it to Coy. Hey, man, that's a nice throw right there. Love the Cat says Dreamcast NBA Jams is the GOAT. There was a NBA game that I played on Dreamcast for the longest time. It was not an NBA Jam. This was more of a regular basketball game. But you could play on the playground, and I would go with AI, and I went in hard with him. I loved me some AI now. I was really fired up to wear an AI jersey, and then I didn't. Running24 says around the same time he played a ton of early Madden in the hockey 4-on-4 game. I don't remember that 4-on-4 business. It sounds good. I know that I played a bunch of the NHL 93, which was good, but not quite there. 94 was the game. NHL 94 on the Genesis was an absolute W. We played a lot of that in college. And I still have the game here. Yeah. That's good stuff. Early Madden. Yeah, I was definitely playing early Madden for sure. I'm trying to think when the first Madden would have come out, when it was called John Madden Football, maybe 93, something like that, 92. Daniel P. wants to know, anyone know where I can find some good antifreeze? Oh, boy. It's a strong-ass run right there. Jarquez is playing a game except for the fumble. He's playing a strong-ass game. Adam R. says, I am fourth-generation Barner. Family. I love it. I love the word Barner. I love Barner. Yeah, that's a word that I would use with loving affection. If I called someone a Barner. Julia says, what happened to TJ? TJ got mad that he wasn't starting. He had people in his ear telling him he should be a great football player, and then he just basically lost his mind and acted like a fool, and he won't be back. He's not welcome back. Another really hard run from Jarquez right there. I like this formation. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it before. You got two tight ends in the backfield, and you just kind of run behind those guys. I like it, though. Melee thinks that Swoogan also always sounded like a lush bro connotation. Meaning just kind of like, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Ben jumping in here. I was defending Ben earlier from somebody who was trying to say that he was inauthentic or something like that. I don't know, man. Ben's not. Ben's good people. I feel like he got downhill on that, but he just didn't have any help out there. Oh, Tank Bigsby, he's not taking shit off anybody. There's nobody he's going to take shit off of and not have something to say about it. Really nice play by number 9. I give him credit for that. I don't know, talking junk at him, Jordan Battle. Anyway, Ben was saying, thanks for all you do, JGT. Got to believe if it's not freeze, the search will move to the field. Oh, this will not go past Hugh Freeze. If this job is offered to Freeze, it's over. I would think Charles Kelly would be at the top of the list. Lots of Letterman boosters will be on board with him. First of all, Ben, I'm glad you said that because I know you've kind of been seeing that. That's kind of what you've been seeing from your perch. And I appreciate your knowledge of the situation. You've had some really good stuff throughout this thing, which has been going on for, 5 or 6 weeks now. I just think the Charles Kelly thing, I'm not saying he wouldn't be on the staff, and I'm not saying he's not a good football coach, but the idea of him being a head coach is just insane. I don't see it. Like, that would be the ultimate screw job. I mean, seriously, it would just be the biggest wet fart you've ever seen. 3rd and 7. They're asking Robbie to make a throw that he made. Holy shit!
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
What? That's the best throw he's ever made. What a throw. And a nice catch, too, man. Damn. Little 3x1 concept. Oh, that's a nice little hook on that backside. I love that. That's good. That's a great catch. I've always thought it was borderline unsafe at Alabama because that wall is like so close to the end zone. I bet if it was 1 foot shorter, the SEC would be pissed. There's just not much space. No, Jeremiah's down again. God dang it. Jeremiah's such a great story, man, but he just gets hurt all the time. Hopefully this isn't serious. Looks like they're checking kind of that patella area for him. He plays left guard for Auburn, and he is definitely a finisher. Let's see what happened on the replay. He's just kind of absorbing pressure. Missed his man, actually. Non-contact. Was basically slowing down after chasing his guy. And look at Brandon Council out there. Brandon Council, great teammate. Say what you want about his performance on the field, but the guy's a great teammate. Spicy Pieces, Swiggan checking in. What's up, Beaches? I did shout you out, Spicy P. I know we got one out there to you. It took a while to get one to you because you're not very close by, but we appreciate you, bro. Love having you on the bunker and also on the show as well. Let's see. Quan remembers when Sean Kemp Jr. was signed by Barbie. You know what? I think I remember that. That's kind of in the corners of my head, I guess. RM says Supersonics definitely was the team on NBA Jam. Who they got? Let me go see who they got. Stupid. What is this? Do you see this? They're going Kemp and Kemp. That's why I never play with him. I like Sean Kemp, but you got to have a guard. Why don't they have like Xavier McMillan or something like that? That's not your fault though, RM. That's not what it was for real. That's just on my game. Corey G says NBA Street. He's talking about what I was playing on the Dreamcast with the AI on the courts, man. Absolutely. Shane A jumping in with a super chat again. I'm not going to miss this one, bro. Robbie for Heisman 2023. It was a hell of a throw, though, but yeah. You know, like 1 out of every 15 is really good, but that was a hell of a throw. Cleveland Brown is bummed out about Jeremiah. Yeah, I hope it's not serious. I hope it's not. He's overcome so much, you know. And somebody, was it Adam earlier talking about they got to keep Robbie? Stop, man. You guys are mean. I'm telling you, the White Walkers are coming after y'all. Look, they're going to come after you and get you. I'm pretty fired up about that. Julia says, are you picking our new coach, JT? I wish I was. If I was, I'd be going to Jackson State making an offer today. for Coach Prime, who I trust to get it done, but I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for changing that. I started looking at the Sonics, and I forgot to add on the extra point there, so that's on me. Let's see. Bubblefish says JG is War Eagle okay with Hugh. Is Auburn okay with Hugh sliding in the DMs of a sexual assault survivor? How was assaulted by a player? Who was assaulted by a player? Yeah, probably not. No. And Auburn's kind of got its own Title IX investigation going on right now, which is not really involved with athletics. I think it's like peripherally related to athletics, but not really. So yeah, that kind of adds into it a little bit, but I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you on that, bro. Fresh Boy, what's up, bro? Glad to have you back here. And also, D Lucky says he's Swoogan number 3. God, it's been so long, D Lucky. I forgot. I mean, obviously you're Hall of Famer, and I should have known that you were a Swoogan. I didn't know you were here. We usually catch you late in the games. You're kind of you're a closer. You're a finisher. 2004 featured 3 12-0 teams, including Auburn. Which teams played for the BCS national title? Yeah, I was going to say USC for sure. I didn't know. I forgot about Oklahoma. How about that? Daniel M. says, is Tank done after the season? I got to believe Tank's going to try to go pro, right? He's got to go make some money. I'm a little skeptical about his ability to make money. I just got questions. I mean, not money. I shouldn't say that. To be like a really good NFL back, I just don't know. But we'll just see what happens. He's got the right attitude. And, I mean, it's not like he sucks or anything. He's a really good player. I just wonder if he has the explosiveness that it takes to be great in the NFL. I don't know. We're going to find out. Look, 21-14 for me is a W right now. And Hornacia says he is Swoogan number 17. There it is. Fresh Boy says, what's good, Jay? God, I'll tell you what's not good is Auburn players getting hurt all the time. Jeez Louise, we had Tarek Hall go down. Jeremiah Wright going down. Now you got Mojo down. I mean, sheesh, guys. It's frustrating. LT Gray says, hiring Caddy, just what kind of assistance would he get? No one would see him as a long-term hire and take a chance. You know, I think there's something to that as well. I do. New guess who this is. Tank is a legit junior. Yeah, this year he is. Yeah. And thank you for that super chat earlier, New guess who this. Great name, by the way. Let's see. Julius says no on Tank going pro. Come on now. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I think he would love to have an opportunity to go out and make some money. I mean, I think there's a place for him in the NFL. I do. I mean, he's a very physical runner. I think he's a pretty good blocker. Receiving wise, maybe not quite there, but I don't necessarily know that he's bad at it. They just don't use him that way. Dave B says, JG,
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
Dave loves it. He loves it, and I do too. So I'm glad to have that sound effect to play a lot. You guys are funny. Cassidy P says Jason White looked like a perfect mix of horse and insurance salesman. I don't even know what that means. I don't know. I don't think I know what a horse salesman looks like. I'll just be honest. I kind of grew up in the city. CFB Addict, what's up, man? One of my all-time favorite posters right there. CFB Addict is so underrated. I'll tell you what, he's one of those guys. D Lucky's another one. Anything they post, I'm looking at it. I should have alerts on for CFB Addict. What a stud this guy is. I think this proves Chiswick should have been fired after 5 or 6 games in 2012. All right, so Mojo's kind of wobbling off the field there. We'll just kind of see how this goes. With Derek kind of wobbly too. I mean, it hurts to lose depth more on those edge guys. Yes, Zion got turned around a little bit there. It's all right. It happens sometimes. Let's see. Midro says, JG, we need you one-eyed in the fourth quarter. I don't know, man. My liver is going to get pissed off eventually. I got ripped as hell last night. We were playing some Jenga. We had a very competitive game of like, I guess you call it life-size Jenga or like jumbo Jenga. And we had a bunch of people over last night for our post-Thanksgiving shindig. Well, I say we. We were actually next door. Another lineman down. Jeez Louise, man. I see D. Hall's back out there, though, so that's good. But Marquise Burke's getting hurt. It's not good. We're actually over across the street at Denton's mom and dad's house. So when I say we were over there, I don't know. I think of them as like basically an extension of our family anyway. But yeah, we were throwing down over there playing some life-size Jenga. And I'm telling you, when you got a group going and you're having a good time, for me, you can't do better than that. Let's see, Abby Laker jumping in. What's up, bro? It says tea and crumpets for you, my guy. Abby Laker was trying to champion England's. He was pulling for England, like against the United States, against our United States boys, our lads, in that game the other day. Abby Laker, that was a terrible take, but we still love you, man. You don't have to agree with everything. Julia says you missed my point, Jay. I guess I missed your point. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm kind of like running the show, and except for these idiots, and kind of doing this all by myself. So sometimes I miss things. I don't know. We'd probably get along better if I was just talking to you one-on-one, you know. Corey G, or in a small group setting, we could say that. Corey G says Tank would be good behind Derrick Henry in the Nashville system. That's a great call. Obviously, we agree that Derrick Henry's better, but it's the same kind of dude, you know. He's going to truck you, and if you aren't paying attention, he will embarrass you. Let's see. Fresh Boy makes a great point. He says, I thought Trey Mason would have been good in the NFL. Dude, I completely agree. And honestly, I think he was doing pretty good until he had a little bit of a mental health scare, I guess, and we just didn't really hear much about him after that. I still think Trey Mason is an incredible tailback and a really good guy, too. Like, it was so strange to see how that goes down, but mental health, man, is something that it does not care about it doesn't care who you are. It just kind of gets at you sometimes. Ebro says Tank will be a pro, LOL. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think that's what Julie was trying to say. I don't think she was like, this guy ain't going to be a pro. Whatever. Bull Junk, my man, what's up, man? Was Detlef Schrempf for the Supersonics? No, he may have played for them, but he made his name with the Indiana Pacers. Melee was asking, what's JG drinking tonight? I think this got answered, but just to show you visual proof, I'm drinking this Henry McKenna bottled in bond, which is difficult to find in my state, but very easy to find in Georgia. If you guys are over there, you probably know that. This is a very delicious bourbon. My man J-Dub, and you guys know J-Dub, who's been a guest on the show before. He loves this stuff. Swears by it. All right, 3rd and 2. This would be a nice place for a stop because you could get some good field position if you're able to hold them here. Let's see if they do a quarterback attack here with Bryce Young. They're trying to get that on that inside slant. Oh, they went outside on that one. Unusual to see DJ play it so poorly, but he didn't play that very well. Adam R says, rehire Gus and Harsin for OC, Chizzy for DC. Yo, Malcolm says this is his first stream of the year. I had a feeling we hadn't seen you lately. We sure loved having you in the past, though. I'm glad to have you here now. Let's see. Fresh Boy said something about Trey in here. Yeah, Fresh Boy says Trey Mason was a beast, man. Absolutely. In fact, I think he was the beastest tailback I have covered at Auburn. Now, I don't know. Ronnie was that way, too. Yeah, I'd probably give it to Ronnie just for what he did to that dude at Tennessee. But Trey was the master at and this is a very beastly skill. He would just always add another half yard, maybe yard and a half, because he would dive under blocks and just get a little bit more, you know? And he was just he would play through so much injury. He was such a stud. Such an absolute stud. Drew C says, wait, Daniel, where was that coming from? Daniel's making a reference to a lucky pillow. Who said that? I would love to see that. I don't know how I missed that. I love the idea. 1st and 20. Auburn is just absolutely pulverized at the point of attack right now, and they just can't do that. Derek Hall, get him. I'm sorry, Juicy. This is my third time trying to do this. Do you feel confident in the backup plan for Kiffin with the transfer portal and Cohen's ability to close a big splash higher? The problem is that at this point, man, I just don't think that Auburn's coverage is really freaking good right here. I can't speak to what he's trying to do right now. I know there's some dudes in there in that second tier. Hugh is one of them. And I think if I'm approaching this like Cohen, if I had this job, okay, and I knew that this job is not going past Hugh. Like, I know that if I offer Hugh Freeze the job, he's going to take it. In the situation I'm in right now, I'm not sure I would have decided that Hugh. Nice play right there. I don't think I would have said that Lane was my number one guy, but they did. Whatever. I would take some time to really make sure that I was stoked about Hugh Freeze before I offered him the job. Which is not to say I don't like him. I do. I like him. I think that he makes a lot of sense to Auburn as a candidate because of his politicking ability and because of his success. He's been really good at Liberty. He was really good at Ole Miss. He's a Southern guy. He understands recruiting. He's a closer as a head coach. I mean, if he hadn't gotten in trouble off the field, he would be literally the perfect candidate for Auburn, and he may not even be in Auburn's wheelhouse. We certainly would not be sitting here thinking that Hugh Freeze would take it no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, it would be it'd be a good pull. God. Man, what a missed tackle. Who missed that tackle? I need an answer. Good golly, Miss Molly. That's a bad missed tackle right there. 18. Guys, that's a bad one, man. You've got to make that tackle. You have to make that tackle right there. And he's going to get 15 or 20 more yards out of that. Nehemiah Pritchett. I'm telling you, a 1st and 20. No, it was like 2nd and 19, wasn't it? Canoeman says Ronnie Brown, I was talking earlier about him being a force. Absolutely trucked Jason Allen. Yeah, he literally used him as a doormat for a touchdown at Tennessee. It was embarrassing for him. Jason Allen, as I recall, is from the North Alabama, so that was particularly stinging for him. Yeah, Ronnie was an absolute truck. And Brandon Jacobs was too, for sure. But we didn't get to see him as much as we should have. Bryce Young feels good about it, and I understand why.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, JD just got totally done. He just got caught watching the player and he just wasn't able to make a play on the ball. Midro says, "Are you sure we haven't offered Gundy? They have crapped the bed the last half of the year." That's kind of been the staple for coaches that Auburn's been chasing, right? Not Salty reminds us that Rudy Johnson was in beast mode. Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. The 2000 season, a young man from Ettrick, Virginia, Rudy Rude Dog Johnson. Yes, he was a bad man. That run that he made against Wyoming is I'm not sure I've seen anything like it. Well, the Michael Dyer run against Oregon where he rolled over that dude and kept going and really set up affirmed the national championship. That's probably the greatest single run I've seen because of how significant the actual result of the run was. But I thought that Rudy's run against Wyoming, is the most memorable single run I've ever seen. And that goes for Go Crazy Cadillac. I mean, literally, Rudy was carrying, 4 dudes? Just like toting them down the field. I mean, like literally just carrying them. Like, got a dude on his left leg, got a dude on his right leg, got a dude on his hip, got a dude on his back. And he's just like, keep on going. Let's see, Travis J says, JD Rim Better be good over the offseason. The new coach should cut that bum. Man, I thought he's been playing pretty good. He didn't play that well at all. He didn't play that play at all. But he's been pretty good. He's played a bunch these last couple weeks, and he's been pretty good. I realize that playing against Western Kentucky is a little different, but. And when you show up in Tuscaloosa, man, I'm telling you, it's a whole. You're fighting against these fans too, man. Like, it's just an intimidating environment. Not because it's louder than other places, like, because I don't really buy into that, but it's just like you're coming into a place where you know these guys have played for a bunch of natties and they've got Nick Saban on the sideline. I think it's tough. God, A.E. Robinson says, worst defense I've ever seen. Dude, we've seen some bad defenses now. London, I don't know if you're still in the chat, bro, but Woodhead, you know he is fired up about TCU, dude. They're going to get in the fucking playoff, aren't they? And he's going to talk so much junk. My man Matt London, who was texting earlier, he's an OU fan. He went to OU, he's an OU graduate. And my friend Will, who's also one of my homies there, both OU graduates. And Woodhead went to TCU. We were kind of like, what? And they were shitty at the time, but they're really good now. Really good now. Hornatius jumps in, says, how do we have 3 people within 3 feet of that TD? Yeah, it was bad, dude. Good return from Jarquez. And also a good tackle from Reichard. Give him credit, man. Good play. Let's see. Goose Flat says, JGT, out of all the running backs you've covered at Auburn, who has been the best? In my opinion, it's Cadillac, Rudy, Ronnie Brown, Kenny Irons, Dyer, Mason, Tate, Carry On. So of those guys, I mean, Cadillac to me is number 1. Probably Mason is number 2 for me. I happen to love Kenny Irons. Kenny Irons can play for me any day of the week. I liked Ronnie, but I thought he was a little one-dimensional. That's just my opinion. Rudy to me was kind of like, I liked him, but he's just too small for me. Dyer is kind of a shithead, Ben Tate, loved his attitude. I wish that he had not gotten hurt in the NFL because I honestly felt like his skills were going to translate well to the NFL, and he got a good start. But so for me, I'd say Cadillac, Mason, Kenny Irons would be top 3 for me. Carry On doesn't do much for me. He gets hurt. He gets hurt too much. And if I can't rely on somebody, I don't like it. Quan reminds us of Kenny Irons' run against LSU. That is a great run. Kenny Irons is an absolute stud, and he gets overlooked so much. Came in as a transfer from South Carolina, sat out a year back in those days. You had to do that. Waited his turn, finally got his turn. I thought he was a really, really good player for them. Super strong and fairly quick, too. Really good player. Tate's got some room there. I did not make the most of that gap, but it's all right. Chaz Music reminding us about the Wyoming call. I think that was Mike Tirico that made that call. He's like, Rudy Johnson, Rudy Johnson, Rudy Johnson. 4.5 minutes to midnight says, glad we didn't distract these guys with a new coach. Might have gotten ugly. Let's see. Patrick S. says Rudy had to be the strongest back we've ever had except for maybe Bo. I still think Ronnie was stronger. I mean, honestly. And I'm not a big Ronnie Brown fan, but I just didn't love him as a player. He was good, though. But he was very strong. And Carnell was not strong, but Carnell was like a pug where, like, I'm an owner of pugs. They think they're Dobermans, even though they're not. And Carnell was kind of like that, too, as a tailback. He just never backed down from any challenge. And I think that's part of why he didn't last as long in the NFL, because he just didn't know how to back down, right? And it's hard for me to say, you tore your patellar tendon because you were, it's just, you're getting into too far into the weeds there. But I remember having a conversation with Joe Cribbs back during Carnell's heyday, and he was just like, that dude needs to just get out of bounds more. And I was like, yeah, I think you're right. And Joe Cribbs would certainly know. He was a great tailback in his own right. Great for Auburn. Great for the Buffalo Bills, too. And a good dude on top of all that. Knuman wants to get rid of Adam Rosenbaum, so let's just go ahead and get rid of him. I don't really know what he's doing, but I'm going to go ahead and ban him if I see him again, okay? There's Matt, my man Matt Lennon. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not trying to give Oklahoma hell. I mean, you know, Oklahoma's bad enough, but I mean, sheesh, TCU's been really, really good, huh? Blount County Bigfoot Research Association, or organization. Why did I say association? Listening from Blount County while I work. Enjoy you always. I've been up there before. Get that ball shed. Attaboy. At least you got a good cover on that. My daughter played up there somewhere in Blount County. We had a good game up there. Beat him really bad. Fat Crack jumping in again. What's up, bro? This is JDT. Kenny was my favorite. Remember when he called 200 before the LSU game? Stud. That's back in the days when we used to get to talk to kids. Yeah, a lot. Kenny and his brother David Irons Jr. Just great guys, man. I miss Kenny Irons so much. He was just truly a joy to cover. He understood our job. He was in a good mood all the time. Like, he had interesting things to say. Like, oh, man. I miss Kenny Irons. Great player. And if you guys remember, he wore some weird number when he started back. Did you see that? Guys, hold on. Let me get Knuman in here for like his 5th super chat tonight. Can we please get rid of the troll Adam Rosenbaum? If I see him again, he's gone. That's my promise to you, okay? If I see him again, he's gone. I mean, that's the end of the story. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Stephen P. stops by and says, "What time is it, yo?" What a roller coaster of a season, he says, but at least it feels like there's a chance for... Oh, God, I almost got that. Chance for optimism and excitement moving forward. You think it's definitely freeze this point? No, I don't, actually. I don't. Thank you and your team for all of your hard work. It's definitely appreciated and enjoyed. Stephen P., guys, I don't know. What do you say about this guy? I mean, it hasn't already been said. What an absolute stud. And he's nowhere near, he is an Auburn guy, obviously an Auburn enthusiast, but he's nowhere near us, and he still just takes the time, you know what I mean? He's on the bunker, but he doesn't post hardly at all, if he posts ever. Just likes reading, man. He just likes being part of the family, likes finding out what's going on with the team. Unbelievable. We also, right around that same time, we had a big one coming through from Alan C., who I know well. I don't want to give too much away about Alan C., but he is in I better not say too much. But anyway, Alan C., what's up, bro? Me and Alan go back and forth on texts all the time. He's a big Urban Meyer fan, and I'm not, so that's kind of where it's at. But I appreciate you, brother, and I also appreciate you helping me with that. Well, I don't want to out you. You've been very good for the site, and I appreciate you for a long, long time. So thank you. I feel like I got to sit here and leave Stephen P. and Alan up for a while. Stephen P., this guy, unbelievable, man. Man. That's unbelievable. You guys are just so incredibly generous. And it ain't about, I mean, it's just, he just comes in and does that, you know? That fullback again. Oh, please let it be against Alabama. Some of these throws are just too easy, you guys. Jeez. Thank you, Stephen P. I appreciate you so much. Also, Alan, too. Love this guy. I know him in real life. And he's a stud for sure. I don't really get the Urban Meyer thing, but, you know, we can all like different things. All right, so that pass is coming back, which is good. Alan C says, "Love you, buddy." Man, I love you too, man. I appreciate you, man. You've been really, really good for the site for a long, long time. Kind of a weird poster, but I love you, man. Midro says Stephen P. is in charge of NIL and illegal contributions in Crystal's bags. I don't think he does that, man. He's too busy doing his job, man, to be worrying about that. But he does love him some Auburn Tigers. That's for damn sure. I don't think we can argue that. CDF is getting frustrated on this 29 tip. Talking about Derek Hall a little bit. He's talking about the holds on Derek. It seems like every rush is like I'm not saying every one is a hold. I'm just saying you're in that gray area, and you would expect to see some of those get called. Julia says, "Do you think he meant to hit 499?" I do not. Stephen P. is he's not a newcomer to this, and when he shows up, he goes big. Yeah, so no. Fresh Boy says, "Man, they're not getting any pressure with 4. You got to send 5." Yeah, I tend to think that. Auburn was getting a little more blitzy in the last couple games. Oh, guys, you just cannot do that. You just cannot do that. You cannot do that. Oh, my God. I couldn't be a coach. I just couldn't be a coach, man. I couldn't be a coach. I can't survive stuff like this. I just couldn't survive it. I could not survive something like that. I would just lose my mind. I'd blow an aorta over that. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your arms out so far? Just let it go, man. Catch the ball. He may not have touched it though, but I bet they're not going to give him credit for that. Look at his back judge. He's like, bro, I got to talk to you. I got to talk to you first. This reminds me, I don't know if you guys have ever, I can't tell if he touched it or not. They're gonna say that Alabama gets that ball, I promise you. But if you guys remember my favorite all-time Muschamp rant when he did the throw the effing flag, be a effing man or whatever, that was from the exact same play, except it went against Florida in that one. So this was the game at Alabama. The game at Auburn in 2009, I think it was, when Chris Rainey was going for a punt. He was trying to field a punt. Similar situation happened. Darren Bates recovered it. Muschamp went insane. What is this, man? Oh, my gosh. Look at this. Alan C. jumps in again and says, much love, get some whiskey, homie. I've got some, man. But thank you again. Unbelievable night, man. Right here. I'm drinking this old McKenna, or McKenna Bottle and Bond, I should say. This one right here is for Alan C. and Stephen P. Unbelievable, guys. Thank you guys so much. 2 guys who have been so supportive of the site for years. And, guys, actually, Alan C., he posts on the book or some. Yeah, I knew this play was going to stand. Hornatius, I knew that you said it, you called it, you were right. I knew that play was going to stand too. And I don't think he touched it, if you want to know the honest truth, but it's just kind of the way it looks, you know? It might have touched his finger. I mean, who knows, man? But you got to step up and catch the fucking ball, right? You have to catch that. Step up and catch it. And if you step up and he runs into you, then it's a penalty and you get 15 more yards. That is an absolute killer, man. For Keontae, who's been good for Auburn this year. He's been good. Not necessarily as a returner, but more as a nickel back. But and that's 2, man. You got the Jarquez fumble and you got that screw up. And it's just like you can't overcome that, man. You cannot overcome that on the road at Alabama. You just can't do it. I'm not sure you'd overcome that at Auburn against Alabama, but with Bryce Young playing quarterback. God, it pisses me off. Alan C. says, much love again. We appreciate you, bro. What a stud. What an absolute stud. I know he's been thinking about my mom, too. I know that because he told me that. Man, it's crazy. Thank you guys so much for your support. Alan C. and Stephen P. Denton's mom texts in to say she doesn't think he touched it, but I don't think he did either. But I don't say you overturn that based on. Oh, we got a hold coming in here though. I don't say you overturn that. And again, to be fair, they were consistent in that game I was telling you about. Auburn playing host to Florida in 2009. The exact same thing happened, and the exact same ruling occurred, and that's why Muschamp went so crazy. He said, "Come after." No, he didn't say, "Come after me." That would be Mike Gundy. He said, "Absolute bullshit." He said, "You guys ain't got no guts, man. Now throw the flag. Be an effing man," is what he said. Such an incredible rant. Chris M says Rec remains unbeaten. Reference to the Red Elephant Club. AU Taxman says, this is the correct take, by the way. He says it's not rigged. It's just a terrible play by Auburn. Hornatius says, give Denton's mom's give Denton's mom my digits. He's just being playful. He's just being playful, nothing more. He's happily married and has been for a long time. Hornatius is a guy who likes to have fun. Just teasing. Although Denton's mom is a cool chick. Very, very cool chick. I've known her a long time. She's very awesome. Very cool chick. Also, Denton's dad is a cool guy, too. He's a big bourbon fan. Loves the brown water, which is an automatic W for me. I need to get up with Hunter and make sure he's good to talk here. And make sure, let's see. Ooh, I got a text from D Lucky, too. Hey, hold on, D Lucky. If I see that guy again, he's gone. For reals. Has he been posting again? Hey, you guys keep an eye out for Adam, man. If he posts again, man, let me handle this. Just y'all tell me, all right? Because sometimes I'm kind of watching some different stuff, and I miss it. There goes Bryce Young, guys, again. 2nd and 20. 2nd and 20. Can't get it done. Unbelievable. Hornatius says, tell Denton's dad we can drink together. He's at the game. He's at the game. He's at the game with JBDC Elite and a couple of JBDC Elite's sons. And they're fired up to be there. Looks like the weather's held out a little bit. I thought it was going to rain, but it hasn't yet. Fresh Boy says, SMH, bring back Trooper Taylor. We love Trooper, man. Trooper's great. Shane H says, definitely not rigged. Should have stepped up and fielded the punt. Talk about Keontae. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that 100%. You can't leave a call like that in the hands of a replay official. Come on, man. Like, that's going to be impossible to determine. And I completely agree with the call. He may not have touched that, but there's no way out. Oh, shit, guys.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
I got another soundbite we got to play here, guys, because Auburn is getting in the danger zone.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Yeah, Auburn's in the danger zone here, guys. This is about to be 35-14, and, I mean, geez Louise. I just don't know, man. I don't think this offense has what it takes to come back from this. And even beyond that, like, I just don't think the defense is getting it done. I mean, if you say, okay, well, if you get 35, you're back in the game, but that's not what's going to happen, right? I mean, you're going to need more than 35. And that's just too much to ask for this Auburn offense. I mean, if you're talking realistically, I'm pretty fired up. They scored 14. All right, checking in with Coach Hunter. Let's see if we can get him. Darkside spells Tiffany correctly. Really anything. Wait. Hornatius. He said, my wife is Tiffany, you assholes. Hey, I will give Tiffany, your wife Tiffany, credit. Her name is spelled correctly instead of having an I on the end. That is not my opinion of what makes a danger zone chick, but that is somebody else's opinion. Obviously, she's been great for you, and she seems like a nice girl. Julia says too many stupid mistakes. Yes, on defense in particular. 35 points, guys. I don't feel like they've done a lot of crazy, really good stuff. I mean, Bryce Young's a really good quarterback. I'm not arguing that. And Jahmyr Gibbs has been really good tonight. The blocking's been good. They've done some good stuff, but they haven't done 35 points worth. They're in this position because Auburn muffed a punt, and Jarquez did another, yard sale. It's a fucking yard sale. He did it last game, too. Remember that? He was kind of, going over, and he lost the ball, and it went fucking 10 feet in the air, and it did it again tonight. CFB Addicts says turnovers and penalties. Yeah. It's frustrating, man. I mean, we all come into this game thinking the same way, right? It's going to take a Herculean effort to beat Alabama, just because you're playing in Tuscaloosa. They're a better team than Auburn. And honestly, in the Iron Bowl, the better team usually wins the game. I mean, I shouldn't say usually. The better team almost always wins the game. I mean, damn near every time. I mean, Auburn's won some games in this. I've seen Auburn win some great games in this series. And I felt like in 2010, Auburn was the better team. And everybody say, oh, they had a great comeback win. Yeah, because they had Cam Newton, who's an absolute stud. And he was surrounded by some really good pieces, I mean, you're talking about Lutzenkirchen. You're talking about the wide receiver from Wadley. Made some plays in that game. Hot boy, Antoine Carter, making some big... He's offside. 86 is lined up offside. God bless, man. I'm going to get so mad here. I don't know. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get mad, but it's just like... God. I'm like Coach G from Auburn that does those TikTok videos. Guys, why do we only have 10? Where's our personal protector? He had work on Thursday. God almighty. Johnny, let's go, son. God. I'm going to go on mute for a second. All right, guys, I'm good. I'm fine. Just see you in a minute. It's all good. Stu Pep said 2010 had Cam, Nick Fairley, and 27 seniors. No, I wasn't trying to say, I wasn't trying to equate this team to that team. I was not. I was just saying. He literally jumps. Gosh, he literally jumps in the air. Kool-Aid, there he is. The man from Pinson, Alabama. He's playing great. Playing great for Alabama. I was skeptical. I didn't think he was that good. And so he proved me wrong. He's been terrific for them. Good God almighty. He jumped in the air to throw the ball. What? I don't understand. I don't understand. Oscar Chapman. That guy's been really, really good this year. Crockett Boo says, you okay, Jay? Oh, Adam's back in. Not salty. Thank you. I'm looking. Mike Coxlong. Great name, man. I trust I'm pronouncing that correctly. Jay, you might want to transition to other topics. This one finna get as ugly as your hairstyle. That's good, man. I like that. Good job, man. Yeah, you're right. Oh, there he is. Adam R. Everybody wave goodbye to Adam R. He's had a good run. Adam, we have not enjoyed you, and I hope that you go back to wherever you're supposed to go and hang out with your folks and do whatever you do. I don't know. But that's a wrap. Chris M says, Bant. He knew it was coming. Adam is he's gone. So that's a wrap. Mr. Matzer says we have no other options at quarterback. Sanford is the only option since he is mobile. Sanford? Ooh, that's a nice play right there. Marcus Harris, a young man from Montgomery, Alabama, making the most of his athletic potential. It's a great play. Doesn't really matter, but it was a great play. Let's see. Hunter is definitely good to go. Now Big Rib says, free my man Adam. I appreciate you guys. I do. I enjoy it. He was just he was going a little too far. I don't mind you guys taking some shots at me or whatever over this Lane Kiffin deal, but Big Reb, for real, dude. Like, if you're a Rebel Grove person, you know I love you guys. You know that. I've always said that. I've maintained that the whole way through. I never said anything bad about Ole Miss. I never said anything bad about y'all. I love y'all. I've been good. I've been cool. I mean, come on now. Canoeman. I don't even know if that's true, so I'm just going to let that one go. Yeah. Crocky Poo jumps in with a super chat. Look at this guy. What an absolute stud this guy is. Messed that up. He's a basketball guy kind of first and foremost. Well, let me put it this way. He's an Auburn guy first and foremost. I think athletically he's more of a basketball guy, but he loves the football team too. He'd love to see them kick Alabama's ass, which ain't going to happen tonight, and that's going to be the end of the half right there. He says, bring on the post game. He's already done. Bring on, some people call me Maurice. Woo, woo. That's Hornatius, by the way. There he is. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alan C. just texted me. He's messing with me again. Fat Crack says, is Coach Hunter joining? He is. I just got a text back from him, and he is good to go. I just need like a minute here. Julius says Fresh Boy needs to go next. What's wrong with Fresh Boy? He's good. Come on now. I like him. Man, Caddy wants to grab somebody right now. LOL. What? I mean, Caddy's fired up. It's what he's always looking for. He loves that. Yeah, this looks bad. I mean, 35-14, you guys. Jeez. It's going to be tough, man. Because this offense just doesn't, it's not a quick strike offense. I think it's fair to say, right? Cassidy Pieces, WTF, happened to save, and that is pretty bad, right? He's got like a bruise and also a cut. I wonder if he got hit in practice, you know? Like a player went out of bounds and hit him or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure we'll get some answers on that. Jonathan T says he got cut by a shoulder pad. That looks right to me. Phil Petway says, y'all consider the game on Monday? Wait, Phil, come on, bro. You're good people. Don't be doing that. Don't be a Hunter B says you guys should probably hire Jeff Levy. Oh, he's gone. I can't believe we got all these like fake ass Ole Miss people. The real people would never act like that. AUBKV, I love the comeback. I'm not going to say it here, but it was good. It was good. Oh, yeah, so let's see. Leif B says game is on mute, but pretty sure Saban called out Cadillac for making him bleed his own blood. My man, Leif B. He's one of our favorite Ole Miss fans. He's not one of those guys that gets weird. He's just cool. I like him. Phil Peace is not trolling. I just didn't. Your comment didn't make sense to me, but whatever. It's all good. All right, let's go ahead and see what's going on with Coach Hunter. And I love taking notes. I feel like we all get better. We all get smarter when we have him on the show. So I'm going to take notes. Got my own little notepad here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. We got a super chat coming in from Ben, who's awesome, by the way. Guys, look at Twitter replay. Ref sucks. JGT is obvious. Is this about the punt? Hey, man, I'm not going to argue that. Like, he's got to catch the ball, dude. I mean, he can catch that. Like, just get up forward and catch it. Fresh boy, I got your back, bro. I know who you are. You've been with us a bunch this year. I appreciate your takes on this, man. We got to get more talent on both sides of the ball, SMH. What's wrong? What's wrong with that take? Is he wrong, guys? Is he wrong? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Sometimes, it hurts to hear the truth, but he's speaking it right now. Sorry. Tumor's Corner, my man, who's the parlay guy. I love him. He says, I'm starting to drink. Boy, this late? This late? Dean Atlanta says Saban got cut by a belt buckle or a jockstrap. That's pretty funny. Come on, man. Chris M says if you're starting to drink now, you're behind. Get on it. Okay, let's get Hunter on here for real. I always learn a lot from Hunter. He's, by the way, before we get going, for those of you, we have a lot of people on tonight. So Hunter is a Auburn fan. He is a member of our site. He writes our scouting reports that we run on Friday mornings called Know Your Enemy. He did the one this week as well. And he is a...
I have a visitor.
Who?
2 visitors.
What up, young lady?
Hi.
Are they going to, sit in here, or what are we doing here?
Yeah. Go watch
Okay.
the show. Come on. You're good.
You're off the camera, Sophia.
Cool. You good too. Come on.
What's up, Stewie Stew? Hold on, I got thrown off here. What's up, y'all? I have some visitors in here. I got Sophia, who is a JBDC Elite's daughter, and also my cousin, Stu Fart. Are you cousin or are you a nephew? Nephew, yeah. Well, hold on. Dylan is a cousin, right?
Yeah, he's my cousin.
Is he my cousin?
He's your nephew.
You both are nephews?
Yes.
I can't play favorites, though, right?
I mean, that's up to you.
I like you a lot. You're a good guy. I like playing
That's what we were hoping for.
Guitar Hero with you. Cassidy P says, well, hello, administrative assistant. Yes, we do have some folks here with us. I feel like I've fallen behind a little bit in the chat here. Tyler N says, cheers, Jay. Cheers to you, my man. Got an Elijah Craig Old Fashioned mixed up. That's a wonderful choice. What about that, bro? I've been drinking this. I've been sucking on this bad boy since we started, bro. I need a pill to kind of take off some of the buzz I'm feeling right now. I'll tell you that. Of course, 35-14. I probably need as much buzz as possible. CFB Addict says JGT should sell seats in the Drain studio. We could probably do that. All right, anyway, Hunter. So he writes the pieces for us, the scouting pieces. Also a great bunk. His dad's a Hall of Fame coach. He is a former linebacker at Troy State, now Troy. And he would kick your ass 100%. I don't care who you are. He would definitely kick your ass. And he loves football, and he is a defensive guy. So we're going to get Hunter on the horn now. Of course, you guys who have been on the show a bunch know how much of a stud this guy is. But for those of you who might not know him, I'm just kind of setting the tone for that one.
What's up, JG?
What up, Coach Hunter?
Oh, man.
Hey, I want you to know that I've already said that you could kick everybody's ass who's watching this show. I don't know if I'm speaking too much, though.
Man, those days are behind me. I'm a peaceful dude, you know.
Yeah. You might be peaceful, but you're certainly capable. 35-14, this sucks, man. Your thoughts?
Man, it does, and it sucks because it's self-inflicted. You know, you look at Jarquez's fumble on the load option play, which was a tremendous play call. He might go all the way, but he's going for at least 20 if he doesn't cough that ball up. That's a score you can take off the board. Scott's got to step his ass up and field that punt. I don't care if he touched it or not. You got to come down with that. You know, that's on him, regardless of the replay call. And that's 14-point swing right there with those two plays. Auburn's inability to get stops on 3rd and long would have given them a chance to kill 2 more drives. You know, so they really can't get out of their own way in the first half. I feel like the offensive play calling has been tremendous. Like, they are maximizing what they have, but you can't do it from behind the sticks. Those false starts on 1st down to start every drive are damn killers.
I know, and I feel like they're leaning on Robbie too much as a passer again. I mean, not crazy like they were at the end of Keesaw's era, but I think they got to use him as a runner more. Do you think the same thing?
They've got to. 100% agree. I think he needs to have equal number of design runs as he does pass attempts. for this offense to be effective.
And you said Brian Branch is a hell of a tackler, and guess what? He's been a hell of a tackler. You said that.
Yeah, he can do. He cuts people down in open field tremendously well. He makes it really, really hard for teams to get the edge. Auburn's doing a good job, again, motion into formation and boundary, like overloading numbers of guys to the boundary that have been able to get Tank and Hunter both some yards on the perimeter to the short side of the field. That, again, well-designed stuff. You can't keep starting off in 1st and 15 and 1st and 20.
No.
You damn sure can't get in 3rd and 7+ because there's nobody. Auburn doesn't have 3 offensive linemen put together that will block Will Anderson.
Yeah, he's a bad man. I hope he plays for my team someday. The Raiders.
Yeah, he's going to make a lot of money for a long time. The biggest thing, Schmedding tried to dial up some blitzes, and he's bringing some safeties at times. He's bringing some linebackers at times. They're not getting home. They're whiffing or stopping before they make contact. It's almost like they hadn't run these I don't know if they haven't run them live enough at practice to where they can finish it. But you've got to get home right there. Otherwise, you're leaving those guys in man coverage too long. And, man, they have found number 10, and they are exploiting his inability to play football in space.
Damn. What do you mean, man?
Offensive formations and route combinations dictate coverage rules, and a good offensive coordinator knows how to manipulate his sets and run his routes to where you get in-breaking routes matched up against who you want. And O'Brien has found out how to get the in-breaking routes on Puckett. And if you watch the last 3 drives, man, he's 3 steps slower than everybody else.
Yeah, it seems that way. It sure seems that way.
And that's going to continue to be a problem. I don't know what they look like depth-wise with Kaufman being out, but I think you have to make a change right there, especially in long yardage situations.
I don't even know who they go to. I mean, I don't know who the next safety up would be in that situation. He sure did get beat bad on that 52-yard bomb early in the game, right?
Yes, and then the last touchdown. Like the last touchdown, I mean, the guy crossed his face in the open field, and it's like his feet or looks like he's heels first in the grass.
Well, is he is he doing the same thing where he's kind of – do you feel like he's got his eyes in the backfield, he's not paying attention to the routes?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he's playing hurt, if he's playing heavy. He does not move well laterally right now.
Damn.
And so when things break in front of him or ball carriers make a lateral move in front of him, he's unable to keep up. And that's gonna be problematic. They got to find ways to get pressure, man. They're not able to do it with 4. Hall's the only guy you got that's rushing the passer. Wooten's kind of been non-existent today after he was a monster in the Iron Bowl last year. I don't know if you get creative and bring some pressure off the edge. I think Papo's not giving you anything as a stand-up guy right now. I'd dial him up a little bit, try to generate some stuff, because without some turnovers and some freaky things happening, you're not getting back in this one.
Well, and Jarquez had another weird, I call it a yard sale turnover where the fucking ball just goes 15 yards up in the air. I don't know what's going on with that. And then Keontae Scott, that's a cardinal sin right there, to not catch a fair caught punt.
Once that hand goes up, you've got to come down with it, period. If you get hit, but you come down with the ball.
You got to.
Or you make them hit you and draw the foul.
Those little turnover plays, man, they're killers, man.
That's it, man. Those 2 plays and inability to get off the field in 3rd and long, that's the difference right now.
Yeah.
That is the difference. Auburn let them convert a 3rd and 17 and a 3rd and 19. Both of those, you've got to get off the field in both those downs.
I don't know what to say, Hunter. It's frustrating.
You can't be tremendously surprised at what the score is right now, just in terms of what each team has on the field. It is disappointing, though, because, like I said, man, I think the play calling's been there offensively for the most part. The first couple drives were very, very well thought out. There have been some tremendous conflict plays that they've created. The double wing underneath reverse was beautiful, where they brought Hunter from the wing spot back underneath. They've done some really good stuff with the motions. They're not built to play from behind. They cannot. They've got to stay even, and once those turnovers put you behind, you're in trouble with this offense.
Hunter, we love you, bro. You've been with us all season long, and I don't know if I'm going to end up talking to you after this game because it might get ugly, but if it's close, I'd love to talk to you again. But
Yeah, just shoot me a text late in the game, man.
Word. Hey, man, I appreciate – dude, the know the enemy stuff is absolutely must-see reading, and then you calling in. I appreciate everything you do, man.
Hey, appreciate you, Jay. Enjoyed it, man. Stay on the rails, baby.
All right, bro. See you, man.
See ya.
Bye. They told me to stay on the rails. That's probably the best advice I've gotten all day. Listen, we got some super chats that came in during that call or right before that call. Shane H. jumps in and says, Saban obviously got knocked around in one of those BDSM bars in Birmingham. What? They have those? I don't know anything about that. And also, hold on now, Ravine, you guys know who Ravine is. Ravine is absolute royalty around here. The guy has been an absolute stud from the very beginning. He was supportive of us when we were nobodies in 2018. We had like 5 people watching, and now we got 5,000 people watching. I know it shows 310, but whatever. Ravine says, what is there to even say? Can't seem to get out of our own way. Hope the next coach is ready to build with what we've got. I'm in low service area. We'll catch the replay. Have a great show, JG. War damn Eagle. Do we not love Ravine, guys? Everybody loves Ravine, of course. Called in once to the show. Only as he had a proxy, though. That was the thing. He's kind of hiding his identity, but we love Ravine anyway. And the guy's an absolute stud. While we were finishing up with Hunter, Patrick D, a.k.a. Why Not AU, I mentioned him early in the show. He's I don't want to say where he's at, but he's somewhere probably off the United States soil, hanging out with You Got Gust, who's the ultimate bunk, if Patrick D is not. And he says, You Got Gust and I still in for Caddy and the Tigers for a win. He still says he thinks Auburn can win this game. Down 3 touchdowns. That's the kind of faith he shows in the Auburn Tigers. Patrick D, of course, loves the Auburn Tigers. And unlike some other people who say they are true Auburn people, Patrick D comes to Auburn in his off time and helps students at Auburn get placed into better jobs and explains to them he's kind of like a mentor for people at Auburn, for engineering students at Auburn. I don't think I'm telling too much about Patrick D on that one. But the guy, he doesn't just say he's an Auburn guy. He lives it, man. He spends his time and effort on the Auburn people. And these are kids that will never be able to help him, but he goes out there and he helps them because people helped him when he was at Auburn. Is that guy a legend or what, Stuart?
Absolutely.
Absolute legend. I'm glad that you recognize that. Anyway, Patrick D, unbelievable. Also, Alan C. as well. He had 2 huge super chats earlier and also texted me. Still a big Urban guy. There's no doubt about it. Ooh. That's an interesting text right there. I can't say what that text told me. It was off the record, guys. Here's what we're going to do on the text I just got. Okay? 45 minutes from now, mark it down. Somebody tell Kanuman, if you're still here, bro, I'm gonna rely on you. 45 minutes from now. No, make it an hour. Make it an hour. Look at this guy. I want you to see this, Sophia. This guy says, y'all's boy JG Taint toted that Auburn water during this coaching search. Brandon B says that. That's not very nice. He's not going to come back. We can't go personal like that. But these Ole Miss fans are upset. I don't know what the deal is. I really like Ole Miss. I said everything nice. I try to be there, man. I try to support you guys through thick and thin, and this is what I get, yo. Patrick D says, Caddy is our guy. Carnell, I like calling him Carnell myself. Yeah, he's doing great work. There's no doubt about it. Giral says 1 hour is going to be 5:40 Central Standard Time. Kanuman is also on that. He says he's got it marked down. Okay, very good. 1 hour from now. Patrick D says Hugh Freeze is pathetic. I've got some good news, though, on that situation with Hugh Freeze. I mean, he may end up being the guy, but he ain't the guy right this minute. I promise you that. Let's see. Cole says, hey, Jay, we offered more money to Kiffin, and he still didn't come. Are we a lower program than them? I kind of feel like you might be an Ole Miss plant. Just throwing that out there. But I don't really, I don't spend a lot of time thinking it like that. Like, okay, well, Kiffin turned down Auburn, so therefore he thinks Ole Miss is a better program than Auburn. I don't think that he sits around thinking like that. You know what he's thinking about? I've got my goals, okay, what I want to accomplish with my career and my life, and Auburn is either a step forward or it's not, based on what's going on right now. Ole Miss has been really good to him. Ole Miss has paid him very, very well, and they will continue to pay him well because they can. They've stepped it up, obviously, with their NIL program. They've done some great work there. He feels like he can hang there and do what he's got to do, that he can be the guy he wants to be and stay at Ole Miss and do that. What's wrong with that? I don't got any problem with that. I don't care about that. I don't know. I don't look at it that way. Corey G he's got the receipts. He wants to know 1 hour. Let's see. Smokey Mirror says, Jay, I really, 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 really want to believe you on Freeze, but Jabba is just Auburn being Auburn, by the way. They kind of expect Auburn to kind of screw things up. That's kind of what happens. Chip says, breaking news. Hugh Freeze and Auburn in talks to be the next head coach if 5 other candidates fall through. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Lockdown says he's setting an alarm for 5:40. My man's got the receipts. Fat Crack jumps in with another super chat as well. Says JGT, will we like the said name that is in front of Kiffin? I don't know the exact name, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of sitting here on the show, and my phone has been hitting a bunch, but I haven't gotten that name yet. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't say it on the air, just because it would not make sense for me. Let's see. Patrick P says, Kiffin turning down potentially $10 million a year is a blessing in disguise for Auburn. That would end up being another Jimbo situation. That could be true. We'll keep an eye out on. We'll see what Lane does at Ole Miss. We're about to kick off the second half again. Of course, Auburn down only 3 touchdowns. And we'll kind of figure that out. Joseph says, hey, Jay, big fan here. Don't know how to donate, or I would. I really hope, but don't know if Jeff Lebby will take the job, my man. We're not a good program anymore, and it breaks my heart. Joseph's one of our friends from the Ole Miss side who's taking a shot about Jeff Lebby. It's pretty funny. I like it, man. It's funny. I like it when you do stuff like that and you don't make it personal. I think it's funny. Tyler F., who's been with us a long time, kind of on and off, and we love him. He says, he enjoy Hugh, fellas. Turns out Auburn isn't the beacon of college football you guys thought, huh? Tyler! I was counting on you to be cool, man, and you weren't. That wasn't very nice. Thank you for the super chat, though. Scotty P94 says, slow down and hydrate, Commodore. We need you on your game to discuss the coaching search, LOL. Okay, I'll drink some water. Well, hold on. Let me finish this BioLite. BioLite, of course, is a great opportunity. It's the IV in a bottle. It's good for dehydration, also for upset stomach, cramps, fatigue, and what's most important to me, overindulgence. Sometimes if you drink too much, young lady, you get a little wobbly. You don't know that. You're too young for that, but Stuart knows.
Been there.
Yeah, we were there last night, weren't we?
Especially with the Jenga.
I mentioned that on the show earlier. We were playing some life-size Jenga last night, and Sophia's got this thing where she just walks up and knows exactly what she's going to pull, and that was a weird play right there. Derek Hall is all over that. Boom! What do we want?
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That's what I'm saying about that tackle right there. Yes, life-size Jenga was a lot of fun. Sophia knows exactly what block she's going to pull. She walks up and snatches it. She does a great job. Never lost last night. Me and Stuart we kind of figure out our way. Although I'm not the Montgomery tapper. That is my daughter, Madison. She likes to tap every block and try to figure out what the easiest one is, which I'm not hating. I do some of that myself. So, all right, so it was a 2nd and 13, and Alabama just got themselves probably 7 or 8 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and manageable, which is not a great way to get things started for the Auburn defense. Tyler, what happened, bro? I appreciate you, man, but golly. Oh, that one hurt, man. That one hurt, Tyler. I thought you were there for us, bro. I thought you went to our – hold on. Hold on, Scotty P. My bad, bro. I was talking about Sophia playing the Jenga last night. Slow down and hydrate. Oh, we already got that, right? I've been hydrating. I'm going to hydrate some more because of Scotty P. I got water in this bad boy. I'm worried about this one right here. We got another super chat coming through, which is, hold on. AUBKV says, Aflac trivia question. When was Ole Miss's last SEC championship game appearance? We'll go ahead and give you guys some time to try to figure out when that was. But you guys don't cheat. Don't look in the manuals and try to figure that out, okay? Big Reb 601, who was actually cool earlier. We appreciate him. With the Ole Miss logo there in his avatar, he's not hiding anything. Honestly, Jay, at this point, you're better off slamming a bottle of vodka to discuss the search. Would definitely keep me tuned in. Blessings. I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, but we appreciate you, brother. And Bryce Young's gotten away for a big gain again. I don't understand what's going on here. This is crazy. Yeah. I don't even know what the deal is. Hey, we're still waiting on answers. If you guys want to mention when Ole Miss's last SEC championship game experiences. Now, I'm not trying to bang on you. AUBKV was just wondering for a little bit of a trivia question there. So if you guys want to jump in, we'll definitely take answers on that. Tyler F. jumps in again. Jay, if you didn't think Ole Miss were going to troll you guys after these past couple of weeks, well, still have love for you, though. All right, Tyler, I appreciate you, man. You've come correct on that one. Thank you. For both super chats, and you've always been a very rational guy. So I kind of felt like you were taking a shot at me earlier, but I realized you were it was all in fun. My bad. I hate it, man. I hate that my friends over at Rebel Grove are mad at me, but I did not take any shots. I never took any shots. Neil was taking shots at our people. Kanuman will back me up on this, but I didn't take shots at y'all because I love you guys, and I don't get carried away like that. I just kind of, that was a nice tackle right there. I like that. Nehemiah making a play. He hadn't made a bunch tonight, but he made that one. That's a very sure-handed tackle, as the kids say. Here he comes. Kaboom. Zion was there to make that. He was there to clean that up had he been needed. Hilden, who's one of our friends from Rebel Grove, says, if y'all hired Prime, he would need a bang-up general manager to actually help run the ins and outs of the program. Yeah, I think that's fair. He might. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bigger enterprise at Auburn than it is compared to Jackson State. But, he'd probably be cool with that. I don't know if Michael Irvin would get that. That'd be a good job for Michael Irvin. Wait, why did that dude through? It doesn't matter. I think that was our guy right there, by the way. I think that was our photographer, Robin Kahn. Let's see. We're going to go back on the replay and take a look at this. That is definitely our photographer right there, who almost got hit in that out-of-bounds play, Robin Kahn. Wearing the blue right there. That's our guy. AuburnSports.com's own. Yeah. He's a great photographer. 2nd and 2, guys. That's not great from a defensive perspective. And Jace McClellan got them a first down. It's, whatever. War Eggle says 42-10 upcoming. I've got some bad news for you, bro. Auburn's already got 14, so I don't think it's going to happen. Guy Fork says, got some decent pours from the allocation today. What state are you in, bro? What state are you in? You're not in Alabama, because that's not till next weekend. Let's see. Sandman says 850 in Super Chats above. No wonder y'all don't have any NIL. You're giving it all to Frosted Flake. He's calling me Frosted Flake. Hey, I'm kind of frosted, though, to be fair. But the flake part, I'm not sure about that. I've been married 25 years. Almost coming up on 26. My wife's pretty cool, by the way. If you guys know. Let's see. War Eggle says, Tyler, you got trolled. Just laid $9 million for nothing. Ooh, that's not very nice, War Eggle. We don't want to rag on our friends at Ole Miss, right? I mean, if they're happy to have their coach, they're happy to have their coach. If they're going to pay $9 or $10 million a year for him, so what? He's been good for them. He's been really good for them. Dixie Red 26 says Neil takes shots at everyone. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He does. He really takes shots at me, though. But I get where you're coming from, Dixie, and I appreciate you, bro. Joseph says, seriously, why does Auburn think they're still a top-tier? Well, he meant to say top-tier program. It's embarrassing. Man, Joseph, that's too much, man. I'm going to have to ban you for that one, bro. I mean, you're just going to be – oh, God. I just saw what happened on the screen.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, guys. Jason McClellan gets in for the touchdown. I told you guys earlier that Jason McClellan could play for my team any day. Tate State. We definitely have Jason McClellan on the roster, but he's playing behind Jarquez. But whatever, it's not my problem. Let's see. Shane M says your Jeff Lebby comment was a shot, but I still love you, JG. Guys, you really think I sat around and said, you know what? I want to disrespect my friends at Rebel Grove, and I'm going to throw some offhanded Jeff Lebby thing. I think Jeff Lebby's really good. He had a shitty year in Oklahoma. The whole thing in Oklahoma sucked this year. But, I mean, come on, man. Really? That's enough? I got Neil over here saying that all of the Auburn people are part of a cult and they could fuck off forever. And then you guys are mad at me for saying I think Jeff Lebby would be a good coach. That seems reasonable to you? That seems equitable? Come on now. Let me get some of these numbers updated. Robbie's now 8 of 15. Oh, my God. 8 of 15? Has he completed 4 in a row? 8 of 15 for 60. He's still bottom of the country in yards per reception. It's impossible to catch this. It's 4 yards a reception. It's like this for the whole year. It's crazy. No picks, though. That's good. 4 for 60. Is he getting cold in here? You want to fix that for me?
I can.
Just knock that up a degree, maybe, or two. It's right out here in the hallway. Appreciate you, bro. DJ Stewie Stew, also known as 2 Live Stew, is going to help me with that. Robbie Ashford, 4 carries for 61. I'd still like to see him carry the ball more. He's been really good. Tank currently is 9 carries for 41. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
What an absolute stud you are. Jarquez is now at 3 carries for 31. Oops, I missed that one a little bit. And I'm giving him credit for the fumble, guys. And then third down. I've not updated this in a while. Third down, let's see. Alabama's 5 of 7. Holy shit. And Auburn's 2 of 6. Guys, I'm telling you, the hits just keep coming, man. I mean, Hunter mentioned this in his call, though, but you just got to be better than that on third down. 5 of 7. Good God, y'all. Let's be real about this. Let's see. All Hydraulics says Neil was the best WNSP host ever. Hey, man, I love Neil on the show there. The Runner 24 says Rebel Grove was insulted when it was pointed out they last won the SEC before the moon landing. That program sucks. Runner 24, that's not very nice. That's just not being nice. Oh, it's 42. Yeah, sorry. That was they got their extra point. So we'll go ahead and give them credit for that, even though we reluctantly do it. But bottom line. Cole W. says, do you think Jeff Lebby would take the Auburn job? That's pretty funny. I appreciate you guys coming over. Tevin says, freeze still after this piss-poor performance. Have they been terrible today? Has Liberty been terrible today? I don't know. I haven't been watching. Sorry, I got another text here. All right, guys. Hey, those of you I know locked on Canoeman, I've been doing the 1 hour thing. I don't know. We're not going to do that. We're just going to hold off on that for a little bit longer, okay? Like we were talking about the text I got earlier, and I want to tell you guys for a little while. We're going to have to hold off on that. So let's just hold off on that for the moment, okay? So in 1 hour, I'm not going to tell you still. Just saying. Let's see. Ammo says, Ole Miss trolls know how to get to Atlanta. Missed their chance to play in the Georgia Dome. Maybe they'll have better luck in the venue they build after the Mercedes-Benz Dome gets demoed. Wow. Ammo going in deep on the oh, God. Going in deep on our Ole Miss friends. That's not very nice. I would not rag on them like that. Tevin says, LOL, going to have to ban for saying Auburn isn't elite. No, that's not what it is, man. It's just trying to get, I mean, my folks don't really want to see a bunch of trolls in the chat. I don't know. That's just all. That's all. I don't mind. I'm not going to ban you, Tevin, based on what you've said so far, so it's all good. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Tyler Nay has switched over to Jefferson's Ocean. That is a terrific bourbon. I love it. Need my in-laws to drink all this. Woof, not worth the price tag. That's what I was going to say, but I finished. I'm glad I finished. Yeah, it is not worth the price tag. It's good. If somebody sends you some, like, knock it out by all means. But to pay $90 or $100 for that stuff, or maybe even a little bit more, it's not worth that. It is good, though. I always feel like Jefferson's is just too watered down. Ooh, I like that run right there. I like that run a lot. Helms is having to really worry about this run right there. That is my guy right there. That's Jarquez Hunter. Is this guy a stud or what, man?
Stud.
He's a stud. Jarquez Hunter, a young man from Philadelphia, Mississippi, that Auburn plucked out of the Magnolia State. I love that run, too. You know, Auburn runs something similar like that, similar to that, I should say, in the 2009 Iron Bowl. It was more of a pronounced reverse, but it yielded a touchdown, a long touchdown. It's like a 50-yard touchdown. In that case, it was just a 50-yard gain, not a touchdown. Auburn has now got a 1st and goal inside the 10, and they're getting their ass handed to them by Burner Turner. It happens sometimes, guys. Poppy Clan says, man, stop entertaining these fragile Ole Miss fans. You don't have to answer to them. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I mean, I like them, though, in general. Pepe Sylvia says, does freshman enrollment in Auburn require a baptism? What? You guys, I'm telling you, man. I don't know what you guys are talking about, man. Real Gear Online says, hey, JGT, I'm a Rebel fan and going to take heat for this, but I think you're swell. Didn't think you were taking shots. Well-word shots. Yeah, I mean, I really, man, come on now. I mean, look, we've been doing G-Pits for like 5 or 6 years now. I mean, I've proven myself to be a friend of y'all. I mean, for reals. I'm not, and we got into a weird spot here where, like, Auburn was trying to get the Ole Miss coach, and I've kind of got to say some things about it, right? And you guys aren't going to like it. And I did think he was going to go to Auburn. And congratulations to Ole Miss for making him an offer that he felt like he couldn't refuse. The money that's been raised by the Grove Collective over there, incredible work, man. I don't know what else to tell you. I think he's a great coach for Ole Miss. I think he's the best play caller in all of football, not just college, but pro too. I think the guy's an absolute genius when it comes to that stuff. Hey, man, good for y'all. I'm stoked for you guys. And I pull for Ole Miss in every game when they're not playing Auburn, period. I mean, that's it. I don't really understand why y'all are over here giving me hell about it. Uh-oh, you know what time that is.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That feels good right there, man. And they're down 22, guys. 22-point touchdown. Everything's good. And what are we doing again? What is that, guys? That's a design quarterback run, no read option to it. You just carry the ball and run it. He's good at that. He's really good at that. McPherson going for that extra point. Bad snap, but no problem. And they get their point. So now, 21-42. This reminds me of that game. Golly, that game when Cat played in Tuscaloosa and Auburn lost the game 55-44 or something like that. It was like 650 yards that Auburn had and still lost. Offense is doing better than I would have expected. 21. If you had told me Auburn was going to score 21, I would have felt pretty good about their situation right here, but I still don't feel real good about it. Got a long way to go if you're going to get back in this game. But they're only down 3 touchdowns. I don't know. I guess Sophia saw enough, huh?
Yeah, I think she's tapped out.
She tired?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think she just I don't know if she's much into the sports ball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Tevin says, JGT, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. JGT is fine. He's just got to appease the Auburn cult, can never say a bad word. I give Auburn hell all the time. Like when they do things that I think are dumb. Like, But they haven't really done much of that lately. I don't know. I've been covering Auburn almost 25 years now. I've given Auburn a bunch of hell in 25 years, I promise you. I really have, seriously. I mean, I just don't really have a problem with, the way Cohen has gone about this. I think I would have gone about it the same way. If you're an Ole Miss fan and Auburn really went after your coach, right? I mean, that's a show of respect. You hired a great guy. And then better yet, he stayed. So good for you. Like, I haven't been over here going, Auburn, they're going to definitely poach that dude from Ole Miss, no question, because that place sucks. I never said that. I would never say that. I don't think that. Come on now. You guys know that. Tevin says, AU rude fan comment. That's not nice. Ole Miss fan rude comment. Banned. LOL. Sad. Come on, man. I don't want to have to ban you, bro. You've been cool. Come on now. Hang in there. Hang in there. There he is, Alan C. coming back again. What a stud this guy is. He says, JG, time to make a deal with the devil, buddy. I don't know what devil you're talking about, man. You talking about that good-for-nothing former Jaguars failure coach? Is that what you're talking about? Sam H. says, just to take down that super chat of Tyler Fitch. He's gone. Although Tyler kind of came back, right? I thought so. A-Dub says, yes, horrible. Players asked Hugh about the Auburn job before the game. Ooh. That's tough. I'm sure that was an awkward situation for Hugh Freeze. JB says, any chance we get a crossover stream / pod with BD and HRG? Let's see, Brain Drain and the Hand Race guys. Perhaps at a neutral location. That would be fun, man. I like Neil, man. The people on the bunker say that I shouldn't be friends with Neil because he is a little bombastic and he says some things that, that are not take-abackable, I think. But, Look, man, we've all got friends that are kind of hotheads. I still love him, man. I mean, sometimes he gives me hell or whatever. That's fine. I ain't worried about it. I did see that Tyler had posted again, and I like Tyler. He's good people. Tyler says, just to be clear, I'm currently getting railed on Rebel Grove for liking J-Tate. It is what it is. Tyler, man, I thought you came out a little strong there, but I appreciate you kind of backing up a little bit and saying I'm not the worst person alive. I know you've been on the show before, and I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, Fresh Boy says Lane is a good coach. Can we all agree that Lane's a good coach? Yeah, he's a good coach. What's the big deal? The Ole Miss should be stoked to have him. They are. Ole Miss is stoked to have him. And they did a good job. I don't know what to tell you. Hilden says, if one thing in this world has taught us anything, its memories are very short, and we are easy to forgive and move on. I hope so. It doesn't seem like the bunker is very easy to forgive on Hugh Freeze's missteps, but we're not there yet. Now, this is a good point right here. Kanuman, hold on, I gotta sneeze her. I'll go this way. Kanuman says, Neil said all of us can F all the way off. Come on. That was earlier when the homie from Ole Miss was saying, we basically can't say anything, but your people can. Neil said that about Auburn people, and I thought that was too much. I did, personally. I don't take it. I mean, I'm not mad about it on a personal level, but it was too much. And so when people come to me and say, JG, I'm Reese Dismukes, my man, there he is. Look at this fucking guy. What an absolute stud that guy was. Reese Dismukes played center at Auburn, and he was from Spanish Ford High School. Just a great player. Great player. And a really entertaining dude. Really liked talking to Reese. Oh, man, that was going to be a long gainer right there, and the pass was just not where it needed to be. Canoeman, you're right on the money. Not much I can do about that. Mark Howe, my man, what's up? He says, what's up, JG? Any Cathead on tap tonight? We actually drank Cathead last week. I got some of that cask strength, so that's like the blue label with the gold etching. It is really, really good. Tonight we're drinking something else. We're drinking McKenna Bottled and Bond. But, I mean, I just change it up every week. We have had that we actually were talking about Old Soul earlier. The 109 proof single barrel, which is really, really good too, which we had on a show earlier this year. I just drink Old Soul. I have a relationship with Old Soul, or I should say Neil and I do for the G-Pit show, but I drink Old Soul because I like Old Soul. It's really good. The single barrel, the cast strength, the Tintype series, really, really good bourbons. Tintype, I probably need a little bit of water in it because I'm just not man enough to drink that really heavy stuff, but it's good. It's really, really good. And I encourage everybody to be drinking Old Soul for real. I also encourage everybody to be using this ranked college football app, which is what I use and only. My wife and I use that only for college football, and a lot of people do too. That is made by one of our guys, AULAX on the bunker. His name is Jake G. He's an Auburn guy through and through. He made that app. He maintains that app. He's an absolute stud. If you guys are not using that, you should be. He's one of our guys. And in addition to that, it's a great app. It works smoothly. It has the information you need to know for all the college football stuff, so definitely keep an eye on that. Let's see. Cleveland Brown says AU has so many issues. JG has stopped giving, quote, gentle disparagements to teams in need on the rundown. Yeah, if hey, man, it's kind of like the Duff, right? If you look around and you don't know who it is, it's you.
Check back with you, JG.
Appreciate you, bro. Are you going to be playing any Guitar Hero?
We've been down there. Sophia's been slaying.
On easy?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Have we gotten
battling.
Have we gotten on to the next one yet?
We fixed not yet. Maddie's guitar works now.
Yes. Did you do that?
Yeah, I put batteries in it, and it was kind of like sticky, but it like messed with the buttons for a while,
And it worked out?
yeah.
Attaboy.
So we're battling.
Appreciate you, 2 Live Stu.
Yeah, man.
Way to be, man. Glad to have him here. He and his girl. I feel weird calling her his girlfriend, but Cheyenne. We love Cheyenne. She's great. I feel like she's more than a girlfriend, but whatever. Kanuman says, no, I will not consume anything that involves Neil ever again, so please no crossover. I will never listen to G-Pits again as long as Neil's involved. You know, I mean, I can't really, you know, Kanuman's a very calm individual. He's upset, and I understand it. It was too far to go. Hornation says, how does an SEC school not have a kicker that puts it in the end zone? That is a good question as well. Remember those days when Auburn used to put it like out of the stadium? It'd be nice to have that again. War Eagle says, Freeze got trolled by 35 to a 25-point dog. Wow, was it that bad? I need to take a look at this. I'm on the ranked app, of course, which is what I should be on, what everybody should be on. Taking a look at the Liberty Flames today. Liberty obviously oh God. You would think Liberty's probably distracted, but 49-14 they lost at home to New Mexico State, a team that is now 5-6. They beat Arkansas, and then things got kind of bad, huh? Shelby says, y'all going to hire an OCDC? I mean, you would think so eventually. Yeah. There goes Tank Bigsby. Solid run on first down. Got about 8. Ron Davis says, L. Ron Hubbard to Auburn? Get a good cult leader. Come on, man. That's too much. Uh-oh. We got a sexy chat again. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm getting a little bit too far behind here. Browther Hugh says, can you send me that site's phone number? No, we have it on the bunker, so if you really want it, you know where to go and get it. But I'm not going to post it on here for you to call in. And I know Maurice has really set it up, so we're going to have some this year. But we'll deal with it. Yeah, Caden says, please clone Reese. Reese Dismukes, of course, the Remington Award-winning center at Auburn. Does an incredible job, or did an incredible job, I should say. And Auburn could benefit from having Reese Dismukes Jr. back playing center for Auburn. I'd love to see it someday. and Casa DP getting in there. Antonio says, JG, what's the word on the new coach? Still kind of feeling that thing out. I definitely think Hugh is involved in this, Hugh Freeze, now that Lane Kiffin is out. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that this job is going to go to Hugh Freeze. Obviously not going to go to Lane Kiffin, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it will go to Hugh Freeze either. I think they're kind of taking a look at some things. The thing about Hugh Freeze, first of all, I think he's a good coach. I know we can fuss all day about all the things that involved with him, but I think he's a good coach. This job will not go past Hugh Freeze. So if you offer Hugh Freeze, he's going to take it. So if you know that, then you can kind of take a look at some people that maybe are like kind of a flyer. Guys you would love to have but maybe wouldn't take it. Maybe you investigate them a little bit more thoroughly. I don't know. It's an idea. I think that's what they're going to be doing. Poppy Clan says, Ole Miss guys just deleted the Ranked One app. Please don't do that. Jake's out there. Look, man, he's just an honest dude. He's out there and he's in his 20s. He is hustling and humping and trying to get this thing done, and he's done a great job. His app is really good, and he works his butt off to try to make it better all the time. So let's support him. Whether you like me or you don't love me, whatever, you're mad at me, don't take it out on Jake. He's just a dude out there trying to make it, and he's got a good app, for reals. Canoeman says, thank you, Scotty P94. I hate it for the Commodore and will double down in my support of his projects, which he has already done. He's not a man of just words. He's a man of action. That do not involve Neil. However, I cannot support that POS Neil. To be fair, in Canoeman's defense, you guys know, I don't, oh boy, Robbie Ashford. He could have had that, I think. I don't go in on Neil or anything like that, but what he said about Auburn people is pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. He shouldn't have done that. Mark Howe says Freeze is going to kill it at Auburn. If he is here, I don't understand. I mean, people are just like, I'm done with this guy. He messaged a girl one time, which is a bad look for sure. I mean, I'm not defending it, but I just think he makes a lot of sense for Auburn. Is that Henry Toa? Who's injured right there? 3rd and 6. They got to have this one. He might have gotten that one. They are going to mark that right at the first down marker, so they're going to get that one. Auburn hanging in there. They're only down 3 touchdowns. I do think that Hugh Freeze, I feel like he could do a really good job at Auburn. I do. I know a lot of people are mad for various reasons, but whatever. Hornacia says, sup with the cuck in the corner of your room. You talking about this guy over here? These guys? These are Bammers over here. Also, Two Live Stew was over here earlier, but they're gone. And he's not a cuck, man. Don't put that hate on him. Oh, no, Casa DP. Oh. I don't know what you're doing, but I think you're taking a shot at my man, Real Gear Online. He was being nice. Adam S. says, I want a 6,000-word essay from Neil explaining he was wrong about the cult comment and apologizing for being hot-headed for this week, and it's due in 24 hours. Chop, chop. Yeah, I don't think that's coming. Oh, they're saying it's going to be 4th down, so Auburn ended up being short of the first down marker there. Is that right? Is that what we're thinking there? So it's going to be like 4th and like a hair? 4th and a short one. There you go, Carnell. Of course he's going to go for it. I mean, obviously. Late in the 3rd quarter, you're down 3 touchdowns. Yeah, you got to have something here. Let's see what they do. This is an opportunity where you might be able to get more than one. Probably get 10, 12 if you do it right. Real Gear Online says, you've been drinking because that comment makes 0 sense. Wait, what? Alan says, is the Neil... Oh, God. He's going to get there, though. Got 6, 5. Alan says, is the Neil hate from the cult comment or something else? I mean, I feel like that's a reasonable question, so I should answer that. I think a lot of people are skeptical of him because he's been ragging on Auburn's... Let me rephrase that. He ragged on Auburn's prayer circles, which at the time... I don't know, it's been 5 years ago. I mean, come on, man. Like, you're going to question somebody's faith? I mean, that's a tough one to say that they're being ingenuine or whatever when they're holding hands and praying to God before a game. Like to me, I think that's a good thing. That's just me, though. I'm not trying to put that on you. I look at that as one of the good things Auburn does. I think a spiritual life, to me, I'm not trying to enforce my views on you guys. I think a spiritual life is a good thing. I think there's forces at play here that are bigger than us. And I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. I believe in God. All that. I'm not trying to force that on you guys. I'm just telling you how I feel about it, all right? And for Auburn to sit around and pray before a game, to me, that's a good thing. Like I think that's pushing the right things. But, Neil didn't like that. He feels like it's ingenuine. And he has spoken about this on the show. I'm not defending him, nor am I trying to make him a villain either. He thought it was an ingenuine. So I think a lot of people got unhappy with him over that, and I think what happened here in the last week has just made it worse. Brother Hugh says, at Jay, I was referring to the sexy site. I'm moving soon and need some new options, my man. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Dixie Reb says, who else is on the hot board for you guys? Shit, a bunch of dudes, man, for real. A bunch of guys. I mentioned it. I couched it as the field is what I put on the. That's the way I've had it on the hot board for the whole time from the very beginning, because I felt like there was a bunch of dudes that would kind of come and go based on how Cohen, what he thought about them. I still don't know exactly who that would include, but I think there's dudes. Kanuman says ranked app is incredible, my man. It is a very good app. And I used it a couple years ago when it wasn't great. It was kind of slow and choppy on my phone, but it ain't like that now. It's super smooth. And I love the hustle, man. He cares. He's trying to make a great app. Like, yeah, we should all support them. Mark says, have to say both Jay and Neil are great for their respective fan bases. A lot of emotions in play of late, but both dudes try hard, work hard for their stakeholders, he should say, and provide a real value to all. What a nice hit. Thank you. That's fair. That's fair. That's not like saying I love JG. He's just saying I appreciate him going about it professionally. Same for Neil. Neil said some things, though, Mark, that were not very nice about Auburn people. The cult thing I could probably get over, but saying F all of them or whatever it was at Kanuman, you can keep us straight on that one, on that particular quote, but saying basically F off to all of them. I mean, and Mark knows. Mark's been a Neil subscriber for a long time. You know that he's prone to saying things that are just a little too much. He gets the head in front of the skis sometimes. But I have a hard time I can't honestly defend him for that statement right there. It's tough. And I don't feel like I have to. He's a friend of mine, but that doesn't mean I have to stand behind everything he says, Anyway, Super Chat coming through from the Hornatius again. What a stud this guy is. He says, I'm proud to be in the anti-Neil cult. I have a feeling that's a more populist group than it was. Real Gear Online says, Kanuman isn't telling the whole story. Hey, man, I'm not trying to take sides in this one because I appreciate you too, but I think he is. I mean, the statement is the statement, The Kanuman says, I can get over the cult comments, but it was BS. It was BS. However, I cannot get over telling F all the way off to everybody. Yeah, Mark says, I honestly don't know about the F them all comment. Yeah, I mean, you're a Rebel Grove guy, so I mean, you're not like paying attention to every post on the bunker or whatever. I mean, and you're a pro. You got other stuff going on in your own professional life. You can't pay attention to every comment. And I honestly don't know the context of where he was going there, but I know what he posted, and it was too much. It was just too much, in my opinion. Hey, Bex, I'm going to need a little bit more information on that. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Caden says PFD, and I know PFD. I know him personally, and that guy knows shit. saying it's about to be epic. Interesting. If PDF is saying something, I'm listening. He's one of those guys like CFB Addict that if they or Ben was super chatting earlier. Ben is a really good poster. Ben is a very good observer of Auburn athletics. I'm going to say that. If he's saying, look at that. I love that Tank stayed up after all that. If he's saying stuff, I'm keeping an eye out. Newman jumps in again. It says Neil calling out the Auburn beat was very low too. You know, I didn't read all of that, but yeah, that's just kind of Neil doing his thing, right? Like, I think when you're dealing with Neil, you know what you got. He's bombastic. He's over the top. I don't take it personally, you know. I don't, because I know Neil loves me. I know that. And I love him. And I know I've known him a long time. I've known him before he had kids. I'm a big fan of Laura McCready. I'm a big fan of Caroline and Campbell and his son Carson. I mean, I pull for all of them. So I mean, I just know who he is. I don't know. I don't necessarily stand behind all the things he said. Me and Knuman have talked about this privately. Cassidy P says using the Allen Iverson voice. Neil? We sitting here talking about Neil? I even talking about the game, the actual game when it matters. We're talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice? Patrick B says, who cares about some Ole Miss guy said about Auburn? Who cares about Ole Miss in general? The Iron Bowl is happening. Yeah. That's a fair point too, Patrick P. I'm here to talk about it, bro. It's been brought to me, you know, and I'll talk about it all night. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm here for you guys. You guys are stakeholders in what we do at auburnsports.com and certainly in the Brain Drain for sure. Okay, SR71 Blackbird says it's not the real PFD. It's the one that joined in 2021. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I listen, the PFD that, like the real PFD, like I know him personally in real life. So that's who I'd be talking about. I know him in real life. I tailgate with him. Mark says, Jay, stop letting Neil take over your show. You're a badass. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, bro. And you are too. I know I had to work to kind of gain your respect on that, just in general. And I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to do that. Unrivaled says, blessings, brother. Great day to be a Plainsman. Yeah, not quite yet today. But at least, I mean, you know, they're playing a credible game. I give them that. Yeah, that Wildcat run didn't do much, but it's 1st and 5, so you might as well. War Tiger, there was some talk about Stan White not going to be, this is going to be his last broadcast. And we knew this. I mean, this isn't like something he'd announced like yesterday. We knew this for a few months now. So he's going to be just doing other stuff. Cody McCain asks if Jason Campbell is the consensus to replace Stan. You feel like Ronnie might be the one, because he's been doing sideline reporting, but Jason could be a great choice too. Jason Campbell, of course, the former Auburn quarterback, who's an incredible dude. Certainly one of my all-time favorite Auburn athletes. Just because he's just a really quality human being. MWF0001. What's up, bro? Haven't seen you in a minute. Glad to have you here. Says, are we going to hire Freeze or what? I don't know yet, man. I don't know yet. He does not have an offer. We'll just leave it at that. Look at Carnell. He's like, dadgummit. Guys, man. Why do we only have 10? Where's our personal protector? Unrivaled said, did Auburn pay Cam Newton? Oh, we're going to do this again. Dude, I'm not mad at you, bro, but you just, come on, man. Well, I don't want to do that. You're not being a jerk. Well, you're kind of being a jerk, but I just don't want to do that right now. Corey G says, those boys are fighting and we're letting Neil have so much time here. All right, Goo, we're going on. We're going to talk about some football. All right, so Auburn's down damn near. They're in the red zone. That was going to be a contested throw right there to John Samuel. And it was defended well by Helms, who tends to do that. He's a good player. They're going to have to take the field goal, even though it's going to be at a weird angle here. Down 3 touchdowns. It's a short kick, but it's at a weird angle. We'll just see if McPherson's got it. I mean, he's been pretty damn good since he took over for Anders, the young man from Fort Payne, Alabama. He's a small guy, but he's got a big leg. Has a big effect on the ball. Carnell, with 12 minutes to go, you'd really love to be shooting for a touchdown here, but Alan, I'm not doing this, bro. Let's see. MWF says, who could we hire at this point that's better than Freeze? Nobody. I don't know the answer to this. There could be guys. There are guys in play that I think are better coaches than Freeze, in my opinion. I just don't know if they're actually in play. Are they just bargaining? Are they just trying to get their name involved for we'll take a field goal on that. I mean, There it is. Little three-pointer there from McPherson, and 24-42 is what we're looking at here. Again, defensively. Coming into this game, you feel like they scored 24. You're like, they're doing good, But 42. Sheesh. Let's see. Dixie Reb says, why are you kicking a field goal there? It's still a 3-possession game. That's a fair question. I'm a little bit surprised. Chris M says Neil and Jay are not at odds. Neil's fan base and Jay's fan base are having some beef, though. Yeah, I can speak up 100% to say that I don't have a problem with Neil personally. I'm not happy with some of the things he said about the Auburn people, and my subscribers in particular. But I kind of look at that as like it's between y'all and him, not necessarily me and him. You know what I mean? And George Rebel said something earlier I was going to respond to. George Rebel, I'm sorry. I missed you, bro. I don't think I can go back and find it now. It was something that made me laugh, though. And George Rebel's one of our Rebel Grove friends. It's like, he's good people. He ain't here acting like a fool. He's been hanging out kind of peripherally for a long time. I know you're a Rebel Grove guy. I know that's your number one love. But you've been hanging out over here, and you've been cool for a long, long time. So we love you, bro. We love you like a neighbor, like a good neighbor. Let's see. A-Dub says, who do you like over Freeze? It just depends. I don't know what all the options are. John Cohen's got to make a decision as to is this guy legit or is this guy just gambling? Or no, I shouldn't say gambling, bargaining for a better deal at his own place, right? There's guys out there that I think are better. That are better than Freeze. I do like Freeze. I think he's a good fit. I do. I really, really do. But we can fuss all the time about all the things that he's done wrong. Many of them are concerning. I understand that. Maybe you could find a guy who's as good as Freeze who doesn't have that kind of baggage. I don't know. Maybe they're out there. I think they're out there. Let's see. Caden asks JG, is Gary Danielson a putz? I don't love him as a broadcaster, but he seems like a good guy when I've talked to him. I've interviewed him twice. So, long story short, no, I would not call him a putz. Newman says George Rebel has been a great guest for a long time. Absolutely, man. He's welcome over here. He has definitely been welcome for a long time. He's good people. Absolutely. When I think about the really good Rebel Grove people, he's right there in that first group with Leif, with Avery. Definitely. Absolute stud. Stanton Blaylock says Jeff Levy for head coach. Where? At which school? I love it. Tim I says, AU had a bunch of trolls on the MPW show. Sorry on behalf of the Ole Miss people for the ones in this stream. They've mostly been just kind of fun. It's been fun. It's mostly been in fun. I had to block a few. I don't really want to. It's more about just kind of mucking up the chat. That's all. Let's see. Mark Markow asking some good questions, as is common for him. Is Cohen in total control of this, or in over his head, or C, doing what he's been hired to do? That's a great question. I can answer that based on what I know, but there is more information to be gathered on this. I think he's in control, but he's also being pragmatic about the situation at Auburn. He knows he's walking into a situation where a lot of people want to have their hands kind of on the pulse of what's going on at Auburn. So you can't walk in like that with Mr. Big Dick and try to say, here's what's going to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Like, that's a mistake. I don't care who you are. That's just a mistake. So I think he's being sensitive to that while at the same time trying to enforce his will on how things are going. Nice catch there by Latu, and then he's a solid individual. So my answer to that would be A, that he's doing a really good job here, but we still got a little bit of work to do here. They're not having we're not at a higher yet, and once we get to a higher, we'll be all right. I would like to know what that conversation was between Simp and Bryce right there. Let's see. Mark says, is Garrett Riley on the short list? I don't think he is, because that's who I wanted for Ole Miss if Kiffin left. Brian Johnson, I bet you, is on the short list. He is he's actually the quarterback's coach, which sounds kind of small, but with the Philadelphia Eagles. But he's a guy who, even before he got involved in the Auburn situation, I should say, people have been championing this guy, and they think he's going to be a future star in the business. My thought was that he would be going NFL, but he's a guy who I think could sneak in here late. Let's see. Dixie Reb says, I know people are trolling saying Lebby, but he will be a Power 5 head coach in the next 3 years. I mean, he's a good coach, man. I know the numbers don't show that at Oklahoma this year because they're not very good, but come on, man. I mean, he's a good coach. I'm positive of that. Slava Boyko, who's a great bunk, says, I appreciate the restraint you and Stoltz have shown on the Hugh front until it's 100%. Appreciate that, man. I'm not out here trying to, betray anybody. Mark says, in your opinion, was Cohen the source for Sokolov, who was the TV guy that was talking about this, that, and the other thing about Lane going to be leaving and all that stuff? He was a perfect foil for Lane on Twitter, right? I don't have any reason to believe that was the case. So that's that. Christopher W. says, Ole Miss fan here. Wonder if Ryan Day might want to reset after that ass-kicking today. Saw the report where the fan base was frustrated before. There is absolutely no doubt that Auburn has interest in Ryan Day, okay? But Auburn has interest in a lot of people, and I don't know that doesn't make sense to me. Like, where Ryan Day would be like, hey, man, I'm here kicking ass at Ohio State. I'm getting in the playoffs. I'm talking about before today. Michigan obviously took it to him, but just in a general sense. Like, I'm at Ohio State. I'm kicking ass. I'm doing great work. Let's go to Auburn. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Locked On says 8 minutes until 5:40. The countdown is on. Dude, I said earlier I had to go ahead and punt on that, bro. I'm not going to be able to do what I said I would be able to do on that because of subsequent text messages that I got that asked very specifically that I not talk about it. So I'm going to hold off on that. But I'm going to get around. I'm going to talk about it indirectly on here, okay? I'm not going to just hold back from you guys. Interesting. This is a great question, War Tiger. It says, in your opinion, why in today's time is it so hard for the local beat, great question, to get the stories to break in comparison to these national guys being fed the release? We know you guys clearly put in the time. Yes, that's true. There's no doubt. I can speak for everybody on the beat, whether you're talking about Jason Caldwell, Christian Clemente, Nate over at 24/7. You're talking about Hokinson over at On 3, plus Jeffrey. Like Tom at AL.com, New Bias. Everybody's out there hustling. The problem is that we have very limited reach, right? I mean, AuburnSports.com is a huge site. We have a lot of incredible posters, thousands. But I think from a marketing perspective, you're looking at Pete Thamel, not us, because we kind of understand what Pete Thamel's doing. But I think if you're a coach and you're like, well, I want to get my truth out there, Pete Thamel represents 500,000 views. JG or Jeffrey Lee or Jason, it's more like 25,000. So I think that's the answer to that one, and it's kind of bothersome. Mr. Matzer says apparently Jay is telling us about the text. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I've kind of mentioned it in passing. I have to leave it at that, I guess, and I will continue to do so. It's not like I'm holding out on you guys. I just don't want to make like an announcement about it or whatever. Fat Crack, what a stud this guy is. Super chats a bunch. Bo Nix having another great game, placing himself as the front runner for the Heisman. Is that true? Is he really the front runner for the Heisman at this point? I mean, I'd be fired up for him if he got it. I know he's been playing good football over there, and I'm happy for him. I mean, for him, I'm just saying for him, I'm glad he's not here right now because they wouldn't be able to use him. I mean, he's going to be better than Robbie, but this team just wasn't good enough for him, in my opinion. He's obviously, the way he's been playing with Oregon, he's been great. I'm definitely in that group of people that's like pulling for him. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see him do well. Patrick P says, chances Cadillac is Auburn's head coach at some point in the future. I mean, I would say unlikely. I would just say unlikely statistically. Caden says, will the hire go past this weekend? What is this, Saturday night? It could go as late as Monday. If it got to Tuesday, I would be shocked. There's too much of a time-sensitive element here. Spread Attack U18 says this is on JG. I don't know what I did, but if you're saying so, then I would go with it for sure. MWF 0001 says Ryan Day from Ohio State, not realistic. Dabo, not realistic. Lanning, not realistic. Interesting. Well, if you spend your whole life saying so-and-so is not realistic, then you never get anywhere. I'm just saying. Burner51 says, are you worried with timeline regarding our transfer situation? Not worried. That's not the right word. I'm just saying they got to get going. Like, it's time. It's time. They got to get it going. I'm not saying it has to be tonight, but it's got to. There's not much time left. So, you know Hugh's going to take it. So, you know you got that kind of ace in your pocket. So, if you want to spend a couple, 15 hours or whatever kind of vetting some other dude, not necessarily vetting, they've already vetted him, but talking with some dudes that maybe you've got a shot at or maybe you don't. Like, I'm good with that. Just kind of feel it out. But at the 15-hour mark, you got to go. Mr. Matzer says, JJ, since you won't tell us the text, when do you think an offer goes out? Here, let me kind of read this back again here. Yeah. Oh, did he get it? Did he get it? There's a turnover. 6 minutes left, guys. There's a turnover. I mean, a turnover's good. I know you're down 3 touchdowns, but I mean, still. Well, technically 2.5. You know what I mean? Well, he's not a big interception guy either. Bryce, well, Owen obviously is not, but Bryce is not a guy that puts the ball in peril very often. But he did right there, and Owen made a great read. Give Owen credit, man. He made a great read on that, and I think he's got that. I'm pretty damn sure he's got it, in fact. With Caleb Wooden right there. How about that, huh? All right, guys, I'm going to take a super, super quick break while they're doing this review. I'll be back, and then when I come back, I won't have to do any more breaks the rest of the night, all right? Peace. I'll see you in a second. All right, guys, I'm back, yo. I just needed a couple minutes there. That wasn't even a couple minutes. It was really like 1 minute. It's great to be back with y'all, though. Let's see. Mr. Matzer says, JG, since you won't tell us the text, when do you think an offer goes out? I will say this. I don't think, in fact, I'm pretty damn sure that Hugh has not been offered. Which is very telling in a way, right? Because we know that Kiffin's out of play now. So we've talked about this a couple times on the show, and I'm not trying to repeat it, but you would think that like you'd have kind of if then and kind of situation. So if Kiffin says no, then you go to Hugh, which is kind of what some people on the national level were thinking. That has not happened. So that is not the plan. Okay? It's not like, Cohen's asleep and hey, we got to wake him up or whatever. Like, he hasn't triggered that offer yet. So I think there's somebody else in there that they've been talking to. And again, this is what I was talking about maybe 3 hours ago. This is kind of a weird parallel, but like scientists can't see a black hole, but they can see the way a black hole affects the things around it. And that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Like, I can't see the candidate, but I can see how that candidate's existence is affecting things around it. Areem says, JG talking programming language. I'm not trying to, bro. I'm really not. I'm just having fun. Sam H says, JG is a quick pooper. What? I was just peeing, man. That's all. RM, you're cracking me up, man. That's funny. Let's see. Love the Cat says, Wizard Sterling just said fickle. Tyler Nay says, keep drinking. We'll get it out of you. I love it. You guys are like, keep drinking. And then when I go, like 5 years from now, I'm going to go, guys, I've got cirrhosis of the liver. You go, oh, that sucks, man. Sorry. You guys are saying it's Luke Fickle. Fresh Boy says Luke Fickle or Dabo. Sam says Fickle. He's definitely in that tier. He's definitely in that second tier. There's no doubt about it. All right, so Henry To'o is pretty fired up to keep Auburn short on third down there, but they're at 4th and 1 now. Robbie Ashford, are they at 4th and 1? Is that where they're at? What's the distance on this? Can we get a distance? Oh, shit, I'm sorry, guy. It was a line of scrimmage is what I saw. 4th and 7. Henry Toa, he deserved to celebrate that, I guess. CDF, what up, bro? CDF's been a super chatting stud tonight, as is customary for him, because he's a stud. Pinching it off again live. What? Chico's Bail Bond says,
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
AUBKV says, no, I will not pay for a liver transplant. I would not expect you to, brother. Not Salty says you've got to invest in a special brain drain. Depends for those moments. Oh, my gosh. You guys are hilarious. You guys are really funny. I love it. What was that? That was weird. SR71 Blackbird, what's up, bro? Hey, I mentioned one of your posts earlier, but I want you to know I've been thinking about you, man. As we've been talking a little bit on the bunker, but I just wanted you to know that. I heard that Mark Mangino is still available. Joshua G says, I'm just glad that Henry Toa was able to transfer closer to his sick father in Washington from the University of Tennessee. Yeah, I don't know if they've gotten a lot closer there. Jacob G says, Bob Stoops. He was in like 3 different searches when I was a wee lad. Yeah, I think he's out of it completely. I think he's out of coaching is what I meant to say. John M says, you compared Auburn coach search to Black Hole. Not that far off, LOL. Guys, thumbs up or thumbs down? Do we ban him? Do we ban John for that one? It's not that not that was like a totally unreasonable comment. It's just like, do we want to block up our chat with people that are just trying to be dicks about stuff? I don't know. Bull Junk wants to know, Bull Junk from the bunker. We love Bull Junk. Let's see. How often do you trim that undercut and frost those tips? The answer is I frost them about every 6 weeks. And how often do I trim it? About every 3 weeks. Although trim to me means something different than it does to you. ABKville, what a stud, man. He says, I will pay for a transplant. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that's where you went with that. All right, we're back on the 4th down. Thank you for that, brother. Appreciate that. It will be a very expensive thing. I hope it doesn't come to that. All right, here we go. 4th and 7. 4 minutes and 39 seconds to go. This is a very difficult situation. If Auburn does not convert this, I mean, it's basically over. You could argue it's basically over now, but they got to have this one. Oh, God bless. Fuck me. Ashford has fumbled the ball. He's picked it back up. He's running. He's throwing the ball. And he... Did he catch that? Guys, did he catch that? Hey, first of all, I got to give Robbie a lot of credit on that. He actually made this throw. This ball should have been caught no matter what. And, I mean, I think it's pass interference, too, because he's diving into his back. And he definitely hit him before the ball got there. Substitution infraction against Alabama. Saban's pissed. I understand that. I could not be a coach. There's no way. I would lose my mind. I would absolutely lose my mind doing this shit. So ABKV said he would pay for a liver transplant. Thank you for the clarification there, brother. Knuman, again, another super chat from this guy. Unbelievable. He's been here all night, and he's been so selfless with this. He says, please smash the like button. Ranked is awesome. Yes, Ranked, of course, one of our guys at auburnsports.com and Auburn Guy, Jake G. You can scan that QR code right there and pull in the app to your phone, and it's just college football, scores, stats, lines, all that kind of stuff. 4th and 3 is what we got here. All right, I like this call because they're running the quarterback. There's no read. Look at that run. Look at this fucking run. I got like 25 yards out of that. Wow. I love it. See, there's no read in it. He's just running the ball. And he's really good at it. He's fast. He spins. He's elusive. Like, he's great at it. He's just not a diagnostic guy the way Nick was, I should say. I mean, Cam, too, to some degree. Jarquez, he's out of bounds, though. It's all right. Paul Maharry, what's up, man? It says, JG, you look great, sir. Hope your turkey day was clutch. Paul Maharry, of course, one of our friends from the UGA rival site. Paul is a really, really good dude who I love and adore professionally, and he has turned his show into something really special over there. And yeah, I love that guy. What an absolute stud that guy is. Love him. Stoop Up says, super chat here for a black market liver. Let's not make jokes about that. There's probably people out there who really need that. But yeah, I get it. It's funny. It's pretty funny. Brother Hugh says, I like this Ashford guy. He looks really good in he'll look really good in my offense. Oh, he's Brother Hugh. I got you, Brother Hugh. There he goes again, man. I'm telling you, Jarquez, aside from that fumble earlier, which is really bad, it's like saying she's really pretty. She's got a limp, but she's really pretty. If you ignore the limp, if you ignore the fumble, he's looked really good tonight. So he's been terrific. Look at Hornatius jumping in here again. What a stud this guy is. We also we call them Maurice too. Scientists can see black holes. It is the dark matter around a black hole that cannot be observed. The theory of the way dark matter interacts with things outside the black hole has been confirmed. Hornatius, I did not have you as the guy who would correct me on black hole theory, but you know what? Here we are. And thank you for that. We have learned something. Scientists can see the black holes. It's the dark matter around a black hole that cannot be observed. Thank you, sir. That's good stuff right there. Rebfan 1977 says, trust and freeze. He will win big by year 3 if it happens like that. I don't know as they're there yet, Rebfan, but they could be. It may come to that. Daniel P says, Jay, do you expect to have any sort of late night update? I do not. I was assured nothing would happen like during the game. And this person actually went so far as to say, I think you're going to be good after the game too. Because I was like, oh, God, I'm going to be on the air and blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you what, guys, Auburn ain't going to win this game, but I've been really impressed with the way this offense has really fought their ass off. And Robbie Ashford, he's not a great quarterback, but he is a valorous quarterback. He's a valorous quarterback, and I really like him. I like watching him play. I don't think he's a championship. My goodness, War Eagle jumping in. Look at this. He says, just because, thanks, Tate. Well, thank you, War Eagle. That's definitely out of nowhere, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Wow. I know War Eagle's been with us on and off for a while now, but appreciate that, man. Georgia Rebel says this Rebs Aub ordeal is getting ridiculous. Both sides need to chill. I would agree with that, yeah. Giroux says JGT is fickle in play. I've heard both sides of that. I took a long call this morning about that, and they were like, Fickle's in and in and in, but, I have a hard time. Well, that one I don't have as hard a time with. I could see going Cincinnati, Auburn. That makes sense. He's just not from here, but I could see that. The Ryan Day stuff, to me, just seems crazy. And I also heard James Franklin today for the first time in a while, and I'm like, James Franklin, like, not that he sucks or anything, but, like, what? Like, that's just out of nowhere. I don't get that. Corey says, just got here. JGT, please say Cohen will circle back to Lanning or give Dion a chance. I do not see Dion being in this. And you know how I feel about him, Corey. I hope you do. I love Prime as a candidate here, but I don't see it, man. I think something happened really early on where they were like, nah, I'm good. I don't know what it was. Now, Dan Lanning, I mean, possibly could be involved. He's been pretty outspoken about loving Oregon and stuff, but he didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Those guys are smart to not, he could come out and say, I ain't leaving, but he hasn't done that. But I don't, that's, what do you got to do? I don't know. Wargo, thank you, though, man. That one really, that surprised me, and I appreciate you for that. Let's see. Not Salty says, are you taking the field or the freeze warning? That's a great question, actually, Not Salty. I think I would take the freeze warning. But I do think somebody in that field group is getting talked to or is talking. I just don't know who. And again, it's the same thing. You don't necessarily see it in the microscope. They're kicking? They're kicking? Are they fucking kicking? They're kicking. 4th and 7 with 2 minutes to go and they're kicking? What am I missing here, guys? What am I missing? What am I missing here? What am I missing? What am I missing, guys? Tell me what I'm missing. Just more points on the board? Like, they're down 15 now. Like, so they went from down 18 to 15, which technically gets them, they're good now. I'm going to go ahead and unbutton my top button here because I'm getting serious about this shiz right here. So that's two possessions, right? So I guess that's good. Verge Man says your man needs to make a ranked app for basketball. I've actually mentioned that to him. And I respect him. My business professor I didn't take a lot of business classes in college because I was a psychology guy, but my business professor said stick to the knitting is one of the great axioms that should apply to a business owner, which is do what you do best. At this point, Jake feels like he's best at college football, and I'm going to tell you, he does a great job with the ranked college football app. It's the best app. It's the best app out there. He's still working on basketball, but I respect him for kind of staying true to what he feels like is his best thing. Drew Alice's 22 is the spread, big for the cover. What? No, I mean, I know you're right. I just don't know as though Cornell's like thinking that way. New guess who this just gives the old WTF. Dude, I'm surprised myself. No, you can't return that. Oh, no, in the NFL you can't. In the college you can. What is going on, man? So that onside kick just really didn't pop the way that they were hoping to. It went right to Battle. No, Brooks, I'm sorry. And he just returned that ball pretty far down the road. I mean, Alabama doesn't need any help here at this point. All right, you got a 2-minute warning coming up in 2:04. I know you're not. So the Tigre says, good teams win, great teams cover. My man. You're right about that. CDF jumping in says, Lack bet the spread and doesn't think the D will hold. Man, I know that's not true, but it's funny. It's funny for you to say that. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Chris M says, I want to see the one-ranked softball app, to be honest. Of course, number 19, a big softball enthusiast, is Mrs. number 19, is herself a softball enthusiast, I think it's fair to say. Yeah. I probably need to go ahead and update just quickly some of these numbers because we're almost at the end of the game, and I won't even have a chance to do it again. 11 of 22 for 77 for Robbie. 11 receptions for 77 yards, guys. Good golly, Miss Molly. He's run 14 times for 133. What a stud that kid is. And running the football, man, you know what I mean? Tank is at 15 for 63. Jarquez has had a great game, too. 10 carries for 107 against Alabama. That's good. But big fumble. Big fumble that ended up yielding a touchdown for them. And then third down. 6 of 9 for Alabama, 4 of 13. 6 of 9, you guys. Jeez. You know, Hunter mentioned that at halftime. He's like, got to get off the field on third down, and that just hasn't really happened. Just hasn't really happened this game. Bryce Young, by the way, is 20 of 30 for 343.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you.
The danger zone.
Jerk
This
off.
is your redheads, your strippers,
Do I make myself
anyone
clear?
named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Well, go ahead and put their other point on here. Yep, 49. 49-27, guys. Real fucking glad you got the field goal earlier, though. That was huge. That's huge. That was edge. Well, somebody asked about J-Head earlier. I'm going to go ahead and text him right now and make sure that we're good on that. My man Alan C's jumping in the chat here. And I don't know. Patrick D thought that Auburn was still in this game, which, I mean, they have been fighting, to be fair. But at this point, I think they're in trouble. Oh, J-Head. That's what it was. All right, let me check with J-Head and see it. He's good. Yeah. Man, it stinks, man. I'm fucking Bama's. Bams. Seen a bunch of Auburn losses in Tuscaloosa. Of course, I saw some really good wins early on in my career. Back in 2000 in that Ice Bowl. Or was it after that? I don't know. New Gus Who Dis, what a stud this guy is. It says, can we just skip the coaching search part of the show? Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll be talking about most of the post game, I would say. We're going to have J-Head on. J-Head said he's good to go. So we're going to talk with him about that a little bit. I know that he's kind of with me in the sense that we think there's somebody else out there who is the reason why they haven't offered Hugh already. So that's something we can keep an eye on there. Appreciate you, New Guess Who Dis. And I don't want to say who you are, but I very much appreciate you professionally as well. For sure. Sam H. jumping in as well. Says, for such a down year of college football for Auburn, thanks for being the shining beacon of clarity and sense. See you on the basketball streams for our fearless cult leader. Yes, we will be doing that. Of course, conference games, basketball, we do those after the game. I don't do them during the game, but I do it afterward. And we just kind of break it down. Those shows tend to be a little more of a freewheeler. This show right here has been pretty freewheeling too, but a lot of times for basketball, we do a lot of that. We just kind of riff. But we're going to do it. We'll do another. What an incredible run by Jarquez right here. What a creative run. Really creative. I love that kid. I'm trying to think now. We got our first conference game basketball-wise, is probably still going to be another month, but we'll have another brain drain for when the search concludes and we actually get a coach hired. We'll do a show for that too. It could be tomorrow. It could be Monday, I guess, potentially. I cannot imagine it going past Monday, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so when this game's over, we're going to go to J-Head pretty quick. We're going to go to J-Head pretty quick after this game ends and just kind of get him because he's got some stuff going on. So we'll get him quick. And we got a lot to ask you about. I got things to ask of J-Head, My shit's blowing up here. $49.27. Cameron M says Asher played a great game. He certainly played a valorous game. I wish he had been used a little bit differently. That's all. I think he's a great ball carrier. Let's see. Mortical asks, when's the last time Auburn had back-to-back losing seasons? What a great question. I don't have that in front of me, but that's a great question. I would love to know the answer to that. I bet it's been a minute. George Rebel says, y'all be good. I'm out. George Rebel, I appreciate you, bro. I know there's immense pressure on you to be like a dick over here, and you haven't done that because you're a stud, and we appreciate you, man. MWF0001 says Brian Johnson, the assistant coach with the Philadelphia Eagles, is the other guy Tate is talking about but doesn't want to say. A guy with zero head coach experience. That is not the other guy I'm talking about, but your point is still well made. Cleveland Brown, who has been urging us to stay hydrated tonight, which I need to do right now. He says, Caddy did a hell of a job for what we had. Clap, clap. I learned something from Carnell Williams still. The passion and caring matters still. And I realize he's a football coach, and that may not have any direct applicability to my life, but it kind of does in a way, right? I mean, you bring that energy and you affect the world around you, period. That's what he's done. He's done incredible. I thought it was a tough situation for him, and he's been really great. CDF, look at this, jumping in again. Basketball will underachieve due to guard play. They are who they are, yo. Good, not great, and not a go-to bucket on the squad. A lot of pressure on Wynn, right? A lot of pressure on Wynn Green. And if something were to happen to him, if he got some kind of an injury that, like, let's just say like an elbow injury or something that would just like hinder him over a period of weeks, that would be a very bad situation. So, well, point well taken, sir. Guys, that's a wrap, man. 49-27. I don't know if we need to take some time to just kind of think about this for a minute. Let's see. Murray Hitchcock's in the house. Went 3-8, then 5-6. What year was that? 98-99. You're right. Absolutely. Good call. Good call. Good call. I cannot believe the answer was when I was covering this team, and I didn't know that. What am I thinking? And the answer is literally, I was covering the team. Matt L. is still here. What's up, bro? He says, been fun. Good luck with the coaching hire. Off to watch Lebby and my Sooners. There he is, Matt Lennon. One of my friends from the 80s. What a stud that guy is. He's from the greater Oklahoma City area, and we love him. I love you, Matt Lennon. One of my true friends in the world. We're going to go ahead and take a call now from Why Not AU. Here he is. Why Not AU? What's up, brother?
My man, JG, what's up?
What up, bro? I just turned on the Skype, and here you were. I'm glad to have you, man.
Well, we are here. We're in the Bahamas. We're in Exuma. So it's going to be loud behind you.
Yeah.
But, hey, we're here.
What,
yeah.
You got Gus, right?
Yeah, you got Gus is right here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm borrowing the wrong drinks. We're having a good time here.
What did you think about that game, man?
So, I'll tell you this. It sucked to lose, but it didn't suck to have Caddy fighting and have our team fighting and have our guys fighting. Hey, it's JG. Oh, God. JG.
Yo.
See, you got Gus. It's right here. He's with me. So, yeah. I mean, we're in the Bahamas, man. Are you on the bumps? Yeah. Are you on the break range?
Yeah.
Jay,
yeah.
what's up, brother?
What up? You got Gus? How you been, man?
Man, we're just chilling in the Bahamas, in Zuma. I mean, it sucks.
Why does it suck? You're living in paradise, bro.
No, well, we're just vacationing in paradise. So I'm here with Pat Duke, and we just watched the Iron Bowl. Guys fought hard. Did their heart. I'm really not mad about it.
No, I get it, man. They did fight hard, and Carnell did a hell of a job, man, turning this team around. You know, they were shit, and they're actually credible now.
Well, turnovers killed us.
I know, in this game for sure.
We watched it like we were trying to stream into like a live feed here at this little sports bar that we're at.
Yeah.
What's your take on the punt that was over? I guess they call it. Didn't review it, but.
Oh, you talking about where Keontae Scott let that ball land in front of him?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Terrible decision by him to not catch the fucking ball is my answer to that one.
Well, yeah. Well, of course, but did he touch it?
I don't know if he did or he didn't. My guess is that he didn't, but he put himself in such a bad situation, you know what I mean?
Why not AU had a fit over it? Because that was a ball game.
No, I understand that, dude. I do. But, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm going to put you back on the – I'm going to put you – Yeah, no, you're right. He had no reason not to. Like, you got alligator arms right there.
Yeah.
It's like why not AU when we're getting ready to close on our tab.
I know.
All right, brother, man. Good to see you guys. Talk to you. War damn eagle anyway, and here's White Out AU.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, JG. Yeah. Sorry, we're in the Bahamas, so we're at a bar and trying to make the most of this damn game, but we're happy, man. We're happy with what Auburn University is.
Yeah. I mean, Cornell turned him into a credible deal. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah, because you know what? It's just like Miss Wynande, you said, she said, you guys fought during this game. You fought. I'm sure he's coming with us. She said, you fought during this game. And she can't say that about other coaches. So she was very happy about it. JD, next year you're coming with us. Yeah. Did you hear that?
That'd
You
be
got
fun,
good
man.
next.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. But let me tell you something now. We're in Exuma. We represented Auburn well down here in Little Exuma. We had a sports bar. We got the big screen here, and we've taken over the bar. That's what Auburn does. And win, lose, or draw, we still love Auburn University.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
that's what we're about.
Yeah.
You know, these assholes like Nick Saban with the fucking, he looks like he's been beat to death on his face. I don't give a shit. I would rather be Auburn University than any of these sorry-ass crimson-clad pieces of garbage. So that's me, JC. Sorry about that.
You good?
Yeah. And the country church, I don't really care. You know what? I like Caddy. I like whoever we get. I'm just ready to move on and beat the shit out of Nick Saban because he looks like he got the shit beat out of him today.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick D. You're bringing it, man.
Nah, I'm sorry to bother you, bro.
We love you,
we're
man.
about to. Yeah, we're arranging with AJ. AJ, what's up, bro? Hey, AJ, tell him. Parker, get up. Hey, buddy. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, I'm taking good care of these guys, man.
Attaboy, that's what I'm talking about. We need you.
Yeah, man. I'm going to make sure they're in good hands and they're in all states.
That's my guy.
Yeah, man. Well,
all right, bro.
That's our man, AJ.
AJ's a fucking stud,
JD?
man.
Yeah, now we're just trying to keep it real. We got some international shit going on in the bunker now.
Yeah,
right?
you do. That damn right. We got AJ on the horn.
Yeah, so we got the Bahamas down here, all in Auburn territory. They don't give a fuck about Alabama, and I know you don't. We don't. So I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna let you go to the other players on the brain drain, etc. But hey, look, I love you guys. Love what you do. We love Auburn University and fucking War Damn Eagle. I don't give a shit about what happened in this game.
All right, bro.
We are the best university in the country.
We appreciate you. You be good, man.
And I roll all over the world with that shit. So just remember that.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate you, Patrick D.
See you, brother.
What a
Bye.
stud. Bye. There he is. What an absolute stud that guy is. Unbelievable. He is living that life. Hey, I don't know if you guys know where he is, but he's in Bahamas. Matt is that bartender sounded like he could possibly be from Bahamas. Mama Duda, hold on, bro. I got to switch over. I got to make a switch here. Hold on. I got to switch over to our post-game show here real quick. We got to get over there. I'm just going to click on this. Hope I don't get muted. Oop, wrong one. All right, I didn't get muted. That's good. Okay, so let me get – I already did the schedule, which we will now post. There we go. I already did the schedule, which we need to do. All right, that is the final 22 schedule. Well, assuming they don't get into a bowl game, which I don't think they will. It's possible though, and I'd love to see it. I mean, we all would. Maybe a game they could win or whatever. But there it is. Thanks, Harson. Great job, buddy. You did a really nice job on that team. Pipe is in the house. Says, hey, JGT, Boilermaker, 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 Boilermaker. How'd they do, bro? I know they were playing Indiana today. I hope they won that. I do. I really, really do. Like, seriously. I got no love for Indiana. Guy Forks jumped in with a super chat. Wait. My bad. I hit the wrong one. There he is. Guy Forks says, it's going to be Fickle. Done tomorrow. You're the best, JG. There he is. Guy Forks is on the record now. If it's going to be Fickle and it's going to be tomorrow, then Guy Forks gets full credit for that. There's no doubt about it. I feel like there's been some other stuff talked about on here. Smoky Mirror says, Jay asked them where they are calling from. I don't think they said. No, he hasn't just been there today, though. They have been there like all week. I know that for sure. Those guys are studs, though, like for real. Unbelievable. Oh, Poppy Clan says, J-Head, let's go. Yes, let's get J-Head on the horn. Mamadou, I love you, bro. I just got to get J-Head on because if I don't get him now, I don't get him. I don't get him at all. Mamadou, I love you, bro. If I don't get him now, I can't get him. We're going to get you, though. I love you, man. Brad E. jumping in says, will Auburn accept a bowl bid if offered at 5-7? The answer is yes. Yes. The answer is yes on that. All right, I need to get J-Head on here because he's got some stuff going on, and I got to get him now, or else I can't get him at all. Where are you at, J-Head? Here he is. Got him. Also, Powerman, interested in talking. Mama Do That, who we love, also interested in talking.
JGT, what's going on, bro?
J-Head, what's up, bro?
Oh, nothing much. I'm enjoying sunny Bradenton, Florida right now. Doing a little deployment time down this way. But
damn.
Yeah, man, but I had to make my way onto the show. I missed it last weekend, unfortunately, so I had to jump in and not miss the opportunity to talk to you about the Iron Bowl, about the coaching search, about whatever the chat wants to talk about tonight.
Well, let's talk about this Iron Bowl. What do you make? I know they got hit pretty hard in this game. They lost by 20-something, but do you kind of walk away thinking that was a credible performance?
I walk away thinking it was a gutsy performance, Jay. I mean, those kids laid it out there for Cadillac. We obviously didn't play as cleanly as we wanted to. Turnovers and penalties were, if we had any opportunity to win this game, costly turnovers and penalties 100% took that opportunity away. When you're a team that's, in the talent situation that we're in right now, and I'm not trying to say that we don't have talent. We do. We've got some talented players, but we don't have the depth that Alabama does. So to mitigate your deficiencies, you have to make sure that you play as clean a brand of football as you can. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case tonight. But the effort that was put on the field, the way these guys laid it out there, they need to be commended for that. Robbie Ashford isn't the most accurate quarterback we've ever had, but Jay, he's got some balls, man. I mean, he does some real man nuts on him. And you know what I mean? Like, dude, he takes shots, he runs the football, and yes, he gets a little agitated and he gets a little panicky sometimes. But the kid he really is a tough kid. And I got to tip my hat to him tonight. Jarquez had a heck of a game. He had an unfortunate turnover there when we were moving towards that in the first half for a touchdown, which you just can't afford to make in this game, but really love what I saw from him. I thought we were very creative in the run game, as we've been the last 4 weeks. Will Friend's done a fantastic job. Him and Ike together coordinating this offense have done a good job of accentuating what we do well. Obviously, defensively, it was a tough matchup tonight. Bryce, best quarterback in college football, and I don't think it's really all that close. And we just didn't get enough pressure. But overall, love the effort, love the attitude by our kids. They didn't give in. They didn't give up. That's what you want to see, especially when you're in the midst of coaching turnover.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the thing.
and that's where we're at right now. We're in transition, and these kids know that, unfortunately, that lack is not going to be the permanent fixture there. So knowing that and getting kids to still buy in and play hard, that means something, and I think Cadillac should be commended for that. Be where your feet are, right?
Be in where your feet are. I love that statement. I had never heard that before.
I have heard it. My football coach in high school used to say it, but it's so true, and Cadillac embodied that for the last 4 weeks. He was where his feet were. He steadied the ship. He made sure those kids bought in, buckled down, and did what they needed to do to finish the season in a way that they could be proud of it.
And that's exactly where they are right now. They're proud of the way they finished this season.
That's right.
Damn right.
I mean, we're not moral victory U. That's not who we are. But you have to applaud the kids for being proud of the way, beating Texas A&M, beating a good Western Kentucky team, playing Mississippi State tough, showing up in the Iron Bowl and not just getting flat backed. Because me and you both seen that. 2012, I think they could have named their score in that game.
Damn right about that.
These kids didn't roll over that way. Not at all. They went in here and said, look, this is the Iron Bowl. This means something to us, and we're going to play balls out.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, listen. Everybody wants to talk about the coaching search. You and I both have come to the conclusion separately that there's probably somebody else out there that's – because here's the deal, J-Head. If Hugh was the second choice, they would have already sent him an offer, and they have not done that. So there's got to be somebody else they're thinking about.
Right. So theoretically, that makes sense. And I'll go into a little more detail. As this search began, I was pretty much told very early, as were you, that Lane Kiffin was probably going to be the number one. And the person that told me this also said, look, regardless of where Freeze is right now, I think he's the most logical second choice. I think he's going to be in this to the very end. And I think that's held to be true. This same person that I spoke with, that I've kind of bounced ideas off throughout this search, also said nothing is done with Freeze yet. You have reported this. Other people have reported this. There is no offer that's been extended. And that he's not the only person in the mix. Now, this person would not obviously give me any other name. Doesn't want to tip Auburn's hand as far as that's concerned. So nothing's done with Hugh just yet. Yes, there is some validity to the fact that there's somebody on the field. I don't know who that is. I'm not going to claim that I do and just throw names out there and see if shit'll stick on the wall. I think that's how you get embarrassed when you do things of that magnitude. I'm not sure that it's Luke Fickell. I'm going to be honest with you. I had heard earlier this week that just wasn't going to break our way with him, that he wasn't looking to leave the Midwest, but maybe things have changed. Money talks. Who knows? And I know the chat has asked that question with regard to him tonight, but that's what I know as far as his candidacy is concerned. I think he's a great coach. I think he's somebody that has recruited the Southeast, understands how it works. He would still need to have Southeastern recruiters on his staff to make it work, guys that understood the lay of the land. But I don't – anybody that wants to categorize Fickell in the same way that you would Harsin, it's not the same.
That's
yes,
silly.
They're both outside the region.
That's silly.
But one has coached at a blue blood program in Ohio State with a passionate fan base that understands what it's like at the Power 5 level, and one has spent the majority of his time coaching in the G5, you know what I mean, where it's just a different brand of football as far as that's concerned, specifically from a recruiting standpoint. Like X's and O's and on the field, that doesn't change, but how you coach kids, how you relate to kids, how you network, what's required of you from a Power 5 university, those are all things that Fickell knows and understands. And I don't know that necessarily that Harsin was A, understood it, and two, that Allen necessarily set him up for success in that capacity either, of maybe pointing out some of the things that he needed to do once he got in Auburn.
All right, so I know you like Luke Fickell, but you're not necessarily sure that he's the guy, right? Is there somebody you'd want to – if you had to guess, is there somebody you would think of you would think about?
I wouldn't even venture to guess. If I'm going to be honest with you, Jay, the only person that logically makes sense to me, because if we're talking criteria of what I was given when this search started, it was somebody with SEC experience, somebody that was a recruiter, somebody that was a program builder. Well, there's only one person that me and you have both talked about that fits two of those criteria right now, maybe three if you wanted to count James Franklin. I just haven't heard enough around that name, and it doesn't make sense to me to leave Penn State.
I agree.
In the situation that he's in.
He's got $55 million guaranteed right now, so that doesn't make sense to me.
Right. And Pierce and Penn State, regardless of what Auburn people may or may not want to believe, they're a peer program to Auburn. They're a top 15 program as well. It's not like you're going from a program that's, like, no offense to these people, but Baylor, you know what I mean? It's like a top 30 university to come to Auburn. Penn State's a very similar based university. And unless it's a situation where he's just trying to restart the clock like Tuberville did towards the end of his tenure, going to Texas Tech and then bouncing like a recruiting dinner to go to Cincinnati in the middle of the night, I just don't see that. And like you said, the guaranteed money's there. He's got the program rolling. He's the number 3 team in the Big Ten right now. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for it to be Franklin.
I know.
So if we're trying to figure this out, the only person that makes sense to me is Brian Johnson, who's got SEC experience at 2 different schools as an offensive coordinator. Obviously, he's been a good recruiter, but I don't feel strongly about that either. But if we're trying to fit that paradigm, he's the only person right now that kind of fits in there logically. It could be numerous people that I don't even know we've spoken to. That's the thing. But there's somebody within the field that's chirping right now. That's what I do feel comfortable saying. There's somebody within that range of people that John Cohen has spoken to that is also communicating with our administration.
To say, I'm interested. I want to talk.
Yeah. Right. Let's press pause. Otherwise, I do believe that Hugh would have had an offer, or you would have heard more break than what's broken to this point.
Yeah.
And yes, Chris Lowe obviously name dropped him. Yes, Pete Thamel, as much as I hate him, name dropped him. You know what I mean? Those are 2 reputable national guys that when they speak, you have to pay attention, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know what I mean? You can't discount what they say, but I don't think anything's done at this point. And I guess the other name that you feel comfortable taking off the board from very early on is Matt Rule, who's now named the new head coach at Nebraska.
Yeah, he definitely spoke with him. Cohen spoke with him, definitely.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt.
I mean, Cohen spoke with Sonny Dykes. Cohen spoke with, the head coach Dave Clawson at Wake Forest. It's not going to be Sonny because he's in the middle of the playoff run. There's no way you're walking away from TCU to come to Auburn right now, given where they are. Dave Clawson doesn't make sense from a recruiter standpoint or understanding the SEC. So I'm not, guys, it's hard for me to say who it is without me having a name and being confident in it. I just know that nothing's done with you yet and that there's something else there, and if I could wrap my arms around it, I would say it. But unfortunately, to this point, I don't have a logical name that I can point to and say that's the play.
Do you have any reason to think Dabo Swinney's involved here?
I don't.
I don't either.
I honestly don't. I know that there was some. So this is where, and this is why you're smart, and why multiple other people that I've kind of tried to mirror myself after some here. When you're trying to go through a coaching search, you speak to people outside of Auburn, because sometimes you get a little bit more of a realistic view if you're talking to other people that have a different vantage point of the coaching search than you do when you're talking to people that are directly tied to Auburn, because you know how that goes, where one phone call can turn into, there's severe interest, and it just, the telephone game starts to happen. And I have no doubt that there was dialogue between Dabo Swinney's agent at Auburn, but I feel that was more of a leverage play to try to get some things from Clemson that he may or may not have needed to put his program in better footing for what the changing landscape is of college football.
Is there any way it could be Dan Lanning?
I'm sure it could.
They'd love to talk to him. They would love to talk to him.
They would absolutely love to talk to him. The problem with Dan is, I think Oregon beat Oregon State today. Is that correct?
No, I think Oregon State won that game, according to the chat.
Let's look at trusty old ESPN and see who won that.
Well, I would look at the ranked college football app, but it's cool.
Ooh, oh yeah, you're probably right on that. I probably should stick to that. But if Oregon State
it's a
won,
final. It's a final. The Beavers won 38-34.
Then does that? I think that knocks Oregon out of the Pac-12 championship. So from a timing standpoint, technically speaking, he would be in play. Now, is he interested in leaving Oregon year one? I don't know, because there are a lot of coaches that don't like setting that precedent. Obviously, Lane Kiffin is not one of those, but
yeah,
there are a lot of coaches that get a place they don't want to leave in year one. They want to feel like they want to at least get to year 2, 3, maybe even year 4 before they start contemplating making a jump. But if Auburn makes an offer that's too tempting to say no to, then yeah, I could see that. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard Lanning since very early on when me and you communicated that there had been contact there.
I know that Dan Lanning is still very, very popular in the state of Georgia. I mean, very.
Oh, no question. And he should be. Look, I don't know what Dan Lanning is or isn't going to be, okay? But I think we all know that anybody that has coached for Saban, Smart, Mike Norvell, has those tires to draw back on to build a staff, understands what it's like to compete on the national level and do it at the highest level when you're competing for national championships. And you're the recruiter that he is, you should be valued. Now, once again, we don't know if he's going to be the next Kirby Smart. I mean, he could be the next bust. I don't know. But I know that he's worth talking to, that's for sure, just because of what the potential of what he could be.
Yeah. He's a great recruiter. And I think he's a really good coach, too. So he's a name to keep an eye on. For sure. Brian Johnson from the Eagles, somebody that had a great interview, and a lot of people are very high on. Could he take this job without any head coach experience, though?
I don't know. I think that would depend on John Cohen and his belief in what Brian Johnson's capable of. And he wouldn't be the first coordinator to take a sitting Power 5 head job. I mean, I think Georgia has hired 2 straight coordinators back-to-back in Mark Richt and Kirby Smart, and how's that played itself out? I don't believe Oklahoma, now they're eating it now, I don't believe Oklahoma has hired a Power 5 head coach. They've only hired coordinators. And since Bob Stoops, so Stoops was the DC at Florida, then he handed it off to Lincoln Riley, and then Brent Venables has taken over. So I don't think you necessarily have to have Power 5 head coaching experience to be a valued, commodity or somebody that's capable. Do you have that skill set? And I wasn't in the interview, so I truly don't know, because here's the thing. This is where those interviews are so valuable, because you're asking them a litany of different questions where it's, give me your offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and how you lay out your staff. Okay, none of those guys are available. Who's next? Who else do you have in your Rolodex?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you go on a 3-game losing streak, how are you going to handle it? What's the culture going to be like that you're going to build? Who do you need from an operations standpoint? How he answers those questions kind of dictate the way you project a coordinator. And does he have that skill set or that leadership understanding? You know what I mean? Because some guys just have it. You know it. You've talked to them. Some guys, you just know they're going to be a fantastic head coach before they even become that. And is Brian Johnson that? I don't know. John Cohen would be the one to answer that. Does he have some things that I'm interested in and that I think that may be appealing to the Auburn fan base? Yes.
Yeah.
Good offensive mind, great success with quarterbacks, young, aggressive recruiter. So there are some things, there's some definite tools, but he's not a finished product. And is Auburn in a chance? Because, look, I don't think anybody's going to dispute that the way things ended this season for Liberty, it probably left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths when you start thinking about Hugh Freeze as being your next head coach. When you combine that with some of the off-the-field things that have transpired. But Hugh knows how to run a program. He's done it. Hugh knows how to win big games. He's done that. He knows how to win recruiting battles. He understands the landscape. So sometimes it's risk versus reward, and is Auburn in an opportunity, or are we right now in the position to gamble on somebody that doesn't have that experience? I don't know the answer to that. That would boil down to how strongly you feel about one candidate over the other.
Some people are worried in the chat, J-Head, that it's going to be Dave Clawson from Wake Forest. I mean, he's a really good coach, but recruiting-wise, I don't know, man.
I don't think if they go that route, I will be just shocked, completely shocked. Yeah, I have not, other than the initial vetting and interview, I have not heard his name mentioned probably in about 3 weeks.
Same. Same for me.
So I don't have that concern. And I understand that I threw that name out there, and that's immediately going to draw red flags. But in full disclosure, I haven't heard that name in 3 weeks. So I don't think that's somebody that the chat needs to worry about.
He's a good football coach, though.
He's a fantastic football coach. If you're talking X's and O's, he's as smart as anybody. I mean, I'd put him on par with some of the best minds in the game. That's for sure.
Would you have
go ahead? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to cut off Dave Clawson, but would you have considered Prime? Because I don't feel like Auburn has. I love me some Prime now.
I do love Prime. I understand both arguments as far as that's concerned. I can understand where Deion is so new in the coaching business. I mean, 4 years as a coach. At the college level. And all of that was in the lowest division of the FCS, playing a SWAC schedule. And for those that don't necessarily understand FCS football, Jackson State has not played a top 25 FCS program all season long. Okay? So the quality of competition he's seeing right now is not fantastic. Now, that still does not negate his accomplishments and what he's been able to do at Jackson State in turning that program around. But moving from the SWAC to the SEC is a quantum leap. No one has ever done it.
That's right.
Now, if it's possible to be done, Deion could do it. All right, I feel comfortable saying that. But I think there are a lot of people that want to know the unknowns with Deion, and some of that stuff, just kind of sideline demeanor. What happens if he does lose 3 straight games? Deion's never had that level of failure, and walking into a program right now where Auburn is, you're not going to be a smash success right away. You're going to have to build something. And can you do it when you're competing against the best of the best? I think a lot of people think that he can. I think there are other people that, they have questions, and I don't know that Auburn was ready just yet to gamble on potential. I think that's not knowing how he's going to react at the Power 5 level. I think that was a huge concern, or what I got from early on. And they would rather him have proved himself somewhere else first at a little bit higher division of football.
I understand. Yeah, I get that. When I was telling the folks in the chat earlier, I expect there to be a hire tomorrow on Sunday, Monday at the latest. Is that kind of what you're thinking as far as time frame?
I think for everybody that I've bounced things off of, there is a legitimate concern with regard to needing to have someone on campus because of the opening of the transfer portal window, which is December the 4th, as well as the needs that Auburn has in recruiting just from a high school standpoint. You need somebody to be able to set their feet and start to push this ball forward up the hill, because it is going to be a challenge for whoever takes this job. I mean, you're looking at somewhere between 30 to 40 new kids on the roster this year, and you've only got 11, maybe 12 in the class right now. That's a massive lift. And you're talking about having to hire a staff. You're not talking about an established person having to do all this. You're hiring a staff. You're getting a feel for the kids that are in your program. You're trying to understand who you want to keep, who you don't want to keep. Now, my guess is anybody that's interested in this job has probably done their homework on Auburn's roster at this point, right? They've probably kind of tried to review as much as they can or gotten information about kids that they'd be interested in and making sure that they don't enter the portal. But just a lot of moving pieces when you start talking about a new head coach. And the sooner you get on campus, the better off it's going to be from a retention standpoint, and then also a talent acquisition standpoint. So yes, you're right. And you guys have been hitting it. And I think everybody on the beat kind of understands that right now, Sunday, Monday-ish, there's a huge push to get somebody, at least the news broken and somebody announced this week, formally announced on campus, and them starting to build out a staff and talk to kids and everything else. Like, you need to be ready to go, because when that portal window opens, Jay, you know it. I mean, it's going to be mass chaos, 100%.
And they got to have somebody. I mean, dude, Super 6 is going to be there this weekend at Jordan-Hare. You got to have somebody there. So, I mean, it's going to happen quickly. We know that. So
it is going to happen. And whether that's Hugh, whether that's somebody else, that's what I can't tell you right now. I would tend to say, if I'm laying percentages, I think the percentage is higher that it's Hugh Freeze than anybody else right now. But I don't know that to be a 100% fact.
Word. J-Head, you've given us like 22 minutes of your time, and we love you, man. So much good intel here on the game, on the search. That's why you're J-Head, man, and we love you.
I love you guys too. Any questions or parting shots before I go?
No, just how much of a stud you are, and we think you're a legend. Period.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the chat. Appreciate you and the administrative assistant. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Parting words for me, guys. Don't get down about the Iron Bowl. Don't get down about the coaching search. It's over. We're going to be just fine. I promise you that. The times that you feel the worst about things when you hire a 5-19 coach and then you win a national championship 2 years later. That's Auburn, okay? So just let it ride. We're going to be all right. Let the tension ease out of the chat, and hope everybody has a great night.
All right. J-Head, words of wisdom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother.
See you, bro. Bye. There he is, J-Head, the legend himself, the legend. He talked about all the major players here. There could be more. There could be some guys that we haven't talked about that could figure into this thing, and we'll just kind of see how the thing goes. But J-Head, I think that he made some good points there, especially about Auburn has been in a situation like this before and turned it around very quickly. It can happen again. And I think there's more than one guy that could get it done. Yeah, I said it. There's more than one. I want to talk. Oh, hold on now. I was going to talk to Stoltze, and then he said he was good, but Carnell's now talking. So we will get to Stoltze on that and BMAT. For now, we're going to take Mama Doodat. What's up, Mama Doo?
JG, how we doing?
What up, man? Where you at?
Oh, I am driving in the great state of Indiana, driving back from visiting my parents in Chicago.
Attaboy.
Left after the game, and just headed home. Headed home with the kids in the car,
That's what I'm talking about. How did you feel about the Iron Bowl? I mean, I know you're not satisfied with it, but are you good with the way the team fought?
Oh, you have to be. I mean, I cannot, and I know I'm not alone, I cannot say enough about the job that Cadillac has done in inspiring this team, inspiring the fan base. Man, the kids just fought so hard. Proud of Robbie, proud of everybody. And so, yes, you held your head high, not happy with the result, but, I think part of this season we will always look back on fondly with this little interim stint with Cadillac.
Yeah, he's brought that fucking passion back. You know what I mean? Like they're fighting every damn minute. And I know they got outdone tonight, but they were still fighting, man.
No, you're right, and I think it's such kryptonite for Auburn fans, especially of my age, who when Cadillac was a player in Auburn, we were so impressionable, in our early teens, and so just being a fan of him for so long, now seeing him coach and do what he did, it's easy to get carried away and wonder what that might look like, permanently. And I hope I see it in a few years. Obviously probably not the timing now, but God, it's hard not to get carried away.
I know. Who you thinking about, Coach, man? Is there somebody that really tickles your fancy?
I think I'm second maybe only to Mike CB in my thoughts on Hugh. So
not a fan, huh?
I think no, I'm not, and it really goes beyond any one incident. My concern with him, and I think obviously there's been many hot takes, but if you look at stories that have come out about him in high school. In Ole Miss, certainly, and then things that he did in Liberty and things he's done on Twitter. It's a pattern, right? And my worry is there's a pattern of making kind of not great decisions, and what that might look like in the microscope at Auburn, and then, the microscope that would be the NCAA with him and Bruce on campus together. I'm not necessarily, I don't want Hugh to drag Bruce down with him. So, not my ideal choice by any stretch. So I'm kind of hoping, I'm pulling hard for the field. But if you held a gun to my head, realistic choices, I'd love to see Dan Lanning I was also kind of team prime there for a while. Thought it was just too exciting to pass up, but obviously recognizing that that's probably not realistic.
And Carnell, not necessarily a lot of thought about him as like a permanent solution. I mean, I know you're fired up about the way the team's been playing, but permanent.
Well, so listen, I would get behind it. If you said you have to pick between Hugh Freeze and Carnell Williams, I'm taking Carnell Williams all day. Just his attitude, his character. My seat doesn't dictate my service, or whatever he said. I mean, how could you not run through a brick wall every time that man opens his mouth? And if you get a different staff around him, obviously a couple recruiting classes in. I would get behind it. Now, I understand the hesitancy and why you would certainly look elsewhere first. But if it came down to Hugh and Carnell, I'd take Carnell.
I like that choice. I mean, I like Carnell too. I don't think it would. Yeah. I think it would go to Hugh if it was between those two. But I get where you're coming from.
No, and I think it would, and I think that's where most people come down. Right or wrong, but I'm just this one man's opinion, and I was also told, by the way, unrelated. There were people on the bunker, Jay, earlier this year that were trying to tell me that Derek Mason didn't call the defense at last year's Iron Bowl. It was all Schmetty.
I saw you asking that earlier.
And I would just want to revisit that conversation with those folks that were just so adamant that Derek Mason didn't call the defense at last year's Iron Bowl. I just have a feeling that was more about Mason, but folks didn't want to acknowledge that at the time for whatever reason.
I got you. Mama,
I appreciate you, man.
Did you get a final in the Purdue-Indiana game?
Yeah, Purdue's going to Indianapolis, baby. They're going to play the Michigan Wolverines in the Big Ten Championship Saturday.
Damn, so they beat Indiana. That's awesome, man. Fired up about that.
Yeah, no, it's great. And a big basketball game for the Boilers tomorrow against Duke. Looking forward to that one.
God, everybody hates Duke. Everybody hates Duke, Mama, do that.
Oh, you better believe it. So yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Basketball season's in full swing. My father-in-law, I think we spoke before, coached for many years here in high school basketball in Indiana, and has met a lot of really good college coaches over the years through recruiting and whatnot. And yeah, he doesn't have much love for Coach K or Duke either. But interestingly enough, he coached with a guy named Mark Barnheiser up here in northern Indiana, who went to Auburn and had two kids that were pretty darn good. And I think on the bunker earlier this week, they were talking about did Auburn play one of the Barnheisers in one of their early games this week?
I don't know. Maybe.
So anyway, it was funny how the kid can shoot. I know that. So I think we were wondering how we missed on a kid that could shoot the three, whose parents went to Auburn. But at any rate, it's funny bringing up that name because I've talked to that guy, when he was coaching up here. So wild time.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Great call. Love having you on the show, bro. Appreciate you.
Hey, I love you, man. Appreciate you. Hold down the fort, and War Eagle.
All right, man. I'll see you. War Eagle, bud. There he is, Mama Do That. Before I get another call in, I want to make sure I get some of these super chats because we got some studs coming through here. Collins M. From the great state of Virginia coming through there with a big super chat right there. The guy knows peanuts. I'm going to tell you that. I'll just tell you that right now. And has made it possible for us to snack on them throughout the holiday season. Well, what a stud this guy is. I absolutely love him. Yeah, I mean, you talking about a guy that knows football, that knows Auburn, who loves Auburn, giving me a lot of information through the years, and we love Collins. What a stud! We had so much activity in the chat. My goodness, the Runner 24. I know I'm getting these are old super chats, but I haven't had a chance to hit them yet. It says great season, JG. Thanks for making this roller coaster season worthwhile. Runner 24, one of our Swoogans, newly christened Swoogan, who got his cup on Monday. And so this is the first show he's had where he's drinking straight out of the cup. So we love that. Don't give up until you drink from the silver cup, although they're glass, but you know what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say. So much effort there in the so many chats. Golly, I had no idea it was like going off. When I do the calls, I try to pay attention to the caller, you know. And I kind of lose sight of the chat a little bit. I know Mobile Alum's been jumping in there. We love Mobile Alum. I'm not saying her name, but we think she's an incredible superstar. Some J-Head, a lot of J-Head love out there. J-Head's a great caller and a great poster at our site for sure. Oh, my goodness. We got a super chat here from Canoeman, another one. Unbelievable. He was pushing for more likes. We only had 108 at that time. We have 114 now. With 67,000 viewers, we should have more likes, but I'm not going to hate on you guys. Mobile Alum as well, jumping in with a super chat. What's up, girl? Says Ahmad reached out to several Auburn targets today regarding Hugh Freeze, I guess. They didn't know who he was. Is that true? Did not know who Hugh Freeze was. Okay. I am personally familiar with a handful of highly rated commits who would be fired up for Hugh Freeze to be the coach at Auburn, who would either flip or would consider flipping. They are enamored with several names on Auburn's list, which at the time when I last communicated with these folks included Lane Kiffin. A lot of people like Lane Kiffin. Dan Lanning, interestingly, is probably the most popular coach now that Lane is out, and he might have been more popular than Lane, honestly, among recruits in Georgia and Florida. I don't really understand this. I can't sit here and tell you, like, I mean, Dan Lanning is someone I know of. Obviously, I know who he is. My thing is, I did not know he was so well known among recruits in Georgia and Florida. I had no idea. I did not know. I'm learning this as we move along. But he is definitely a guy who, if we're hiring at Tate State, we're keeping a very close eye on. There's no doubt about it. He has been pretty outspoken about his desire to stay in Oregon. He's not from out that way, but he's been really good. He's a guy I'd be talking to. I'll be talking to for sure. El Tigre Esquire, who's been with us all day long. He was one of our first super chatters of the day, and he's still here. Says this $2 is for the Canoeman, LOL. I'll give you a laugh about that. And then Form Data, who likes to sneak in here late in shows and drop them. What a stud this guy is. Carnell over Prime all day, but not sure about him over Hugh. Hopefully the big candidate is real and not simply a correlation with girth to $1 to Grimes. A correlation with girth. I love it. That's good. Again, it's anecdotal information on that. And I felt like J-Head was kind of saying the same thing. Like, you don't necessarily, it's like, hey, JG, it's Luke Fickle or whatever. Like, it's more like, well, we're going to hold off on making this offer to Hugh or whatever. And it's like, wait, why would you do that? Well, the answer is there's somebody else you're talking to. It's the only possibility. Somebody said, yep, it was Christian who reported it. Are you talking about the people who didn't know who Hugh was? He kind of put me in a bad situation there. Because, I mean, Christian obviously kind of came up with us, and he went somewhere else, and I'm not out here trying to rag on Christian. But that just seems kind of questionable. I mean, like, how could you not know who Hugh Freeze is? Like, he coached at Ole Miss for, like, a long time. He was really successful. Now he's at Liberty. Nobody knew who the fuck Liberty was. Now he's got Liberty on the map. Now, I realize the season hasn't gone the way that he expected here in the second half, but come on, man. I just can't believe that a widespread collection of kids would not know who he is. Alan thinks possibly they may have gotten some blowback on him. Let's go ahead and take this call from NWD, who's an absolute stud. What's up, bro? How you been?
Hey, JG, how are you?
Where are you located, like in a general sense?
I'm in Destin at the moment.
Oh, my man. I was thinking you might have been in Key West again. All right. What's up, NWD?
No, none of that. No caves this weekend. Not much, man.
Hey, you and I were kind of like on different ends of the spectrum on this at some point in the bunker this week, right? You were kind of giving me a little bit of help, like in a respectful way, not in a mean way.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was over, but yeah, I'm just kind of hoping it's not freeze at this point, but we'll see what happens.
I know you're not a fan, and you kind of think that some of his, I guess maybe moral lapses is the right way to say it. It just kind of give you pause, right?
Yeah, but it's not really on a moral basis, so to speak. It's just on this guy has poor judgment kind of thing, and it's not a one-off thing. And I realize some of it's alleged and not proven and whatever like that. I'm not trying him in a court of law. I'm looking at whether he should be given a job that only roughly 15 people or so in the country have at any point in time, and I don't feel like he doesn't give me the feeling I would entrust him to that. I'll put it that way.
Damn. Okay. Who are you liking? Who are you liking?
It's not anything personal.
Who are you liking?
Lanning would probably be my top choice. When it came up with that it was freeze today, I kind of made a joke out of it. But at that point, I was Swack.
Well, he ain't getting the job.
Once people were saying it was going to be freeze.
I'm with you. I'm with you on Prime. I'm with you. He's very enticing.
Yeah. But I mean, that was just more like, I know everybody thought I was anti-Dion. I wasn't, but I would have preferred him. I would say though, like Lanning would probably be my first choice. I think it's telling what you just said about recruits, knowing who he is, being all for him in our places we have to recruit from.
Damn, how about that?
But, when he came up initially and we were talking, he's got that $15 million buyout, that was prohibitive. But when we got, who knows what the real sums being floated around are. But some of the sums that were floated around that were going to pay Kiffin, I mean, say, well, dang, you can throw in an extra $15 million for Lanning and still get there.
Yeah.
So I don't know that the money is as prohibitive as everybody initially thought it was, a month and a half ago.
Yeah. Money doesn't mean shit, man. Auburn's got it. Like, they are out on
No,
that.
right. Everybody's like, you're going to save money for assistants. It doesn't matter what they're paying the head coach. They're going to have the budget for assistants for whoever the head coach wants.
We got a guy in the chat says, ask MWD if my take on hiring a beta coach is sounding like a better take now. This is Leach RG. Says, I use Rick as the example. Sounds like at this point we could only be so lucky. What? What does that mean?
I think what he's talking about there is we're talking about Kiffin, and someone said, well, do you really want to go out and hire another Mark Rick? And I was like, do I want to hire a guy that finished in the top 10 7 times in 12 years? Sure. I mean, like everybody's like, we don't want Mark Rick. You didn't win a championship. I'm like, no, that's not what it's about. It's about getting there. And if you get there often enough, you got a chance to win it. And Auburn has not, since Pat Dye, had a coach who could consistently get you to that point. We've had some guys that have, one way or another gotten into it early in their tenures, but, I want a guy that's going to get me there year 3, 5, 7, 9, whatever.
Word. Dan Lanning is somebody I could get behind for sure, MWD. I mean, I like the guy. He's very young, 39 years old, but recruiting-wise, he's done a whole lot.
I think that's a guy everybody could get behind.
Yeah, he's good.
I think once, the fly goods, may not realize a coach from Cincinnati somebody we should be hiring, but Luke Pickle's another guy I think everybody would get behind once they knew about him. He might be, unavailable to Auburn. I don't know. But there's lots of guys that I think could be, unifying. I don't think, one way or another, I don't think Hugh Freeze is going to be unifying. But I don't know how much that matters to anybody,
Damn. That's interesting. I just feel like the whole Hugh Freeze thing is way overrated. Like, he's done some things that are obviously not great, but I just don't feel like it's the thing that would be like a deal killer. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, if you were looking at, like, Urban Meyer has off-field issues, but his record is enough people are going to overlook it. I just don't think what Hugh Freeze did, in 2014-15 at Ole Miss is going to be enough that people overlook the off-the-field stuff quite like that.
Yeah, word.
And there's a lot of people just don't realize what's there. I mean, there's more, whether it's alleged or not, there's more that's at least made it to a somewhat legitimate, journalistic article to be reported. It's not just all a bunch of hearsay rumors on a message board. But
any thoughts on the game tonight? I mean, obviously losing by whatever it is, 22 to Alabama, not ideal. But you satisfied with some elements of that game?
Yeah, guys fought hard, just like they have each game for Carnell. I mean, it's such a tremendous difference from what we've seen. We had a coach that was energetic, enthused on the sideline, and showing those guys that, you know, what's the saying? We're going to quit or fight, and we're not quitting. So that was it was the same as always. I appreciate everything he's done. He's not going to be, you know, considered for a head coaching candidate at this time, but I think he's laid a foundation that he can build his career off of.
Farm Dad in the chat trying to make the argument that Brian Johnson, the assistant coach with the Eagles, is a good choice. A guy who's got.
I don't know a lot about him.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, even at the NFL level, I'm kind of hesitant to go with a assistant, somebody that hadn't been a head coach before.
Yeah.
For all the obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I think he definitely checks a lot of boxes, like Jay had said. But and with, you know, I think he would be positive in a lot of ways. But at this point, I think all is somebody that has been a head coach before, has been a big name, if not a head coach in the SEC. I mean, these recruits, they're going to have no idea who Brian Johnson is. I mean, I think that goes without saying. He hasn't been on their map in a few years. So,
yeah.
And I'm not surprised that recruits, some might not necessarily have known who Hugh Freeze was, because these kids would have been 10, 11 when he was at Ole Miss, when he left Ole Miss. I mean, so that's not maybe it'd be 9 or 10. So that's not shocking to me. If they don't, you know, they might know Malik Willis's name, but they probably have no idea who Malik Willis's coach was.
Fair point. Fair point. All right,
anyway, I got to jump off. Just wanted to call in.
You're in Destin, and you're bringing it. I know wherever you are in Destin, you're bringing it. So we appreciate you, bro.
Absolutely. Where are you going?
See you, man. Be good. There he is, MWD. He calls in every week, and we love him, man. He's definitely a fastidious caller, and I like it. He always he keeps the receipts, and that's one of the things I love about him. He's really, really good. I got a few super chats I want to get to. Emilio, obviously, I left him up here. Says, JGT, God bless you and your family. Thanks for the Drain Ward Dam. If you're talking about my mom, she hasn't been feeling great. And also got a real deal chat, super chat coming through. But I got to take this call from Hornatius. Here he is, Hornatius. What up, Maurice? How you doing?
I was just calling to check on the status of your head coach replacement insurance.
It is going to be Tommy Tuberville. Senator Tommy Tuberville is coming back.
No, but first off, prayers for why not AU and his eczema that he kept talking about tonight.
Did you know he was in the Bahamas?
No, eczema, like skin problems, right?
Oh, yeah. He's had some skin problems. You're right.
Okay. No, I love that dude.
Hey, man, I'm going back in a little bit in the chat here, but, you know, the guy says the danger zone is when you're dating a girl named Tiffany, a redhead, or strippers. Like, he's kind of like disparaging people named Tiffany.
And ladies with an I. I mean, my wife's name is Tiffany. My mom's name was Patty. She was a redhead, and she owned a hair salon.
Well,
like, all those are so many damn negatives.
But yeah,
I mean, not negatives. To me, they're positives. I mean, they're crazy as fuck.
Whoa, buddy. Well, your wife's name ends with a Y, not an I. So, I mean, that's a step in the right direction right there.
I mean, it's still Tiffany, no matter how you spell it.
Is she crazy, like in a good way at all?
Hell yeah. I mean, everybody likes her a lot more than they like me.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of goes without saying.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you had a good week, man. You jumped on the chat over there at Ole Miss and kind of lured him in a little bit, didn't you?
Dude, I just reeled him in. I just threw a couple nuggets out there, shut up, and let him eat them for a while.
Yeah, you were Maurice, by the way. You said you were Maurice.
Like I'm doing right now?
Yeah. Who do you want?
And then just you fucking yank that fucking hook, that rod, man.
Hey,
so
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Who do you want to be the coach?
You do. Man, I don't care, but, you know, the problem is people talking about hiring established head coaches and records and the most proven this or that, and people talking about that on the bunker. If you look at Harson's record, he was the most proven head coach that Auburn's ever hired.
Harsin? That guy sucks, man. What are you talking about?
I know he does, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. You got to have somebody that has relationships around here, and that's how you win.
Damn. Word.
And no, it is.
I'm just
I
glad.
mean, and that could mean a lot of folks. That could mean a lot of folks, but it doesn't mean you can't go outside just based on record and conference and all this kind of stuff that they were in. You know, you just can't, like, that can't be the deciding factor.
Yeah. All right.
No, it can't. So, hey, look, so tell me a little more about, you know, I tagged you in a post and you responded about it, about the playoff coaches, and you talked about it on here that Auburn talked with.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But tell me about, like, why, like who cut off those talks? You know, like you said, they interviewed and all that. Was it lack of interest from Auburn, or the coaches being talking to them?
You're getting into the weeds a little bit for me. So you're talking about. I said there were playoff coaches too. That I said multiple that they had talked to, and that was going to be Fickle, and then Dabo. But
you said one went a couple interviews and one went as far as you know.
Well, I said Fickle.
That was it.
He talked to Fickle a couple times, and may still be talking to him. I don't know what the situation is with that. I don't know what the situation is with either one of them. I know he spoke with Dabo at least once. I don't know if that would constitute an interview per se. It's just kind of talking with people. But I mean, the idea that he's going out there talking with some guys that are pretty fucking successful. I mean, I think that's good. That's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, I agree too, but I was wondering if the reason why it didn't go further was on our end or their end.
Yeah, I don't. That's just too far in the weeds for me, bro. That's a good question. I just don't know the answer, honestly.
I mean, because that would sort of tell us where we were at. If it was on our end, you know, why would that be the case? If it was on their end, why would it be the case? I mean, both of those, the answer to either one of those questions would help Auburn in the future.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
Well, I don't have an answer on that one. I wish I did. I mean, it's a good question. I just don't have an answer. I could lie to you.
No, well, all right. So now let's change it up. So tell me about your sampler platter tonight.
Oh, all I got was fucking some McDonald's is what I got. I mean, I just kind of get what I get, you know.
What, you put some nuggets in your mouth?
Yeah, I did put some nuggets in my mouth. They were pretty fulfilling, too. The problem is we got 14 people staying with us right now, so administrative assistant's kind of she's busy with some other stuff.
Well.
And also
right,
Denton's mom is she's got a few people over there at her house too.
Hey, slip her my digits on the DL.
I don't think I'm gonna do that, man.
Okay. No, now we got to go back about the cucks in the corner of your studio.
Cucks. Hey,
in the corner of your studio.
Yeah.
They they're like to sit and watch.
They were sitting and watching, yes. One of them is a
13-year-old
girl, and the other one is my nephew, who's like 25 or something.
Well, then that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. You're not creepy. You're just a good guy. That's what Deezer said about you. He said you're a good guy.
Rip Deezer, man.
I know, dude. I miss him. I miss him a lot. I miss him on the show. I miss him on the bunker. He's just a fucking stud, man.
Yeah, man. It is what it is.
And hey, listen, man.
Hey,
I love shitting on you, and I love making fun of you, but like for real.
I mean, we know what the deal is. You ain't got to say shit.
I know what you did. I know what you did with him, and it's appreciated, man. I mean,
all right, man.
Nah, I'm gonna get fucking teared up, man. I'm gonna get fucking teared up, man.
No, dude, I'm gonna spam your ass with free cat facts text messages for this shit.
Okay, man. You know I love you though, bro. I shit on you, but I love you.
All right, man. Holler at you later, brother.
All right, see you, bro.
All right, bye.
I mean, I shit on Hornatius for real, but I mean, his relationship with Deezer, and I mean, I'll get teary eyed if I fucking talk about it very much, but I miss that guy a lot, and we all miss him, and Hornatius, as full of shit as he is, man, he really went the distance on that, and some other guys did too, like no joke. BP Rockman and Powerman, and there were some people that really, man, we can write a show about it. I'm not kidding. Real deal. I want to make sure that we got his credit for the super chat up here. He says, I'm here for the coaching search. Thanks for keeping us entertained throughout the season, JG. Real deal. One of our Huntsville guys. I I know him. I've met him a few times, and so I can speak very specifically that he is a guy, and he is married to a lovely gal who's very entertaining to me. And, yeah, he did good. Appreciate you, Real Deal. Even though I'm more of a Madison guy myself, but I respect the folks who live in Huntsville as well, who represent Huntsville well, and you certainly do that. Look at Ben is back in the chat saying, Super Chat, JGT, I will give you 4 center court tickets for tomorrow's game, up to $100 Super Chat. Wait, what? DeWarrigal Kind is calling in. What's up, bro? How you been?
What's up, JG? How are you, man?
It's been a minute. We love when you call in, though.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, the last time I called in, it was after Bo Nix's triumphant comeback against LSU last year.
Has it been that long?
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. The more we sucked, the earlier our kick times have been. So with the time change, just hadn't worked out.
Let me ask you this. Yeah, why the fuck has it been like 15 games since I've heard from you, man?
Well, you know, because normally, because of just the way the day works out, I have to watch the games. I don't look at the bunker or anything, and I watch the game on replay, and the brain drain's already over, and then I listen to it during the week. So funny enough, last time I heard your voice, you were shithoused after Western Kentucky, and that was earlier this morning when I finished it. So,
wait, you mean I was drinking?
Than you did at the end of that show.
Hey, I don't drink very much,
Royal
like
Kind. You might have had one or two.
I don't drink much, bro.
Hey, look, man. Can I tell you? I am so glad we're not hiring Lane Kiffin. I'm so glad about that.
All right.
Like, I get that the guy he's an absolute genius of a coach when he's an offensive coordinating position. But what has he done as a head coach that's made anybody think he's worth $11 jillion a year? I mean, he went out and raided the transfer portal, which, okay, cool, credit to him. I give him that. But what makes anybody think that he's going to be an elite recruiter and an elite, supplier of talent going forward? And on top of that he's going to be able to actually use the talent intelligently to win the games we need to win to be a championship program. I just don't see it.
I mean, those are fair criticisms. I really think they're fair.
And by that same token, though, what's the deal with Hugh Freeze? And Hugh Freeze is out there paying for hookers and bags of cash to players and still losing 5 games as last year at Ole Miss. I mean, he's good at Liberty, but it's hard to judge. You've got to get credit anytime he beats the top 25 team. I'm like, everybody's acting like, we want these 2 established guys. They're both A1 or 1A1 and B, 1A1B type choices, but I don't get it. I mean, you got Lane Kiffin winning 7, 8 games a year. Does anybody realistically think that Prime would win less than 7 games a year here with his stockpile of, 3 deep 5-star talent that he'd get with our NIL pool?
I know, man.
Does anybody really think that his floor is lower than 6 or 7 games a year? I don't get it, man.
I know,
I don't get it. I'll be honest with you, Jay. This is going to sound, I'm probably going to take a lot of shit in the chat for this, but I kind of think the same thing about Carnell Williams. That guy, he's electric. He's an absolute premier motivator of talent. The guy can go into any living room in the country and preach. You want to be a 5-star kid. You want to go to the NFL top 5 pick. You want to be rookie of the year. I can take you there. I've been there. I can do that. And look what I did. We look like a no-legged man in an ass-kicking contest with our talent level the last few weeks. And he went out there but for a couple of absolutely horrendous missed holding calls on that first rushing touchdown by Bryce Young and a shitty, fumble call that wasn't overturned on the punt. We were competitive with Bama, and we are playing. I mean, our backup for Derek Hall is literally nobody. It's Dylan Brooks, who looks like a 17-year-old running around out there.
No, he does.
I mean, and we were pretty competitive. Like Robbie Ashford is leading us to a competitive score with Bama, and Will Friend. I mean, shit, I thought the guy was terrible, but that game plan wasn't it wasn't bad. Like once he became OC, things looked better. I don't think that's an answer moving forward, but I don't know. I bet you could get Carnell for $3-4 million a year and pay the best talent that money can buy to call plays for him. I don't know. I'm not one of those people who's like remove the tag, but before we go out there and pay Lane Kiffin whatever he wanted, $12 million a year, or Hugh Freeze $8 million a year, I think you're crazy not to give Cadillac a look, or to give Prime at least a call. So I don't know. I needed to talk to somebody who knows about that situation, about this whole thing.
Yeah, I would have called Prime myself. I think they did kind of call his representatives, and they didn't like the answer they got for whatever reason.
And here my biggest thing about Prime is I don't know if he's a culture fit. I don't know that the Auburn boosters are going to like the type of person that Prime is going to be. I think it's telling that the powers that be would rather have Hugh burner phone Freeze than who is SWAC Prime. It's just, to me, I think it's telling. Anyway, this coaching search, man, it's been a wild ride. Seemed like Fickle was contacted and he didn't want anything to do with us, huh?
No, I think he's talked to him twice, at least twice, maybe 3 times. I don't know. I don't. There's got to be somebody out there that they're kind of thinking about that they're waiting on a little bit here, and it could be him. I just don't know. I don't know.
You still think a decision comes out tomorrow?
Yeah, no later than Monday. No later than Monday.
No later than Monday.
I mean, they don't have time. This shit's got to get going. Period.
Yeah. If we're going to need about 190 different players out of the transfer portal, we better get somebody.
I bet it's 40 at least, though. No shit.
Well, I heard you say that drunkenly last week on the Western Kentucky game, Drain, and I fully agree with you. It's got to be at least 35, right? I mean,
it's going to take
turnover
that.
And the attrition.
Yes, it's going to take that.
You think if it's Freeze? Let me ask you this: Do you think that you saw improvement out of Robbie Ashford over the course of the season that was to a level that would make you think the next guy that he might be worth investing in in the next regime?
No, I didn't. Not at all.
Yeah. What about at a different position? You think he might be one of those guys? Because he's a pretty good athlete, and I just think about that play early in the year when he threw a pick or something, and he went out. He licked a guy. And I'm like, you think he might get a look at? It might be somebody put at safety or something like that, or
no.
You think he's totally?
I mean, maybe he's going to be like a flanker or like a backup tailback in the way that Cordero Patterson is for the Falcons or was.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, he's a great runner of the football. I think so.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't fumble it.
Not when he's not fumbling yet. He hasn't fumbled in the last 5 or 6 games.
No, he's looked a lot
better. It's like Hunter's the one that's fumbling now.
What is the damnedest fumble I've ever seen today? It looked like he bumped in his elbow bumped into the back of his own blocker, and the ball just shot straight up in the air. I've never seen one like that. I tell you what though about Robbie Ashford, I tend to agree with you that I don't know if he's worth. If Freeze is the guy, I don't know if he's going to turn Robbie Ashford into Malik Willis, but I do think that Ashford's got a lot of heart. He does. He earned some respect. He earned some respect from me today, at least. The guy played really hard.
No, he's played hard all year, and he's been better. He fumbled the ball a bunch early in the year, and he hasn't done that as much lately. So give him credit for that. But my thing is, his passing is still kind of shitty, and I don't think he's a good zone read diagnoser. He's just good with the ball in his hands and run the ball. Yeah.
So what you're just to understand what you're saying, then you're saying you think the next guy's going to want to keep TJ instead of Robbie.
Please stop that shit right now.
Oh man, I feel bad for TJ. I do. That poor kid. He never had any business playing SEC ball.
Yeah, he needs to go to Mississippi Valley State or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he seemed like a good guy, but he's not what we needed. Well, I got to say, Jay, I've appreciated all your brain drains this year. It's been great. I've got mad respect for you, and I mean, you're putting in hours, man. 5-6 hours of a Saturday. That's not easy. I know the bourbon helps, but
that's true.
It's not easy. So I much appreciate it. Oh,
Hey.
actually, one thing I want to ask you about. What's up?
I'm here. Now, I was gonna say I love you calling in, bro. I wish this happened more often.
Appreciate it, man. Well, I'll make it a point. I really will. Looks like there's a chance I might have a little bit more availability here in the near future. What about this basketball team? I know it's Saturday, and I know it's football Saturday.
Got a big game tomorrow, though. Got a big game tomorrow.
Big game tomorrow. You know, here's what I was wondering. You know, I'll be honest. I don't know my ass from the hole in the ground when it comes to basketball. I didn't start watching basketball until Pearl took over. Now I've watched every single game for the last 4 or 5 years now, and listened to all the brain drains and all the, you know, I learned basically all I know about basketball from you, to be honest. And now young Henry. But the funny thing is, you know, I'm watching the game against Northwestern. It seemed like the same things that you said about Wynn last year are still true. Wynn Green, that, you know, he's really good player, but he gets frustrated by longer, faster guards, and he can't run his stuff. Is that kind of seem like do you still stand by that, or you still think that's the case?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an interesting point guard. He's got some real strengths, but he's a small dude. BP likes smaller point guards. Aiden is not a particularly big dude, although he's longer than Wynn. But that's just kind of what he likes to do. He likes a point guard that's reliable with the ball in his hands and also good in transition. But Wynn is limited, and when he's not shooting the ball at 40% from three, he's kind of a he's a solid point guard rather than a really good one, you know. But here's the thing: you've got to roll with him because he's all you got.
Yeah. Oh, totally. I mean, Donaldson's coming along, but he's not even in the same zip code as
That's
Wynn.
right.
Here's one thing I want to ask: Am I crazy? Am I crazy, or is Alan Flanagan having a pretty good year this year so far?
Sneaky good. Yeah, I would probably give him a B.
Sneaky good. He's been shooting really, really well. He's made a couple of good passes. He seems like he's less in his head than he was last year.
Yeah, that's fair. He trusts his legs now. I mean, you know, he had that partially torn Achilles, and I don't think he trusted it, but he does now. It's totally normal for him now. So I like Al Flanagan, man. I think he's going to be big for this team. I just don't know if they have enough star power to be really, really good, but we'll see.
One of the questions that I've had about Al Flanagan, and I fully understand if you can't get into it or don't want to address it, him taking that sort of leave of absence right before the season, is that something you think that'll affect team chemistry over the long run of the year?
No,
I mean,
I don't.
I don't. Okay.
I think they know what time it is. I think they know why he left, and they're good with it.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've really enjoyed. His shooting's been much better. I mean, he's got to be. Last year he was shooting like 10% from three, and it seemed like this year he's got to be at least over 30. I mean, he's looked pretty good so far.
Yeah, he has looked good. He just looks like his old self. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jay. Well, I appreciate you, man. Keep draining. Much love to everybody. All you guys do. Props to Brian Stoltz. I love listening to that guy. I'm glad he's grown on the bunker. He's funny to listen to, man.
Yeah, we're gonna get him in off to you.
Yeah. All right, brother. I'll talk to you later, Jay.
All right, Kyle. We'll see you, bro.
See you, man.
Bye. There he goes, War Eagle Kind. He mentioned Al. I wanted to pull these numbers up. Al is 39% from three this year. Now, I realize it's a small distribution. He's 7 of 18. But 39% from three, and then 44% from two this year. So, I mean, and then from the free throw line, he's 70%. So, again, they've only played, 4 or 5 games, so there's not a ton of data out there. But Al's statistically been definitely better than he was last year, and starting to kind of, if he gets another 20% production, he's back up on the numbers we saw from his sophomore year, and that's good. That's good. We love having Oriole Kind calling in. Okay, I wanted to call. I got set up with Stoltzy, who has finished his work, and I would love to talk to him because he may have some interesting insight on some of the things that are most important to us, specifically the coaching search. I would be interested to see what he has to say about that. So we'll check in on him right now. I'm getting the phone fired up. Boom, boom, boom.
What's up?
What up, Stoltzy?
Hey, anything going on?
No, not really. Where you at, bro?
Okay. Just came out to the cigar bar to have a drink or two and then go home and type some more.
Oh, really? Cigar? Is there a
Yeah.
cigar bar in Auburn?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Oh, shiz. Do you smoke cigars?
I mean, I'm not tonight, but it's my local hangout.
Word, I got you. Thoughts on the Iron Bowl? Auburn lost by 22 in that one, but it's in some level they played pretty good though, right?
I thought Ashford played great. I thought Jarquez played great. I thought Tank played great. I thought the defense played not great, but yeah, I thought they, you know, if it had been a different coaching situation, I thought they would have given up and not scored or not, and just give up and not even show up. But they did. They showed up. They fought hard. There was a couple of injuries. They, were overmatched where it mattered, especially with Bryce Young. I mean, they couldn't get any pressure on him at all. And, it is what it is. I mean, we were expecting this. I thought they kind of got screwed on the that punt return, or punt, I should say. And
you didn't feel like Keontae had actually touched that ball, right?
No, not at all. I mean, they refused to show that angle that they showed one time where it was obvious that his hands were maybe at 8 inches, 12 inches from the ball. And they only showed it once. And I don't know if the referee saw that or not, but I thought they were screwed on that. But, that's how the ball rose. And I don't think that determined the game, but I thought they fought hard. And I think these players deserve all the love they can get because it's been a tumultuous time. It's been a tumultuous season. They've been through the ringer, like I said in my column. And, it's just it's ending to a season that you never thought was going to end for these guys.
Yeah, it was a mess. Cassidy P says, Stoltzy, blink twice if it's you. I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I thought it was pretty funny. Thoughts on the coaching search at this point, man? I mean, obviously, at this point, Lane Kiffin has turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
You would think I don't want to put you in a bad spot here, but if you was the number 2 choice, they would have automatically offered him. I don't think they have. Are there some other guys you think they're taking a look at?
I really don't know. I talked to Hugh earlier, and I'm not going to just disclose what I talked about with him, but I thought the report today put his team in a bad position. He said his players were visibly stunned by the news and stuff like that, and they couldn't recover in that loss. But that's no excuse. I mean, they should always beat New Mexico State, I think. But yeah, I don't know if there's anybody else. I mean, if it was down to 2 people and Kiffin turned it down, it should be Hugh. I mean, he should win. I mean, he would win here. He'd be a great fit, I think. I know I'm going to sound biased, and this is why I haven't posted on the Bucker on Twitter about it. But I think he'd be a great hire. And just, for those people who are wondering about the man, about the person he is, I say get to know him a little bit and then make your decision, because there's a lot of outside info that's just not true.
Or at worst, misleading. I mean, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, misleading, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else from today that got you excited that you want to talk about?
Oh, that pass from Robbie.
Wow, to JJ?
Yeah.
The best throw of the whole year.
I didn't know he could do that.
Me neither. If he did it more consistently, he'd be really fucking good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the thing is, the play calling today I thought on offense was great. They knew they had to run the ball. That those 2 runs by Ashford for touchdowns were perfectly called. I thought everything went great. It's just they couldn't keep up with Alabama's offense.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen. I mean, Bryce Young is Bryce Young. I mean, he's the Heisman Trophy winner for a reason, and they have so many options around them that, I mean, it's hard to keep up with that, especially on a depleted defense. But I was proud of them. I was proud of the way they played. I was proud of how they showed heart. It's good to see D Hall come back in the game when it looked like he might be out, because that's not the way he wants to end his career.
No.
It was good to see Owen get a interception. By the way, I thought that ball bounced on him. Did you not?
You talking about the Owen Papo interception?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a clean interception.
Oh, okay. I thought he kind of lost control, but maybe it was a make-up call for the punt. But no, I thought it's sad to say this after a 22-point loss, but I thought they played okay. I mean, the defense was overmatched, but I thought on offense they were everything that we hope for the season, and I think it's a bright future, whoever the coach might be.
Word.
I mean, it's time to turn the page, and it starts now. And for those who are worried about the head coach, I think Cohen and those guys are going to make the right decision, and it'll be a bright future for this team.
That's what I'm talking about. Stoltzy.
Yep.
It's good talking to you, brother.
Absolutely. I can't wait for next Saturday, buddy.
Yes, we're going to have the party, the auburnsports.com party at my house. Can't wait.
Oh,
it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be amazing. Yep. Anyway, nice talking to you.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
See you.
Bye. There he is, Stoltzy. What a stud that guy is. Doing a little column writing for us today from the game. And, we love the guy. I mean, the guy's just, I felt strongly about him since I met him. Had a few talks about him coming over here and working for us maybe a year and a half ago, I guess. And, I know he's a little odd. He's an odd character, but he's also a really good guy, and he cares about doing a good job, and that's what I really want here at auburnsports.com. Auburnsports.com, people that really care about doing a good job, Somebody was making fun of me earlier, saying, like, JG, they're not going to hire Prime, LOL. That wasn't the question. The question was, JG, who do you support? And I support Prime. I mean, I felt like Prime is a guy that gives you instant credibility in a lot of different ways, and you give him the money to hire the staff that he really wants, whoever it might be, and you really got guys. Like, I don't, to me, it seems like a slam dunk, but whatever. Matt M says, ooh, y'all going to tipping point. I would imagine that's probably in my future, although I cannot guarantee that. I don't know that for sure, because I'm the kind of guy who says, hey, wife, administrative assistant, what do you want to do tonight? And she says blank, blank, blank. And I go, oh, that sounds good. I mean, whether I think that or not, that's kind of go where I go. Farm Data, of course, had a huge super chat earlier. We love Farm Data. He comes in late, but we still love him. They're just the same. Real Deal. I mentioned this earlier. Real Deal is an absolute stud. One of our favorite people from the Huntsville area. Josh the Cat, also a stud. Dob the Bomb, also one of our Huntsville studs. Rice DP, another one of our Huntsville studs. So we appreciate all you guys for sure up there in the Huntsville area. And, of course, our Madison people, D. Lucky, Easterwood, et cetera, et cetera. I did take a call from Stu Pup earlier that I had to turn down because I was going to Stoltzy. Maybe we should try to get BMAT on the horn as well. We haven't had BMAT on in a minute or two, and we probably should. I mean, the guy's one of the stars of the site. Got a lot of people who are subscribed to auburnsports.com because of BMAT, a guy who was a Hall of Fame poster before he became a writer, and then he's been here for a long, long
what's
time.
up, man?
BMAT, where you at, bro?
I'm somewhere in the bowels of Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Oh, damn.
They've already kicked us out of the motherfucking press box. And
What?
I got to go downstairs to the north end zone field press area to finish writing my story.
Oh, they've done this to me
so
before,
I got to
too.
find that. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. It is
So,
bad.
I think he said we can say it without going outside somehow. Is that right?
Are you want me to holler back at you in here in a minute?
No. Let's talk while we're walking.
Okay, word.
While we're walking.
Thoughts on the game just in a general sense, bro?
Okay, I thought Auburn could have been in this game had it not been for the turnovers. I think they had to play, close to a perfect game. Right, not perfect, but close to it. And those turnovers were costed. They cost them 14 points, and they end up losing by, 22?
Yeah, 22.
I mean, that could have been a different game, you know, in the fourth quarter if it was a one-score game.
I know you got the missed or the muffed punt, officially muffed punt, and then you got Jarquez.
Was questionable. Yep, which was questionable. And Jarquez just ran into Shanker. That's all that happened. You know, he just was carrying a little bit loose, ran into Shanker, and the ball came out.
Yeah.
So,
what was Cadillac like after the game?
The same, very emotional, very thankful, very thoughtful for his opportunities and everything he was able to do. Very, very, very appreciative of the way that his players, his coaches, just everybody responded, you know, when he got to take over the team.
Yeah.
I just think, you know how he is. He's very emotional. He he knows what it means. Games and I think he's just very, very humbled and appreciative of the support he's gotten from everybody, from the administration, the coaching staff, the players, just everybody, the Auburn family.
Hey, quickly on the coaching search, I know you posted some of your thoughts on the search in general, but where are you standing right now?
Well, listen, it was Freeze until I think Freeze turned it down, whether that was yesterday afternoon or evening or morning.
You mean Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lane Kiffin, yes. And then I think Freeze was the next choice for Auburn. And I think they were prepared to offer him officially the job at some point after this game.
Word.
But now there's been a backlash that they should have been prepared for. And now I'm questioning whether or not, that's still going to happen. We'll see. But I don't want to harp on this, but Auburn has had a severe lack of leadership from the president to the AD to the coach. That's why Auburn's in the place it is right now, was that lack of leadership. And here we are in another situation where better leadership doesn't let this happen. Okay? If Freeze is your guy, you already know everything. Okay? You know everything is on the table. Right? You know, and you probably know more than we know. And if you know everything and you're ready to make that call, then you do it, and you just be ready and prepared to handle the backlash.
That's it.
If not, you dropped the sucker 3 weeks ago. Okay? But that's a decision that should have already been made.
Yeah.
And you should be prepared for it. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Maybe you probably knew better. Maybe you can update me what you think.
Yeah, I think there's somebody else they're kind of talking to or waiting on or something. I don't think Hugh's the next guy. I don't think he's number 2.
Okay. Well, I think he was at one point.
No, I do too. I do too. But he ain't right now.
Yeah. Maybe James Franklin from Penn State. Is that a possible number 2?
Unlikely, but I think like Fickle or Dabo or somebody along those lines, somebody that really got their interest or their imagination is somebody. I think. Yeah.
Well, it's got to be somebody that's willing to recruit. Okay. And if you take James Franklin, for example, he has a great personality. He does recruit good players, but he's been in the top program in the Big Ten, and he can't really compete year in and year out with Ohio State, Michigan, because they out-recruit him. That's not good enough for Auburn. They don't need that crap anymore.
Damn,
so go out and find somebody that's going to recruit and start bringing talented players into this program and start competing every year with Georgia and Alabama instead of getting your ass kicked every fucking year.
Word.
I'm not pissed because of the game. I'm pissed because I can't find this fucking place to go write a goddamn story.
All right, bro. Hang in there, B-Matt. We love you, bro.
All right. Peace out, bro. Love y'all.
Bye. He's already gone. let me give the B-Matt, the official B-Matt sound right here. You guys ready?
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
There's my man, B-Matt. The great thing about B-Matt is, like, he's so authentic on the show. Like, when he gets frustrated, he just goes, He's like 0 to 100. BRT, who I was messaging with earlier, this guy, what a stud, says, thanks, Jay, for the season of content. Didn't super chat much because I didn't listen live, but I did catch up. Hopefully next year we can talk about wins more. Continued. We'll get that in here in a second. Stoop Up's calling in. What's up, Stoop Up?
Hey, Jay. How you doing, man?
What a stud this guy is. Stoop Up, we're so stoked to have you on the horn, man. How you been?
Man, first off, shout out B-Matt. Give him hell, brother.
I know.
They shouldn't treat you like
he
that.
has had enough, right?
He sounds like me at the end of soccer season in my particular county with my rec department. I had enough, and I let him know about it. B-Matt, let him know about it, brother. You deserve better. You are a stud. Period.
Yeah, he gets when he gets frustrated, he lets it rip. Stoop Up, thoughts about this game today, man?
Jay, first off, proud of the young men. I'm sorry, I don't mean to use that word. Like, they're young men, and they are. I'm an old guy, so like I should use the term young men. Those young men fought their guts out today. They just didn't have enough young men that had enough talent today, and that's okay. That happens when you have an idiot like Harsin that absolutely screws the pooch on roster management. So I was just incredibly proud of the young men today.
Yeah, they fought, man.
Period.
I mean, they finished 22 points down, but, I mean, I don't know. Pretty valorous, man. Pretty valorous.
Valorous is a good word to describe it. Just some roster issues from the previous regime, and then that idiot that we had as head coach. They should have been fired after the first Penn State game, not the second. The first Penn State game, in my opinion. Harsin was that bad, and so Cadillac, Coach Carnell Williams. I'm sorry, I don't want to. I want to give him all the respect he deserves because he was a full head coach. Carnell Williams, as head coach, did an amazing job for this university and provided me a month of I was proud of them. It gave me a reason to watch them.
No, you're right.
And Coach Carnell Williams did an amazing job, and this should not be forgotten. Hang on, I've got a beagle puppy that wants into the house.
I get it, man. I get it.
Yeah, that's my pride and joy is my Toby, my beagle puppy. But no, it's like, to echo something B-Matt said, I don't care who the next head coach is. We got to get dudes, man. Period. Dudes.
Yeah, somebody's got to get
Alabama
dudes in here. Yes.
Dudes, Jimmy's and Joe's, because Auburn played so valorous today. I would dare say more valorous than Alabama did today. Alabama was going through the motions today. But Alabama is 2 inches taller. Their arms are 2 inches longer. Their 40 times are 2/10 of a second faster than us. And I've coached sports. You can't compete with that when it's just up and down the roster. Everyone that you're going against is bigger, faster, and stronger than you. Period. Auburn's got to get dudes, man. Period. I don't care what X's and O's you have. And Will Friend and Ike Hilliard drew up some good stuff today.
They did.
They drew up good stuff today. And I know we gave up 49 points today, but I think, I don't forget. I don't really care what his name is. He's gone after this year. But the defensive coordinator, the acting defensive coordinator, Spannick, that's his name. He drew up good stuff today.
See what I mean? He's good.
He did good.
Yeah, I'm not saying they got to keep him, but he's done good. He's been credible. Yeah, for sure.
Credible is a good term with that, JG, but he doesn't have dudes. And whoever the coach is, the first line of business they have is getting dudes. Jimmy's and Joe's, baby. That's the bottom line. You can run the triple option if you have enough dudes and win games. Period. We ain't got enough dudes right now. And until we get dudes and Jimmy's and Joe's, or however you want to put it, young men that can really run and are stronger and faster than the other team, we're not going to win. period. I don't care how great of an offensive mind you are. We're not going to get dudes. That's why I have issues with Hugh Freeze. Are you going to send your son to play with Hugh Freeze? I don't know. I'd have issues with that. I would. Moose Stoltz, he wouldn't, and I respect that because they're friends.
Yeah.
I'm friends with a head coach in basketball that people might not like, but I would send my son to play with him because I know he's a good dude.
Yeah.
We got to get dudes, man. And then that is Auburn's number one issue is we got to get players. We don't have enough studs out there.
Well, here's my thing, Stu Pup. So I think Lane would get some dudes, particularly on offense. I think that Hugh is going to get some dudes because he's a good recruiter. But to me, Prime is the guy who gets everybody. Like, that guy's going to go into every living room in the Southeast, and everybody's going to know who he is.
I want Deion Sanders so bad.
I
want the coach. I want the Auburn logo on the front and Coach Prime's Twitter handle on the back. I want that T-shirt in both long sleeve and short sleeve, and in orange and white and navy blue.
My man.
I want it because I want Coach Prime here. But unfortunately, there's some PPBers here at Auburn that aren't smart enough to do that, or they have tendencies to look at people that are different than them in a way that I would not look at people different than them. Let's just put it that way. They want people that look like them, that think like them. And that's why I'm scared to death we're going to hire Hugh Freeze as head coach when we are the best job open. And we could go out there and money spank somebody like a Ryan Day or the guy at Cincinnati or whoever you want. Like LSU, nobody thought that the dude from Notre Dame was going to go to LSU last year.
Yeah, I know.
They got him. They went out. They put the cards on the LSU. Put the cards on the table and said, "You're our guy. We got the money. Come play. Come be our coach."
And people would have said,
what? They're going to Atlanta.
People would have said he'll never go from Notre Dame to LSU, right? He'll never go. Guess what?
No, he would never go. Guess what? And guess where LSU's going next week?
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know when the SEC championship is because, quite frankly, Auburn's not playing on that level. We're not playing at that level right now, Jay. We're playing for Birmingham Bowl or Summer Bees Bowl or Weed Whacker Bowl right now.
Yeah,
we're not playing at the same level. Our goals should not be what Alabama is at our current roster rate. We're playing for different things. We shouldn't accept that as a fan base, and we need to go out there and find the coach that will find the coach and get the program to where we don't have to accept that, because we can win a national championship at Auburn. I was there at the goal line when the kick went through the goal, went through the uprights. When West Byram hit that, I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw Auburn win a national championship.
I seen it.
I saw it. I watched it happen. I know it can happen. And I actually didn't pay a dime for that ticket, believe it or not.
You're not paying me a dime, brother.
I didn't pay a dime for that ticket. I got it give to me. So, yeah, that's a little flex there. But I saw it. I saw it happen with my own two eyes. Auburn can win a national championship, Jay. Auburn can compete for championships. They can get dudes. It may not be every single year. You may have to build every other year or something like that, and I'm fine with that. Like, I'm okay with that. But we don't have to accept this. We don't have to accept Brian Harsin. We don't have to accept and there's a lot of programs out there that don't have to accept mediocrity, Jay. I don't have the money. I'm just an average dude that has a decent house and a decent truck and a decent car and gets to go to a couple games a year and gets to go to LA to watch the basketball team. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm not the big wig. But you know what? Auburn's got them, and we don't have to accept this as a fan base. We can get a coach. We can get players to compete in the SEC and win it every once in a while and get to this playoff, man. We don't have to accept this.
That's fair.
And we don't have to accept 5-7. And I don't want to accept Hugh Freeze as coach. And no offense to Stolte.
No, he
he's a
doesn't
good
take
writer
offense.
and a good dude.
He doesn't take offense to it. It's all.
He's a good dude. Like he wants to come up to North Georgia, Chattanooga area, play golf, dude. I'll have him. We'll go be friends of Macklemore and play at a great golf course. And he's a great dude. He's a good writer. But we need dudes, man. And I just don't see Hugh Freeze as a guy that walks into a house with a mama and a daddy and a grandmother or uncle with all his baggage. Like, he's got so much baggage, he has to rent the car at the airport, when he gets on the airplane. And, like, we don't need that at Auburn. We need a coach that has gone to the playoff or has gotten close and has a plan to get us there and articulate that plan and go around the state of Alabama and the state of Georgia and the state of Florida and say, hey, you know what, I can take your 4 stars and make them 5 stars. I can take your 5 stars and put them in the NFL. I take your 3 stars and I can develop them and I can build depth and I can do that. I can do this and build a program. We don't have to accept Brian Harsin. We don't have to accept Gus the last couple of years that Gus did it.
Yeah, no doubt.
We don't have to accept that. No doubt. No doubt. We don't have to accept that. We played hard, no doubt. And I like Gus. Like, I was a Gus fan until he just got stale.
Yeah,
and I don't want a Gus redo in Hugh. I don't want a Gus redo in Hugh, man. I just don't. And we can, like, Auburn does not have to accept this. And we can do this if we get the right hire. I just hope that Mr. Cohen and the powers that be will make the right hire and put all. It may take a couple of years. I'm fine with waiting. I'm an old man. I'm 40-something years old, Jay. I can wait a couple of years.
No, I get it.
I'm pretty healthy. So I just want us to be good. And like, to those that are like, well, Hugh is Bruce. Dude, Bruce went to private business and did ESPN for multiple years. He paid a pittance for really getting overcharged for what he did. And he did that and took people forget, Auburn was the worst Power 5 job in the country. I'm sorry, I'll say it. We were the worst Power 5 basketball job in the country. And Bruce has made it one of the best.
No, you're right.
He
is
a magician. He paid a pittance. He showed remorse.
He's a stud.
Whether people believe him or not.
No, he's a stud.
He's a stud.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's a good dude. I shook his hand and he took a picture of my wife, but she was a Tennessee fan at the time, and outside the Georgia Dome in 2012. Like, I love Bruce Pearl. Like, he's a good dude. And everybody does. Obviously Auburn fans love Bruce. But
I got a little skeptical when he said he took a picture of your wife, though. I got a little worried. Oh, with your wife?
Oh, he did. No, he was a good dude. Like it was like around the shoulder, and like, he was a good dude. Like, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
And Bruce is a great guy, and did the thing, and like, he come here and did the thing, and took and has made Auburn what it is. And Hugh has never paid that penance. And that's why, like, I just have big problems with him. But I just want to win football games, Jay.
I understand that.
Everybody wants to win football games. But I would like to do it with somebody that understands what Auburn is and can be. And if that's you, that's fine. I'll support the guy. But I think Auburn, if the powers that be would actually be the money they claim to be, and actually slop them on the table, buddy. Let's flip them out and flop them on the table for once. They didn't do it for the years that Harsin was there. They tried to run him out in February, but they chickened out.
Yeah.
Put them on the table. Get a real coach in here. Let's win some football games.
Stu Pup,
let's do it.
Another incredible call from you.
Jay,
you're such an incredible supporter of what we do here.
Jay, thank you for being on the drain. Like I said, you're the man, Jay. I have enjoyed the drain. I'm gonna let you go. I'm rambling. Jay, you're the man. You're a legend. Thank you for the drain. Thank you for all you do for us. Thank you to all all the regulars that are on here. Much love to all of you guys. I'm not going to take the time to name you all. Why not AU for financing it, Chip for making the glasses, D Lucky for being a legend, Stoltzy, B Matt, all you guys, Jay, and especially you. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, Stu Pup. See you, bro.
See you, man. Bye.
Stu Pup just wants to win. And, I mean, nobody here would have a problem with that. I mean, that's why we love Stu Pup. He just kind of speaks from his heart, and we love him. BRT3, who we have not seen a lot this season, but we saw him last season, drops this bad boy. Look at this. Thanks, Jay, for the season of content. Didn't super chat much because I didn't listen live, but I did catch up. Hopefully next year we could talk about wins more. Continued, I didn't catch the continued, but this dude is like a constant continued because he's such a stud. I know from talking with him earlier that he is not a huge fan of Hugh Freeze, and there's a lot of legitimate reasons why people would not be fans of him. I was hoping we could get a call from him tonight and kind of explain his point, but either way, we love BRT3. What a stud that guy is, and the support that he has shown the channel, and also just me in general. What a stud. Jen Deuce says, Jay, I think I'm the only Ole Miss fan that isn't mad at you. Man, I haven't even said anything, yo. I was like totally like down the middle. Don Properdicken, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Don, of course, is one of our favorite viewers from the Netherlands. I think Properdicken is a Dutch phrase. Love the show, War Damn. Don, appreciate you. You've been with us a good part of this year, for sure. And so we're glad to have your support, for sure. I haven't seen you in the chat as much, but we sure do appreciate you jumping in and supporting the show. Canoeman, again, this has got to be his 7th or 8th super chat today. What a stud this guy is. Nanner putting in hugs for B-Matt. We love you. Talking about B-Matt being upset earlier, and he really was. No joke about that.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
Yeah, I hope that he, in his dreams, has a lot of banana pudding milkshakes because he needs them, I think. Chris H., I don't even know what to say about this guy. Drops a massive super chat. Says, B-Matt be cussing because B-Matt doesn't necessarily do that very much. Chris H. is the guy. I don't know if you guys remember this. Like 3 weeks ago, we had the Weller 12 year that he just like donated to the show because that guy that's who he is. Like, you know what I mean? One of the Montgomery guys. An absolute stud. I don't even really know what else to say about that guy without giving away any details about his personal life. But, I mean, the guy is just, he's off the chain, and we love him. And thank you for your support of the show. And, of course, at auburnsports.com, he's been with us a long time. So we're glad to have him. Some people have been mocking me in the chat for saying LOL, JG. It's not going to be Dion. Yeah, I know that. I've told you guys that. People ask me, JG, who would you hire? And the answer is Prime. I happen to love Prime. And I think that he represents incredible value for the dollar, so to speak, because I think he can do a lot of things. I think he gives you credibility in the eyes of a whole lot of recruits and their parents. Chris H., man, I appreciate you, bro. People don't even believe that you're real. Like, I'm serious. I was like, hey, man, this dude, Weller 12, and they're like, nah, you're making that shit up. I go, no, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm not. I know who he is. I promise you it's real. Guy Forks, who is a bunk, and also a brain trainer. We love him. Says, Jay, are you planning a brain drain tomorrow? I am not planning it, but when someone gets hired, I'm going to do a brain drain. So, I feel like that answers your question without directly answering your question. I would imagine this is going to go down tomorrow, but I can't say for sure. It could be Monday. I don't know. Matt N says, Stu is at Woodstock. Is that possible? It is possible. I don't know. I know we got some super chats. First of all, Chris H., what a stud that guy is. Guy Forks as well. Mega Tiger jumping in as well, who I believe has Tristan, right? Tristan Davis as his avatar on the bunker, or at least did. Mega Tiger says, JG, thanks for the coverage and content all year. Have you addressed that Bish Neal yet about that cult comment yet? Yes, we have. This has been a issue that a lot of people on the bunker have had. Knuman was one that really had an issue with it and kind of brought it to my attention about how egregious the statement was. And I am on board with this. Neil's a friend of mine, but you don't necessarily love everything your friends do, right? I thought it was a low blow to say that it's a cult. I don't like the cult thing. I don't like mocking the prayer circles, although we've talked about this on the air. Me and Neil did a show about this. And I really don't like, and this is where Knuman really, I think, checked out, and I understand why. He said, basically, F all those people, period. Knuman, you remember exactly what the quote was. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something to the effect of, you guys can F all the way off. And, Neil's been a friend of mine for 20 years plus. I knew him and liked him before he even had kids, and now he's got 2 in college, and he's got another one kind of getting to that age, and he's married to a really cool chick, and I got a lot of love for the guy, but at the same time, he said some things that I wouldn't have said, things that I have not said about the Ole Miss people. You guys know how I feel about the Ole Miss folks. I like them. The Rebel Grove people, I feel like they're my second family, even though they've been saying some nasty things about me. I've not said nasty things about them, period. Wait, hold on. Things are getting really weird over here. What is going on here? Jackson S. jumps in with a superset. JG, who will be your top 3 coaching choices and why? Prime, 1, because he gives you instant credibility. 2, I don't know who's available, yo. Probably Fickle will be my second pick because I just feel like that guy's got something. Cincinnati kind of sucks, but he makes them good. And he doesn't have any Southern ties, so that's kind of alarming. But, I don't know. That's a guy I would trust. And 3 would be Freeze. I don't really care as much about what happened with Freeze. I think he is a good coach. I think he's a good recruiter. I think he's a head coach that cares about recruiting. I think he would put a good staff together. I'm just not as worried about the moral or ethical lapses as some of you guys are. And I'm not saying I'm right or you're wrong and none of that. I'm just telling you that's how it looks to me. So that's kind of where I'm standing on that. This has been crazy here. Hold on. Ben jumps back in again. He's now changed his handle a little bit. He's Ben T. My goodness. My pick is Prime for head coach, and I don't think it's close. It's a risk, but worth it. Now, you know that I'm right there with you, bro. He's the only one that changes the game for Auburn and puts fear in Saban and Kirby to break up their recruiting juggernaut. Also agree. I get it. It's probably not happening. Jabba, hell no to Freeze. I told you guys earlier, Ben was definitely not a fan of Freeze. And he's got support. It ain't like Ben is all by himself out here. There's a lot of people that have some issues with some lapses in judgment. I think it's fair to say with Hugh. I don't give one shit about recruiting issues. I don't care that he got in trouble for recruiting. It just doesn't matter to me. The hookers thing, about that big of a deal to me. And then for me, messaging the rape victim in support of the athletic director, to me is not a huge deal. Here's where it gets huge for me, or a little bit bigger. It's that it keeps happening, right? It just seems like it's kind of like this thing where it's like, okay, he's going to make a little misstep here, and he's going to make a little misstep here, and he's going to make another misstep here, and it's like, is it a judgment issue? Now, I don't know Hugh very well. I don't know Hugh at all, in fact. I kind of defer to Stoltze on some of this stuff and some other people who know him. I've had conversations with Gus about him, and Gus is a fan. Gus is a fan of his, and I trust Gus in a lot of ways, but when it happens over and over, I get it. So Ben is not by himself on this. Stu Pup was very outspoken about this on his call, and they're not alone. So I get it. I hope that it's not a situation where if he ends up being hired as the coach at Auburn, that people don't say, well, fuck it, I'll never support him. I just hope that's not what it is. Now, I don't know, Ben's got his own calculus in his head about, whether he's going to support the guy or not. And I don't know if it gets to him. There could be some other situations that come up where it's somebody else and it's not him. I don't want you guys to sit there and say, well, JG said it's going to be Hugh. I don't know that. In fact, I don't necessarily think that. I mean, he doesn't have an offer. We know that. And if they were hell-bent on him being the second guy, he would already have an offer. So, there's still some room there. They're looking at somebody. There's no doubt about it. But these are fair protestations, as some would say. They're fair. I happen to be all in on Prime myself. He ain't getting the job. I know that. Some people are like, JG, he's not going to get the job. I didn't say he was going to get the job. People ask me who I think ought to be the guy. My Warzone group is like, hey guys, you want to play some Warzone? Like, no, I'm not. I'm on the air right now. But it's cool. Brock H says he has demonstrated repeated poor judgment. That is a fact. I mean, it's a fact. And whether we're going to sit here and kvetch over, whether this is an important breach or not an important breach, that's up to y'all. That's up to y'all to figure out. And I'm not trying to say that my views on it matter to you or that I'm right and you're wrong. To some people, certain moral boundaries are more important than others. My man Poppy Clan, who I was fortunate enough to meet out in front of the Pearl, we also call it Neville Arena, a couple years ago. This guy's an absolute stud. He says, love you, JG. Thanks for rolling with us and being professional all year. I'm Prime all the way, but landing next, we need dudes, which is what Stu Pup was saying. Need dudes. Need players. This roster needs to be enhanced. And he thinks that Dan Lanning and or Prime would be the best guys to do that, which I think is fair. I think that's logical. Dan Lanning in Georgia, in Florida, a guy who absolutely pulls studs right away. Prime, Deion Sanders, a guy who I think pulls studs right away. Hugh Freeze could. He has before. I also think Hugh is popular among coaches. Maybe not popular among fans, but he's popular among coaches, and I think he can get some really good assistants to come in here and help him and supplement from a recruiting perspective. He is not going to be a head coach that sits up there and goes, this job's not good enough for me. Meaning, I'm not going to get involved with recruiting. I hire people to recruit. He won't do that. Dan Lanning will not be that guy either. So, there you go. That's my rant. Not discounting anything you guys say. Dwayne Phillips says, don't understand the hate Hugh gets from obvious, sinless Auburn fans. I mean, I don't want to get too deep on that, Dwayne, but there is a temptation. I will tell you guys this. When I see somebody on the bunker who is like, this guy is a bad person, there is a temptation. I will not do this, but there is a temptation in my head to say, are you Christian? Because if you are, I got questions for you. Okay? I'm just saying, I'm not bringing in religion in this. I'm just saying I would ask a question. But I'm not going to, but I would. So, by the way, is BRT not a badass? Corey is like, he's rich. What if he is or he isn't? He enjoys the show. What can I say? I love the guy. I was hoping he's going to call in and explain this stuff a little bit, but he hasn't yet. But we'd love to have him. There's no doubt about it. Kirkwood P says Jimbo Fisher is a top offensive mind and is an elite recruiter. Oh, man. I'm sure those A&M fans are really fired up to have him. Appreciate you, Kirkwood P. That's good stuff, bro. Let's see. Infinity and Zero says there's a reason Freeze got hired at the Creepshow University. It's not just because he can coach. We got the runner 24 on. Newest Swoogan. What's up, bro?
Good evening. How are you doing?
I am drinking a little bit, and I'm glad to have you on our airwaves, brother.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to be here. So,
how was your Swoogan
usually
experience
I
tonight,
sit
bro?
here and I try to figure. Sorry, what was that?
Well, how was your Swoogan experience tonight, bro?
Nice. It's nice to have the glass. It was nice to pour some of that Knob Creek, 9-year into it, and
My man.
sip on some of that as I drank some IPAs as I worked up my way through the skim. So
That's a great
thank
bourbon
you
to put
once
in
again
that
for
bad boy.
Yeah, well, no, it was nice. It was nice to have the right glass and the bourbon this week, where last week I was prepared with the bourbon and the glass got here a day late. So
Word.
Just is what it is.
Listen, man, we're probably past the point of talking about this game, but coaching search thoughts. What do you got to say on that one?
I don't know. I will be real curious to see who this quote unquote other potential candidate is, because Lane was interesting, if nothing else, just to shit on those Rebel Girl fans. But at the same time, whether or not he would have recruited or built, sort of a establishment here, hard to say. With Freeze, he's a good coach. He can recruit a degree. But as I told you, I think in prior call-ins, any man who just can't sort of control himself in terms of managing his Twitter and searching his name and just doing dumb stuff, I've never felt great about that guy. And the other part about him that always makes me wonder is, it seems like Auburn's sort of the only job that's hot on Hugh Freeze, and his name does not seem to come up anywhere else when these jobs, in these other jobs that have been open so far or were open last year. So He makes me a little nervous. He might be great. If he can control himself, he probably would be great. There's some degree of risk there.
No, there is.
I'm
there's
real curious to see who else is the other guy.
Runner, there's absolutely some risk there. There's no doubt about it. That you're right. You're right. And I think you're right to keep an eye on it.
Yeah. So, whether or not this other name that's been alluded to in the chat tonight, or what, Jay had, I guess, on the call alluded to, but also put on the bunker today. If that's Lanning, who lost today, so maybe it's more timing appropriate, or whether it's Fickle, or whether it's, somebody else good. And I don't know who that, Dabo, I guess, would be interesting. The Wake Forest guy would not be interesting. So I'm not really sure who else that would be. That would be great. I'd feel a lot better about Dan Lanning sort of, being surprised announced tomorrow morning, because he was probably my number 2 guy after Dion as this, process started. Would be the guy. But I just, as Stu Pop and some of the others mentioned, we need dudes first, and you need a guy who can get dudes, and whether that's Lanning and I know it's not going to be Dion, but somebody who just gets dudes and hires appropriate coordinators to do what the get dudes head coach can't do, then that's fine. I just don't know. I'm not, obviously I don't exactly know who that's going to be, but I just wish I felt better that when Freeze is the fallback or the number 2 or the number 3 guy, I could do a cartwheel over it, which I probably couldn't do regardless of who the hell the coach was in reality, but figuratively do a cartwheel over if it was, somebody worth, trying to, to beat my old ass up over, and do said cartwheel, right?
I don't want you to hurt yourself doing cartwheels, brother.
You drink enough, in reality, I probably won't feel it till 2 days later. So that might be the answer.
I don't know what's gonna happen here, bro. I just gotta feel like they have somebody else aside from Hugh Freeze they're talking to or thinking about. I don't know who it is, but because if it was Freeze, they would already pull the trigger on this,
I 100% agree. It's just so interesting to see who it is, and I'm not going to put you on the spot and call you out or ask you now, but obviously whoever your guess would be is better than mine, right? Like, because you're plugged into this and I'm some knucklehead who just has a fancy glass and drinks bourbon from it, from the brain drain. But whoever that person happens to be, like, and whether that name ever comes out, i.e. they take the job or we never hear the name because Freeze is announced, like, it's interesting as hell to sort of watch, but at the same time, it's just annoying as hell in the, concept of just get the damn thing done and hire the, whoever quote unquote the guy is, right?
Yeah.
So, I know it's going to be over soon. It's just a matter of getting us, between now and then. And ideally it's tomorrow, so I can drink tomorrow afternoon and not have to blow up on Monday. So that's my personal selfish choice. But
That's
we'll
what I'm
see
talking
how it plays out from there.
Runner 24, what an absolute stud you are, bro. We love you. We're glad to have you on the show.
I appreciate the opportunity to sort of chat and spew some, randomness here and there. So thank you very much.
All right, bro. See you, man.
All right.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut him off there. I'm sorry about that, Runner. My bad. I thought you were done. He's our newest Swoogan. He got a glass for his really just kind of incredible work these last few weeks. He calls in. He chats. He's good people, man. So we love having him. I still can't believe BRT sent us 2 massive super chats like that. I've been trying to get him to call in. Let's see. Well, he just answered me. Hold on. Oh, he's okay. He's just kind of enjoying the show. He's got the Stephen P thing where he's just shooting 3-pointers. I got you. We love him, man. Though he's great, man. He's super supportive. Okay, where was I going? I was kind of focused on Ben there. There was somewhere I was thinking about going. 8 Figures says hang up on this guy. What do you mean, man? Runner's great. We love him. MW Dave, who called in earlier. Look at this. He calls in and then super chats. What a stud this guy is. Don't see why a guy with these risks in the conversation when there's equal or better coaches without that kind of risk. Why hire someone, quote, you have to keep an eye on? We are not adult daycare. That's a fair point. I mean, it is. Again, for me, this is just me talking. I'm not speaking for MWD or anybody else here, but it's like each individual problem isn't a huge deal. But like when you've got piece after piece after piece, you kind of have to be like, what? I don't know. Underarms 2012 says, what's up, JG? Glad to have you here, bro. How you doing? I'm just kind of out here chilling right here, doing my thing. Oh, look at this. We got a super chat from Cheyenne. She says, I know nothing of Auburn, but I am happy to see you have fun. Cheyenne, of course, is she's a guest in my home. I don't know why she's super chatting me. But Cheyenne is, I mentioned you earlier. I name dropped you earlier like 2 hours ago, and I was like, Cheyenne is the girlfriend of my nephew. But I feel a stronger bond with you than that. So I don't know. Cheyenne's just one of my favorite people. Certainly one of my all-time favorite West Virginians, and just in general one of my all-time favorite people. So big fan of Cheyenne. Thank you. Appreciate you, Cheyenne. What an absolute stud you are. Unbelievable. What a legend. Wow. To have Cheyenne jumping in here, I feel like it's all family, Real Deal says, I think it's Dan Mullen. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And again, talking a little bit about Hugh Freeze, like, I mean, I get it. Like, I like him. I think I do. And I trust Stulte on some of his assessments, because me and Stulte have had private conversations, some of them pretty deep, about this, and I'm not going to get into the depths of that, but Stulte's a guy that I trust. Stulte is a guy who morally is on approximately the same ground that I am, and when he says this guy is legit, I listen. Because I mean that's what it means to be friends with people. You listen to their opinion and you take their advice for what it's worth. You know what I mean? Like you listen, you hear them out, and you take their stuff seriously. Just saying. Let's see. Canoeman says Cheyenne is a mountain mama. Wow, I didn't know we were going there. She is, in fact, West Virginia. Mountain mama. Actually, I looked this up a couple weeks ago. John Denver, who sang the song that Canoeman is referencing here, died in a plane accident a number of years ago. He ran out of fuel. Like, shit, man. Like, if you're going to die in a plane crash, like, at least don't run out of fuel. Like, at least have it be like something failed. Like, fuel you could have filled up with. But I'm not mocking John Denver. I'm just saying I feel like he could have known better. War Eagle says, how does Stoltze know freeze? So I'd probably leave that one to Stoltze to kind of explain that, but I'll say this, man. Stoltze is he's a good guy to know. He's a great networker. He is a guy who speaks the truth about he speaks from the heart all the time. You guys listen to him on the rundown. He's a little guarded on the rundown, but I mean, I'm talking about in real life. Like, guys, keeps it real. And I think other people who appreciate people who keep it real get along really good with him. And I would imagine that he's one of those. I'm one of those myself. Spread attack. Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. Yeah, we know little John Denver. Absolutely. Mac Moore says Annie's song. Oh, hold on. I know that song. I just had it in my head. Anyway, yes. That's a classic, obviously. Wait, what are we talking about? Twitter. Billy P, what are we talking about, bro? What's going on? Oh, Twitter is how they know each other. Yes. Real gear. What? I came on your pillow. Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, Guy Fawkes says after Stoltz wrote a negative article, he did. That is exactly right. I'm glad you guys are kind of keeping me up to date on that. He wrote a story about Hugh that was kind of tough. Hugh messaged him, and they kind of became friends. Yeah. Kevin T says, you fill up my senses. You're absolutely right. That's the Annie song. Yes. All I hear is, like, Country Roads is all I'm hearing, and it's hard for me to think about another song when it's not Country Roads. You fill up I can't even, like, I've sang this song like 500 times, you guys. My dad and my mom had this album on the record, and we used to listen to it. You fill up my senses. Oh, I can't do it, guys. I got a different song in my head. Leaving on a jet plane does not count. No. Ryan D says Neil is the type of guy who forgets to fill up the gas tank. What? Poor Neil. He's had a tough go of it. I know our folks over here have been very protective, both of me and also the shit he said about y'all. And I appreciate that. Canoeman he really opened my eyes to that stuff. Like, for real. Justin C has been hanging with us for a while now. And jumps in with a super chat, says, I like where a river meets the sea. Thanks for the content this year, ? Like, you're not sure, but maybe? I'll take it, man. I mean, I appreciate you. Leaving on a jet plane, I thought that was a, I believe, isn't that is it Mamas and Papas? Billy, come on, bro. You're not going to trick me into singing that one, brother. You fill up my senses like a night in the forest. I know that one. Mac, I finally got it going now. I got it now. Meow, 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 meow. Come love me again. I don't know. We did some... Listen, man, when I was in San Diego about 1980, We did some square dancing to Country Roads, I believe. Yeah. How about that, huh? Yeah. Look, man, I got no problems with John Denver. I like him. I just wish he would have fueled up because he might still be here. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be callous about it, but I mean, come on. There's so many things you can screw up when you're in a plane. You know, things that can go wrong. Like running out of fuel. That seems like a bad one to die from. That's all I'm saying. Hornatius says, OP, this guy right here, is about to lose his First Amendment rights. Hey, man, I'm a First Amendment fan. I'm going to be fine, bro. Hold on. Let me see if you messaged me back because I actually sent you something there. I can't look it up. Hold on. Oh, let me see who this is. Yo, what's up? It's JG on the Brain Drain. Who this?
This is BRT3. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, bro?
How you doing?
Awesome. I'm so glad you called in, brother.
Well, hey, just want to say thanks for everything you do.
No, I want to tell you thank you. I want to thank you first and foremost for being a fucking stud. It's what you are.
No, you spend a lot of time entertaining us and putting content out there for us to whine and cry about Auburn and all of our grievances, and appreciate all the time you put in. Come to end of the season here, but I really appreciate what you're doing, man.
No, we appreciate you, man. Unbelievable. Now, listen, when it comes to the coaching staff, you're not a Hugh guy, right? Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
Yeah.
I just like, really, I mean, really, this job's been open 10 months. I mean, I know you guys couldn't say it because you guys are professionals, but everybody knew at the end of February that this job was going to be open.
You're right.
Short of him. So this has been a 10-month coaching search, and we're going to end up in the same spot we were in, 10 months ago, because Hugh Freeze was the guy 10 months ago, right?
Yeah.
And, that's the best we can come up with, and I just don't think he gets us. He's, of course, going to come in and, hey, I'm not only just going to say I'm going to cancel my tickets or not. Of course, I'm going to stand behind him, and if he gets hired, and I'll be a fan just like anybody else. But I just think he gets us to that second tier.
Yeah.
I think Auburn's just acting like Bama and UGA don't exist.
Yeah.
These guys are on a plane that are soaring over us right now, and we're taking the bus. And so, we got to change the game. I just don't think Hugh Freeze, I just don't think that those guys change it. And, I think Prime is a big risk. Of course he is. He could completely, fall on his face, but it could also pay off.
That's what I was thinking too.
And I think he's the only one that as soon as he walks in the door, Saban, Kirby, all those guys are like, oh shit, it completely changes the game. I'm not saying we should hire him because he scares those guys, but it is a check mark. And I think he does he changes the game completely for us.
Yeah, I know it's a risk.
I
know it's a risk, man, because he hasn't coached at a high level. But I'm with you, man. I think he gets the kids, and that's more than half the battle right there.
Well, I think it's more. It's a whole lot. It used to be half the battle. Now it's more because of the transfer portal. Development of kids is not as high a priority as it used to be.
Yeah,
it's 2 years and out. On a lot of these guys with transfer portal, it's about getting the Jimmies and Joes in and going, and he's the one that does it instantly. And so, hey, I just think he's the only one that, if we want to even compete with those guys, that he's the only choice for me. But like I said, if he was hired, I'll get right behind him, and I'll be pulling for him. But I just don't think he gets it done.
Oh, no, I don't think that Prime's going to get in there. As much as I say, I love him, but I don't think they're thinking about him.
No, I agree. I don't think this is all a pipe dream, and
yeah,
we can hope, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I know. And what about the game itself? 22-point loss, but it seemed like they were fighting harder.
Yeah, and I mean that's what you can ask for. Somebody said it earlier. I mean, you can just tell the talent discrepancy in the two teams. And, hey, they hung in there, they fought, and, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. And thanks for Caddy for bringing new life in the program.
That's true.
And I think he's just completely changed the game for us, just perception wise, And he's really give us all something to cheer for, and really made us proud. And so, really, I think one advantage Hugh Freeze coming in, if he is hired, is I think he could retain Caddy, which Lane, Prime, they may not. But I think Hugh might, because I think Hugh's more of a, I guess to say it, puppet, than the other guys. He'll do what it takes. He plays the political game.
Yeah, he does.
And so,
he really does. You're right about that.
Yep.
Maybe that's what Auburn needs. Maybe that's what an Auburn coach needs, Ben. I mean, seriously. I'm not saying he's a great human being, but I'm saying he might know how to do things right. The way that Auburn likes.
Yep, and I hope so. And there are some advantages like that. I think he does improve Auburn. I mean, I think he's not Gus. He's better than Gus. I think he's going to work harder than Gus did, and he's going to put in the effort. He embraces recruiting and those type of things, which Gus didn't. So I think he's not equal to Gus, but I think he's just a step above Gus. I don't know if he's on the next level, but he does improve Auburn, and he walks through the door. He's going to put the time in. He's going to glad hand. He's going to make all those people happy. That's kind of where I get upset though with Auburn is, and kind of the whole Java thing is, seems like they want that more than they do. They'd rather do that and be okay than give up control and win.
Yeah, no, and there's some truth to that.
Yeah, and that's what worries me is if that's the case, then I don't know if it's ever going to change.
I'm surprised that I've been covering this team for 26 years and it hasn't changed much. I'll say that, man. I mean, I'm surprised, but it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, but I hope, like I said, we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. But I was hoping John Cohen would come in here and really change the game too. And I don't know if he hires Steve Freeze. I don't know if that's he kind of looks like a puppet himself. But who knows? Maybe that's his guy.
It does look that way.
And you know what? Maybe he's the best guy. I don't think I'm certainly not an expert, but just as a fan perspective, I just don't know if, like I said, he gets us to where we all want to be.
Word.
And yep. But no, I really do. I want to say again, thank you for everything you do, man.
No, thank you, man, for your support, bro.
Yep. All the content and everything you put in, and look forward to basketball season.
Yes, we got it coming. About a month away from conference season, bro.
Hey, if you're coming over here to Atlanta to the Memphis thing, hey, let me know. We'll hook up.
No, I will do that. All right, man. For sure. I want to do that, like, for real.
Yeah, I think you're the longest relationship I've had with somebody that I've known that I've never met. It's weird.
We're going to get this straightened out.
Yes, sir.
We got to get this rectified. ASAFP, all right?
All right, my man.
All right. We'll see you, man.
Later.
Appreciate you. There he goes. BRT, what a stud this guy is. Unbelievable support, and he loves the show. I mean, I don't know what else you need to know. Let's see what we got here. Cleveland Brown jumps in with a super chat. Hydrate some more, Commodore. Hey, I've been drinking on this BioLite that Cheyenne G, last name redacted, had passed along to me. It's the IV in a bottle. It's so good, and I probably need it. Guys, we're going to be drinking brown water all night. We need to stay hydrated. And Cleveland Brown is here to tell us, here to remind us that it's time. You know what I mean? iCope07. I don't know why I always think of you as bcope07. I don't know why. I always looked it up. We love iCope07. He and his wife are absolute legends from West Georgia, who came over to our Bunker Bourbon event last December, and we will never forget them because they were legends for sure. I had a lot of fun with them, and yeah. Well, I don't know what else to say about the guy. He and his wife are unbelievable. Canoeman with that's got to be his 7th super chat of the night. Thanks for being a true professional Commodore BDJ. Big to JG right here. That's what I'm doing. We're glad to have Canoeman. I don't know what else to say, man. You're a Hall of Famer. The effort that you and Pocket Watch put in to kind of get me set up at the Greenville Regional for the NCAA tournament last year, just that alone was unbelievable. And to think that you're still out here supporting us in various ways, super chats, being a great poster on the bunker, on here a great chatter on the brain drain, unbelievable. I don't know what to say. Wait, oh, that's not anything I'm worried about. Cassie DP, we're still talking about John Denver. I'm still a little bit behind in the chat saying Rocky Mountain High, not bad. Not bad. That is an absolutely incredible song. Hayden is in the house. What's up, Hayden? Glad to have you here, bro. Dark Side jumping in. Look at this guy. What a stud. Dark Side's been with us all year long. He says, take a shot. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Let's get this McKenna. Guys, to be fair, I've probably drank, what is this? Oh, well, my bad. What is that? 40% of this bottle myself tonight? That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not bad. Hell yeah. I'll go ahead and pour one out right here, Dark Side. Hey, man, seriously, though, thanks for your support all year long and being here with us. All right. Appreciate you, Dark Side. Let's see. Ryan D says, where in SD did you live, JGT? I lived in PB and OB. I lived in Tirasana, so that's just a little bit north of like Jack Murphy Stadium. I hope I'm not too late in the chat where you're not still watching, but Tirasana, yeah, El Noche Way up in Tirasana was my hood. I went to Tirasana Elementary School. We were the Roadrunners. I would have gone to Sarah up there, but which recently changed they're not the Conquistadors anymore. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. Like, I'm definitely not one to say, like, I'm not one to, like, accuse people of being woke or whatever. That's not my shit at all. But they changed the Conquistadors to, like, some new name. They're like the Rattlers or something like that. I was like, what? Conquistador? Like, I mean, I guess I need to learn a little bit more about the history behind that word. I don't know. But that's where I was at anyway. What's up, Feral Honey and Beekeeping? We'll love to have you back, bro. Looks like whoever called place tonight knew what they were doing. I mean, yeah, they still lost by 22, but whatever. JB DC Elite, my man. Look at this guy. What an absolute stud this guy is. He says Ian and Isaac had a terrific time. Huge thanks, to Denton's mom and dad. The Auburn kids fought like hell, but were outclassed. JB DC Elite, of course, is one of my best friends of all time. He and his wife, CB DC Elite, I guess we could say. Two of my all-time favorite people. And they are actually staying over across the street with Denton's mom and dad. But Denton's dad, took them to the Iron Bowl today. So, and also a big happy birthday to my man Isaac, who turns 10 today. He's in his 11th year. As I told him earlier, he could not do the math on that, but it's all good. JB, you know I love you, bro. Why do they call him JB? I don't know. I don't know why they do that. No, I was saying JV. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Oh, MWD says, but is it something we can repeat in Alabama? I don't see why. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't have it. I didn't have it on that one. Matt Moore says Freeze is a politician. That's probably fair. Yeah. Dwayne Phillips says the Red Elephant Club hates Freeze. Interesting. Is that true? Do we know that? Jackson S jumps into the super chat. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late on this one, bro. I was just kind of, I was taking calls and doing my thing. He says, Jackson S says, thoughts on giving Caddy a 1-year interim coach job as we continue to search for candidates for another year. Wouldn't want to settle. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, brother. I feel like I've learned a lot from Cadillac, from Carnell, as the interim head coach, a guy who has shown me that passion and giving a shit about your kids matters, that it can really motivate a team, and you can bring out a lot of untapped potential. At the same time, I don't really think of him as a full-time head coach at this point. I think he's got some work to do still as a coordinator, whatever, or as a position coach, either way. But I personally would not feel comfortable doing that myself. But I understand why you're fired up, man, because they're playing a lot better. I get it, man. They are playing a lot better. Oh, there was also some talk that I should call Hornacious's wife to try to get her on the show. Let's see what we got here. Corey says JGT the Bourbon King. Yeah, I've drank a bunch today, but I don't know. Max says I've seen Elton John in Vegas. Wow, I wish I was in Vegas right now. Mountain of Coke says Jay's liver is giving you the finger, Dark Side. Yeah, because I hit that shot earlier. That's for sure. KH says, for my 2 cents, still turning over every rock to find the best fit for the program. They will have to make a choice by Tuesday, but we'll have to get who they think is best for the program. Ward Eagle. Okay, very, very good. I totally agree with that. Michael A., what's up? I bet I know who that is, even though I don't know what your last name is. Habatten rules. Old timers have wisdom that overcome present day angst. I bet that's Michael from Habatten. We love him. He's a great. If you're not on the bunker, you should be. I think you would be at home on the bunker. Chip also jumping in with a super chat as well. Give me the soundbite. Take a swig and hate Bammer. I tell you what. Let me get me this set up, man, and then I'm gonna do it. All right, here we go. Chip. I'm gonna do it in order here. Give me the soundbite. Take a swig. Hate Bammer. Well, I hate Bammer all the fucking time, so that's a given right there. You ready? Here we go.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
There it is, Chip. Walker W says, JG needs some high-dose milk thistle? Milk thistle? Are you sure? Did I need milk thistle? Well, I don't even know what that is, bro. Milk thistle? I don't even know what that is, bro. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Here he is. The legend himself. Number 19, what's up, bro?
What is up, my brother?
It is awesome to have you on the show. What's up, man?
I heard you were hating some Bama in here.
Oh, you better fucking believe it, bro.
Yes.
I personally hate Georgia more, but I don't like me some Bama at all. No.
Oh, no. So I don't like Georgia. Let's make that clear.
Okay, I wasn't going to say you were a fucking fan. No.
Oh no, I've lived amongst the Bams too long.
Me too, bro. Me too. Look at this guy. Is he a legend or what? You all know who this is from the bunker? It's number 19, man. Oh man, I'm fired up to have you on the air.
Hey, I'm glad to be here, my man. So I'm proud of how they played today. You know, we didn't look lost out there, and that's great. But you know, we got to have somebody coming up.
You mean like a really good player? You mean, or players?
Players and a coach, and I don't know who it is.
Damn. You're not sure yet.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about okay. So my son, who just turned, believe it or not,
no,
19
don't say it. Don't say it.
days
Don't
ago.
say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. How old?
19. No. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I almost let him borrow one of my jerseys, but nah.
No.
He's got to earn that.
He's not there yet.
Yeah. But you know, I don't know. I don't know if Hugh Freeze is it.
No, I understand that. I can understand there's some hesitation there. I mean, just over the is it a moral ethical thing, or is it just the performance at Liberty?
No, it's not a moral ethical thing for me. No, it's not. I don't know if he's not Gus 2.0.
Ooh.
You know, we've already had a Gus.
Yeah, you're right about that. I saw that. Yeah.
You know, and I know Gus liked Hugh Freeze when he was at Ole Miss and when he was wherever he was. I don't know if he's the guy that takes us to the next level.
Interesting. I could totally see that Gus thing, though. There is some equivalency there. I see that. They're good friends. They kind of have a similar background. They kind of run a similar offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And man, I watched their game today, and wow, they did not look good.
No.
Against what is probably the worst team in Division I.
Wow. You think so?
I mean, who's betting on New Mexico State these days?
Well, I know, but they're like 5-6, and I'm not trying to I don't want to be in a position to defend this shit, but they can't be the worst team with 5 wins, right? They can't be.
Well, they're not great.
But they may also be dog shit, yes. I'm trying to defend them. I'm not. I don't know what to say. I feel like the fighting Hugh Freeze has won at Arkansas, and then it's been downhill since then, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, we had Kiffin 1A and Freeze 1B, and both of them have been terrible ever since we decided that. So I don't know who we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't know. You better hope that secret candidate's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I think I'll take door number 3.
Oh, shit. You doing some of that, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Door number 3. That's from the, what's the name of that game show, bro?
Oh, let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal. These days it's Wayne Brady, but back when we were young, it was somebody else.
It was Monty Hall.
Monty Hall.
Heck yeah.
That's fucking right. Damn
right. I would take door number 3.
Okay.
I don't know who that is. Is it Fickle? Is it Day? Is it somebody else that Cohen's been talking to that I don't know, or that you don't know, or Stoltze don't know? Who knows?
I know. I try to be open about what I don't know, and I think there's dudes in here I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what are the chances? What are the chances
get us some dudes?
What? That is exactly what Stoop Up said, and I agree with you. What are the chances of us getting you over here for our shindig a week from today?
Hey, it is 100%.
That's what I'm talking about.
And Mrs. 19 wants to know: is there space for a designated driver?
Fuck yeah! Are you talking about for you or what?
Well, for her.
Oh, wait. Like you can't be the designated driver?
Well, no.
Interesting. Do you think your son, number 19 junior, could do that?
No, he's got to work.
Oh, is he working around town?
Yeah. He's delivering pizzas. So if you want a pizza, they'll bring it to you.
No, man, we got the award-winning lasagna. I tell you what, let's try to figure that out privately, okay? We'd love to have you here because D Lucky is coming for sure. I have an offer out to Easterwood and his wife as well. We'll see if they come along. But D Lucky and Mrs. D Lucky is going to be here for sure. So that is going to be awesome.
Hey, I cannot wait.
Number 19, I will be talking with you this week. All right, bro?
All right.
All right, man. You behave yourself out there.
Oh, do I have to?
No, you don't. But
All
here's
right,
the thing.
good. I won't.
Mrs. 19 might whoop your ass if you get out of line, though.
Well, that's that's a risk I'm going to have to take.
Yeah, it's a risk I'd like to take myself, but that's up to you.
All right.
All right, bro. We'll see you.
All righty.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
There he is, number 19. He's a guy who was so popular that this is a true story. I don't know if you guys know the story. He was so popular on the TV show on Auburn was playing on ESPN or whatever it was, ESPN2 or whatever, and number 19 was there. And they saw him on TV because he's like softball super fan, and they were like, you need to talk to that guy. You need to get him on the bunker. And guess what? I talked to the guy, and I got him on the bunker. He's been an absolute bunker legend the whole time he's been there. Everybody loves him. He's the only bunk who has his own meme. Like, he has his own GIF. I'm sorry, GIF. He's the only guy who has his own GIF because he's been on ESPN so many times. Like, he has his own GIF. Unbelievable, this guy. And he calls in, and we love him too. Unbelievable. Chip says, Mrs. number 19 needs a designated driver. She's coming in hot at the party. God, I hope so. I met her a few times too, and she's fun. She's fun. She's fun. I like assertive women. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I like hanging out with assertive women, and she is definitely that. So I like that. CDF jumps in with another super chat as well. I don't know why I'm so cold all of a sudden. It's crazy. CDF comes in and says Prime has a gold jacket that is widely respected as one of the GOATs. He could hire whoever to consult him with the experience and load up with elite coaches / recruiters. CDF, bro, you're preaching to the choir, but I'm glad you're making the point, though. You know, I was kind of down on him. I didn't see the genius there, but you know what I do now, and I have for a while now. I've come correct. But they're not going to hire him. They're scared. They're scared of him. Chris M says, love you guys. See you. Seriously, I'm serious about you messaging me, though. Because we got to get that straightened out, bro. Casa DP says GIF is peanut butter. Bro, I'm not a fan of it either. I call them GIFs because it's a graphic interface format. That is what it is. That's what it is. But the guy who made it said that he calls it GIF, so I feel like I gotta go correct on that. Locked On says, now that you are a few drinks in, how about that text message? So the text message was really about Hugh. It was about Hugh Freeze. And it just basically said that he hadn't had an offer. Which at the time that we, at the time that we were talking about it, it was a big deal. I think I had this super chat up, but I don't think I actually called it out. I had it up here, but I don't think I called it out. R. Gary Saliba, who's been chatting a bunch in the last 3 weeks or so. This is JGT. Sincere thanks for the season, the bunker, and for the community you have created. Thank you. Tough day, but proud for our boys' fight. Better days laid just ahead for Auburn football. That would be great. I hope you're right. All of that. I love that optimistic outlook. That's great, man. Thank you. I feel like your avatar accurately describes where you're coming from. Appreciate you, bro. Also, right above that, Melee said, I feel kind of like Ashy Larry. First of all, incredible reference. Roll the dice on Coach Prime. I told her I was only getting the trash. Ashy Larry from the World Series of Dice on the Chappelle Show, my man. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's why I love you guys. Everybody knows all the references. That's why I love you guys. Flat Picking ETC says, appreciate you, JGT. Any chance this coaching search goes off the rails and lasts past tomorrow? It's possible. If you're talking about, I can't imagine a situation where it goes past Monday. So it could go past tomorrow. But if it got past Monday, I would be absolutely floored. Absolutely floored. They got a little bit of time here, and when I say a little bit, I do mean a very, very little, to kind of maybe play around a little bit. But if not, you got to go to Hugh and get this thing going. And we've talked a lot about tonight about different situations with, you know, a moral, ethical argument against Hugh. You could also have a performance, kind of what number 19 was saying, a kind of a performance issue with Hugh, that kind of seeing him as like Gus 2.0 or Gus Jr., Gus Sr., or however you want to kind of frame that. Hashtag Hugh Freeze Guy says, do you see them circling back on Lanning? Would it be even circling back at this point? You know, he kind of said that, you know, he's been pretty outspoken about wanting to stay at Oregon. Of course, Dan Lanning was the defensive coordinator from University of Georgia, who worked under both Kirby and Nick Saban. That's a pretty good group there. And a guy who I think has a really good idea of how to coach. He's extremely popular and known well, respected, I should say, among players and coaches in Georgia and Florida to this day, like right now. So he's certainly an interesting situation, talking about Dan Lanning. But, yeah. Let's see. Walker says, ban Denver Reb. He not nice. He says, Fickle. LOL. Y'all would be lucky to get Freezer Prime at this point. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and ban him. I didn't necessarily think that was like that wasn't a mean thing to say. It wasn't like profane or anything like that, but it's just like, I don't know, just trying to muck up the chat with a bunch of babble, whatever. Timothy M says the black eye we would take due to freeze is worse than missing out on the early portal would just be a mess. Interesting. I can see people feeling that way. I don't see that myself, but I respect that opinion. Aaron S says test Fickle, and if he says no, hit up freeze. I think it's fair. I think I would probably do that myself. Definitely some legitimacy there. Luke Fickle, of course, the coach at University of Cincinnati, who's done a really good job, got in the playoff last year, and they've been pretty good this year. So I could totally see that. Hornation says, who is Swack? He's talking about
Who is Swack, baby? Who is? Oh, crime, preach.
I hope I can continue playing that soundbite. I'm going to milk that as long as I can because I love him. Stan B says Freeze has been offered. If he has, that is news to me. Yeah, I don't think he has. I don't think he has. I mean, I'm not like communicating with him like every 10 minutes or whatever, but as of like 2 hours ago, he hadn't been. Real Gear Online, who has been pretty open about what's going on here. He's an Ole Miss fan, but he's been a reasonable person. We love him for that. From a Reb. Enjoy you, JGT. Good luck on the search, guys. Try benchmark full proof. I know you mentioned this a couple weeks ago, or at least last week, and I have not done that. Although I think my homie, I think Denton's dad has some benchmark over here, but I didn't hit it last night. We were going in on, well, actually I should say, administrative assistant decided that we were going to go in on like low bottle night. So what it is, we're trying to clear bottles, right? So I'm trying to pull this tweet up here real quick. We were taking bottles, me and Cuz, or Denton's dad. We were taking bottles, and then we were trying to clear bottles. We were trying to finish off bottles that. Wait, what are you doing, bro? Trying to give you guys a shot of what we're doing here. Oh, no. No. Dadgummit. Sometimes it's kind of hard to share pictures with you guys. It's not your fault. Oh, here it is. Let me see if I can pull this over here. Yes, there it is. So we were trying to finish off low bottles last night. That was kind of the goal. So we got going right to left. We got the Old Forester single barrel. We got a Blood Oath 8. We got a Hirsch. We got a Boondocks. We got a Buffalo Trace. We got an Old Forester 100 half gallon. Weller Full Proof ABC store pick. Cave Hill. Then we got a wine bottle from our friend Pam, and then we got the double oak that we killed too. So we did good work. Now, these were not full when we started. These were at varying heights or fullness or whatever. But, yeah, that was something that Courtney thought was pretty cool. We would go ahead and finish off bottles. And I was very stoked this morning to see that our bourbon stash under our TV was like, a third gone. Hilden said, my God, Jay, still going? Question mark, question mark. I would love to know your super chat total for today. Hashtag hottie toddy. Hilden, I just want you to know, bro, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being a rational, member of the Rebel Grove community. And I love you guys. And I don't know why people shit on me. I don't know. Real Gear Online says, how's the Blood Oath? I know it changed you on Blood Path. So that was 8. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I liked it. But at $200, I wouldn't do it for $200 on secondary. If it was like $60, I would probably do it. But more than that, I didn't think so. I didn't love it. Look at this. Look at this. Canoeman jumping in again. Look at this guy. He's had at least 8 super chats, probably 10. Big welcome to a legend, Boise, a.k.a. Bo is great. Is Bo here? He is. Look at this guy. Scotty P94 says it should be GIF, not GIF. Bro, I'm telling you, like, I would be GIF if it was up to me, but the guy who made it said it's GIF. I don't know. I'm mad about it. I'm not happy about it. War Eggle had a massive super chat earlier. It says Woodford Double Oaked is so good. It really is. It's delicious. We actually, I don't know if that was in the picture, but we finished one of those off last night. I think it was in the picture. It was muy delicioso. Billy P says he remembers the campfires. Yes, the campfires from the Hobotton. My man. Trail South said need some BMAT. We had BMAT on earlier. He was trying to find a place to work because they kicked him out of the frickin' press box, and he was pissed. He was mad. He was angry. He was like he was a wasp ready to sting somebody's ass. Hilden said, in my job, I take heat every day. I've been called, in my profession, has been called every name in the book. Maybe I've just learned to let stuff roll off my back and not bother me. It's tough sometimes, as you know, but I've done a pretty good job with that. Because I know I know that a lot of the Rebel Grove people love me, and it's cool. We're going to be good over time. Memphis Rebel said, I'm sorry if I asked a lot, but who does Auburn hire? Memphis Rebel, man. First of all, I appreciate you being here and being a rational member of the community. Second of all, I don't know yet, man. I mean, if the offer gets to Hugh, he's going to take it. The question is, if Hugh was really their second choice, they would have already offered him, and they haven't. At least as of 2 hours ago. I don't have any changes on my phone here, so I still think that they got somebody else that they think they got a shot at here. And I'm not trying to say Hugh's like chopped liver. He's not. He's really good coach. But again, if they felt like he was the number 2 guy, they would have gone right to him this morning when Lane made it pretty clear he wasn't leaving. And then at that point, like, it would have been him. Wow, this USF game. I want to watch this shit. UCF, USF. Unbelievable. Michael A says Chip is a Hobotton legend. Chip is just he's an American legend is what he is. I mean, if you're being honest. But, Michael, I love you too, bro. I know you've been around a long time. I don't know if you're a bunker member, but I appreciate you nonetheless, even if you aren't. Let's see. Chris M says, hey, number 18 is obviously less than me by 1 so I don't know about what you guys are talking about. What? Kanuma jumps in with another super chat. This guy is unbelievable. According to my ranked app, Corn Dogs 17, Texas A&M 38. Is Jimbo really going to get this done? Oh, my goodness. Drew says LSU is getting run by the Jimothy T. Fishers. I love it, man. I'm so glad. Those of you who feel the same way about him that I do, I love it, man. Hashtag Hugh Freeze guy with his second super chat of the night. We love you, bro. Do you plan on doing a full written breakdown on the 6-hour rundown with all relevant quotes? I thought this guy was an Ole Miss person, but he's not. He's an Auburn person. If not, I feel like I've been gypped. LOL. That is right. Last week we had a whole thing where the guy goes, God, who was it? Was it Jay Legal? I don't want to say who it was because I don't remember exactly who it was, but it was somebody who was like, I need an update on what was discussed in the brain drain. And I was like, bro, we talked for 6 hours. What do you want me to do? And he said I owed it to him as a subscriber. And I mean, I kind of get that, like sort of, because we're doing this on YouTube and like anybody can watch. But dude, look here, I'm going to go through the people that called our show tonight. Let's talk about who's a bunker member, okay? Why Not AU, bunker member. J-Head, bunker member. Mama Do Dat, bunker member. Hornacious, bunker member. DeWar Eagle Klein, bunker member. Stoltz, B. Matt, they work here. Stoop Up, bunker member. The Runner 24, bunker member. Number 19, bunker member. Like what? I mean, this is a bunker show, guys. I mean, we can fuss about it all the time, but I mean, it's a bunker show. The calls are like 99% bunker people. This is a bunker show. This is how we do a bunker show. That's what this is. You guys know I love the bunker. I spent all my time on there. Like, I love you guys. I'll hang out with you guys. I champion you guys. I got your back. And everybody that calls in this season has been a bunker member. Period. Brady, one of my favorite people of all time from the Madison area. I mean, I love North Alabama, but I'm probably a little bit privy to the Madison side. Brad says, Gus is gussing USF 39, USF 39, UCF 38. He's blown a 21-point lead. Fickle freed up sooner. Hey, bro, I don't know. Are you coming? Are you coming to our shindig next weekend or not, bro? That's what I need to know. I'm not trying to get any business out here in the public, but I need to know. I think that you and Mrs. Easterwood ought to come. I almost said her name, but I'm not going to do that. And Brady, by the way, is he's married to a well, I don't want to say that. Brad, I'll let you say that, bro. Brad's a good dude, though, man. He's one of my all-time favorites. I've hung out with him a bunch of times. Him and D Lucky. Two of my all-time favorites. Hall of Famers, no doubt. Joko says, not a bunker member, but love JG, the pods, and the brain drain. I'm glad to have you, bro. We appreciate you. I mean, for real. Melee says, the phone number is only on the bunker. That is true. That is absolutely true. I don't even post the bunker. I've never posted the number for this show in the chat. I've never done it. It's only on the bunker. We had a couple people through the years that have called in before who weren't bunkers, but Brad East says answer soon. The fuck? What do you need? 4 days to figure this shit out? What are you talking about? Come down here with D Lucky and Dominica and let's do this, man. Come on. What are you talking about? It's going to be a Legends fucking trip, and you will be feted as the legend that you are, and your wife, and D Lucky. Oh my God, Hillen, you're talking my language now. A group of us are going to Excellence El Carmen this summer, largely in part to your swinger reviews. Swinger? What? Any tips or suggestions when we get there? Oh my God, what in the world? First of all, Hilden, great choice. Excellence El Carmen, I've been there once. Had a good time. Second of all, I'm glad you're going with a group. That's a lot of fun. Third of all, I don't know that I was sober enough long enough to remember anything that you need to remember. Like anything I need to tell you about Excellence El Carmen, aside from the fact that it's fun and I'm glad you chose that place. It's good stuff. Excellence is a good group. Oh, JCE says Excellence El Carmen is the bomb. Somebody who knows what time it is. Stephen L says JG loves upside down pineapples. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. JCE said he went in September to Excellence El Carmen. That wasn't really my shit, but I like that place. If somebody said you got to go there, I'd be happy to go there and I'd be happy. I'm an EPC guy myself. Excellence Punta Cana. I liked it better because it has a bigger pool for people to hang out in. Like I feel like at EEC, like everybody's got their own pool. Which, if you guys are into that, that's cool, but I like kind of meeting people or whatever. That's just kind of my thing. All right. Oh, it's going to be your second Excellence Resort. You did ERM Excellence Riviera Maya. Is that close? 2 summers ago. We've been to all of them, bro. We're going to be going, I think we're going to Jamaica this summer, bro. So that's going to wrap it up for us. We've been to Riviera Maya. We've been to... obviously EPC like 5 times, EEC, and then Playa Harris. We've been there too. So if we get to Oyster Bay this year, that's going to be the whole group, I think. Stephen L says it's a swinger thing. Well, no, it's not. It's funnier in my head, LOL. It's really not. I mean, seriously, I love hanging out with my friends, and we happen to hang out as couples, so it's all good. Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You want to come say what's up?
What's up, yo?
This is Isaac. Hold on. Let me get this moved over here. I can't believe you're back already, man.
Yeah, the game was very good.
Come here, Isaac. You got to talk into this mic or they can't hear you, bro.
The game was really fun.
Now, your dad is JB DC Elite. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And Isaac went to was it your first college football game today?
It's my first football game.
Oh, well, you've been to like a high school game, right?
Nope. Well, I've been to a high school game now.
And Isaac is a fan of the show. Is that fair?
Mhm.
You're a fan of JG, right?
Yeah, I watch it. I watch it when it's Saturday. And my dad's just like doing the laundry or something.
Yeah, I went to school with his dad and his mom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're fired up to have you, Isaac, on your 10th birthday, guys. This is his 10th birthday. Is that not incredible? Let's give you an applause on that, man. 10th birthday. Are you cold?
Yes, very cold.
Is it cold up here?
Not really. It was raining like in the fall.
Yeah. So he went to the game. You went up there with Coach Cuz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and your dad and Ian and you went up to the game. And what'd you think?
Well, that game was very good because we sat like two seats in front of us was this girl. She was like super hyped. Like.
Did you say super hot?
No, super hyped.
Oh, was she a Bam Bam? Was she a Bammer?
I don't know.
Who was she cheering for?
I think she was cheering for Alabama. I
yeah,
don't know.
Probably. Yeah.
There was Auburn people right in front of us.
That's what I like to hear. I like those people already.
Yeah.
All right, well, you've done a hell of a job, Isaac.
Look,
everybody loves Isaac, man. Look, everybody loves you. Everybody's fired up. They can't believe it.
Yeah, I know him.
Who do you know? Hornatius? Who love the cats?
No, this.
Yeah, Hornatius. He says, I'm getting big leagued by Isaac. Does he know Denton's mom? Do you know Denton's mom?
Yes.
What do you think about her?
She's pretty nice.
Yeah, she is nice. She's a nice girl, isn't she?
Yeah. I see you have the Funko Pops.
Yeah, I sure do. I have this. This is the White Walker from Game of Thrones. You are a big Funko fan, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, word. Well, anyway, it's great to have you, Isaac. I'm going to probably wrap this game up, so I'll probably come down and hang out with you here in a minute.
All right.
But it's great to have you on the show, bro. Yeah. Put it right here. All right, way to be. I'm going to come down and hang out with you in a second. There he is, Isaac. Isaac B. Oh, damn, he's gone already. You slammed that door right in my face, I think. Let's see. We got some super chats. Well, Isaac was me. I love Isaac. I said, cannot believe how much Denton has grown in a year. That is JBDC Elite's youngest, Isaac, who is celebrating his 10th birthday today. What about that, huh? Real Gear Online says, watch your mouth, JG. Did I say something bad? I hope I didn't in front of him. I really, really hope. I mean, seriously, I hope I didn't. Dark Side in the house as well. Shout out to JG for managing the show. What a stud. Nobody calls me a stud, but I appreciate that, bro. What an absolute legend this kid is. Walker says legend. Spread of Texas. JG ain't been drinking. Bo is great. Says can we brain drain every night? Real Gear says one last shot, Jay. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here because I got to pee again pretty soon. But I tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and hit one more. This is for all the folks. Ben. Oh God. This is a bad idea. This is a really, really terrible idea right here. But this is for the people that really kind of keep me going every single night. Easterwood. Seriously, dude, you need to come down. I'm not going to go into more detail on that, but you need to be here. Like, for real. I'm not shitting you. Like, it's going to piss me off if you're not here. Next thing. Next situation. Oh, you said hell. Solo Tigre, I'm not worried about that. I thought it was going to be something worse than that I had said, and I didn't remember. Huge shout out, first of all, Stephen P. Why Not AU, a.k.a. Patrick D. Ben BRT3. What an absolute stud this guy is. Unbelievable. Farm Data, I appreciate you, bro. Kanuman, I don't even know what to say about you, man. What an... JBDC Elite, what the fuck, man? What is up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Hey, is there a way I can get you on the horn here? Or can we get you, to talk?
Sure.
Hey, JBDC Elite is here. He's actually here in the studio. What up, bro? Can you talk into the mic there?
Of course I can talk into the mic. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? I feel like I need to get you a mic, bro.
I don't know.
Do I have one?
You're probably going to lose.
Hey, guys, can we get a fucking mic over here from my guy? Let me guess.
Listen, your production people.
I don't know what the deal is, man. Where the fuck are you guys at?
It's all you.
He needs a mic.
Could use a sandwich, too. It was a long drive.
Wait, what? Are you hungry?
Hungry. Just a sandwich. Just a sandwich.
This is my man, JBDC Elite. You actually super chatted us earlier.
I did. We super chatted from the road. I was riding with Denton's dad.
Not Denton's mom?
No. He's a big fan of Denton's mom, though.
No, he is.
Big
Absolutely.
fan.
He should be. Hornatius says, ask him to describe Denton's mom. She's nice. She's a great personality, right?
Yeah, she is really smart.
She is.
Knows her trivia.
She does.
Good coffee in the morning. Wears a robe. Does crossword. It's great.
Did you say wears a robe?
Yeah, she was wearing a robe this morning.
I did not know that.
I mean, that's what you would expect, right? That's what they wanted to hear.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
They probably wanted pictures.
I mean...
Hey, were you pulling for Auburn in that game or not?
Okay, let me tell you something. So here's the thing. You remember when... So my other son was born in England.
Yes.
And remember when I said the first controversial game tomorrow? He was waffling about USA versus England. First controversial game.
That's terrible.
We said, that'll show. Right?
Yeah.
The first thing.
Yeah.
So my kids, the first big exciting play was Alabama scoring a touchdown for them, and they went nuts. And so then I knew they were completely whoring out for Auburn. For Alabama.
For Alabama.
Here's the thing. We became Bammers that night. Isaac has already declared. He said, oh, my God, they got a Chick-fil-A on campus. He signed up. Like, we don't have any Chick-fil-A's on the East Coast.
Chick-fil-A. We can get that at Kentucky.
I know.
Auburn has a great Chick-fil-A. You probably get that at Mississippi State if you wanted to.
Listen, I haven't been to an Auburn game yet. I really want to go. The production values in Bama land.
Not so good?
No, it's unbelievable.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a show. It's really hard to compete. Jay, you think I can get them to go to see, Kentucky Vanderbilt? My kids are going to turn their nose up at that.
Well, Commodore Walk would be incredible.
Oh, man. Catwalk when it's Commodores in town, that's Tens of people coming out for that one.
I'm so glad to have you on the show, bro. You're my first guest all year because JW couldn't get in the fucking studio this year.
Well, and Denton's got a real job.
I know.
He's got a real job.
Hey, Easterwood, I need an answer, bro. You need to go ahead and just put it in gear and get it done, bro.
Hey, listen, between you and me.
Wait, Hornacia says, OMG, she makes strange men coffee in just a robe. I knew that when you said that, it was going to...
Did I? I didn't mean to say that. I mean, to be fair, it's just a Keurig. So
it's just a Keurig. It's not even a big deal.
Grinding in her robe?
No.
That'd be weird.
That would be weird, yeah. Solo Tigre says, no one gives a shit about Tuscaloosa. Nobody on this chat does. I certainly don't.
No,
I mean, I'm glad you had a good time, but geez, I don't want to hear about that shit.
Look, to the left of me, right?
Yeah.
Auburn.
Jokers?
No, Auburn. In front of us, 2 Auburn, and they were delightful people.
Of course they were.
And they really, no, here's what I was thinking about. They were reacting strongly to the fighting spirit. And it's definitely easy to see the difference between, the other guy you had in charge and your interim coach now.
Interesting.
Those kids were fighting. Between you and me, listen, there's nobody else on here.
No, there's nobody.
Who are they hiring?
They're going to hire fucking Mark Stoops, bro.
No, they can't hire Mark Stoops.
Why? Because he sucks too bad? Yeah, you're probably right.
7 and 5. I think we build statues for 7 and 5. Bite your arm off for 7 and 5.
Kanuman jumps around. This is his 11th Super Chat of the night. It says, Commodore Walk, we see what you did there. Commodore Walk had literally a dozen people there.
They did not look good against Tennessee, apparently.
No, but fuck them. You can't rely on Vanderbilt to do shit. Although, if I was looking for chicks, like if I was 20 years old and I was looking for a girl to marry, I would go to Vanderbilt. Because the likelihood of her being a wage earner is high.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I mean, my girl went to Transy, and your girl went to Kentucky, but, saying.
They're both spectacular.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And wage earners.
I'm a big fan of your wife, obviously.
Same.
And she is a major wage earner.
Oh, yeah. No, she's really smart.
Yeah, I know.
Really smart.
No, I'm a big fan. Yeah, I told her that. Not in a weird way.
No, we both lucked out. No, it's not in a weird way.
No, not in a weird. I mean, I'm a fan though. By the way, JB is one of the guys that I go party with in the summertime. Like when we go to Excellence Budokan or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So everybody thinks it's crazy, it's weird or whatever. But
didn't we see Pipe Layer Nick there the last time?
I hope Pike was in here earlier. Purdue's playing for the fucking Big Ten title.
They're not.
They are.
They can't be.
They fucking are, man.
Michigan wrap that up?
No, they are.
Sure.
Cassidy P says, remind me who this bearded BMAT is? Whoa. Oh, wow. How about that?
BMAT on earlier. He was hot.
He was pissed.
He was really
He
hot.
wanted some ass. He was mad.
Yeah, he was mad. Did they kick him out of the press box or what did they do?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, wow. Turn out the lights and everything?
Yeah, it's happened to me before, too. Solo Tigre says, Vandy does have attractive, intelligent girls of all ethnicities, just in small numbers.
Okay.
Word.
Sure.
I mean,
it's an SEC school.
That's where I would have looked. Walker W says Thamel says we're finalizing a deal with Terry Bowden. He's a ULM, guys. All right, we're gonna wrap it up, yo. Easterwood, you better hit me up, bro. Seriously. And if you don't come and be super disappointed, I'll be mad at you. It's great to have you guys on the show. We've had such incredible callers. I've already gone through them, but Why Not AU, J-Head, Mama Dudat, Hornacious, The War Eagle Kine, Stulte, BMAT, Stu Pup, who said we got to get dudes. The Running 24 and number 19. We appreciate you guys. And also Ben, BRT3, who had an incredible call earlier. We love that guy. What a stud that guy is. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up there, guys. Wow. 7 hours we've gone? Holy shit. I had no idea we'd gone that long. 7 hours and 13 minutes. Kanuman says, where's Pipe Layer? Kanuman has been an incredible super chatter tonight. Pipe Layer, he checked in earlier, but I think he's out partying with Daphne. You remember Daphne?
I remember Daphne.
Yeah, she's pretty fucking cool, huh?
Yeah, sure. What? No, I didn't get to know them as well as you did.
As well as I did?
Saying. Yeah.
No, she's tall and long and
was in the water.
I'm a big fan. What do you mean? She's in the water? What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
And by the way, when I was there that day that the girl in the orange bikini was like carrying me around the fucking pool, where were you at?
I was probably reading a book with my wife. Right?
No, Johnny was the only one that had my back on that, and you did not.
Oh, it's my bad.
Yeah, why the fuck what happened there?
I guess I left you out, on your own. You're a big boy. You're a professional.
I know. I didn't think she could pick me up, but in the pool, things change,
Weren't you wearing the shirt that said, if I get lost, find Courtney?
No.
I belong to Courtney?
No. Just said fucking Mr. 12 inches is what it said. I don't know. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up there. Appreciate y'all. Everybody calling in, all the super chatters. We love you guys. The Cassidy Pieces doesn't feel a minute longer than 6 hours. We're at 7 hours and 15 minutes now.
This is not Ole Miss, though, bad, right? This is not.
Yeah, I'm pretty lit, but I'm not that bad. In that game, I was like... All right, here's the deal, guys. If Auburn makes a hire at head coach, we're going to have a show going pretty soon after that. So keep an eye out. That could be tomorrow. That could be Monday, I guess. But, we'll just do our thing. But until then, guys, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. Let's make great decisions out there. Until then, we'll see you then. Peace.